Looking around him, he saw that everyone else had terrified expressions. It seemed that because of Qilong's statement, they had all gone back to those horrific times. Luo Lang's reaction was the most exaggerated, holding himself with his arms and shaking violently, his handsome face turned completely pale. Aside from Qilong, Luo Lang had taken the hardest beating by Boss Lan because the latter wasn't too fond of Luo Lang's delicate and beautiful appearance, always wanting him to become stronger. It was a shame that after so many years, Luo Lang had ended up becoming more delicate and beautiful each time he was beaten by Boss Lan, completely unlike Qilong who looked like he was evolving into a wild beast. This had made Boss Lan disheartened and helpless, always thinking that she wasn't beating him hard enough, and so she would then proceed to beat him even harder. Do you guys think we should give a heads up to the medical team to let them be ready at a moment's notice? Li Xiu said weakly. After experiencing close combat with Ling Lan, Li Xiu had immediately initiated research for a psychological and emotional medicine to prevent his team members from accidentally being beaten to insanity by Boss Lan. Probably won't need it, right? Boss Lan knows when to stop. Chang Xinyuan, who had joined the gang later and still had high hopes for Ling Lan, said with uncertainty. Knew when to stop. Was their boss capable of this? Qilong and the others looked at the sky, baffled. It was probably better if they directly contacted the medical team rather than hoping their boss would limit himself. In the arena, Ling Lan and Yi Feiyang were flying rapidly, one after the other. Ling Lan's mecha's speed had already reached the limit of special class operators, but unfortunately, she still couldn't throw her opponent off her tail. This meant Yi Feiyang's control of his mecha was similarly remarkable, as expected from the second strongest individual from the first co-ed military academy. Of course, if Ling Lan really did want to lose him, she could do it. It was just that if she did that, she would have exposed her real operating potential. Ling Lan didn't forget that the Imperial operators hidden above them, along with the referee team monitoring the match, were all top-class operators. She didn't have the confidence that she would be able to conceal anything in front of them. Man, so troublesome. Ling Lan thought, frustrated. She had originally wanted to use this chance in the team battles to practice her long-range operating skills. Unfortunately, this guy, Yi Feiyang, clearly wanted to fight a close-up battle with her until the very end. She favored close combat more, but it was just as she said, it was annoying. She was so familiar with close combat that she was afraid that she might go berserk, performing top-level techniques that she shouldn't perform and exposing her actual level of control. Too many people had found out about it already. In the beginning, when she was battling with Xiao Ting, she hadn't managed to keep her secret from the principal, and her mentor, Tang Yu. She really needed to be extra careful as she couldn't let any more people find out. Ling Lan wasn't a stubborn person who would decide to do something as they would want all the time. Since fighting at long range was out of the question, Ling Lan wouldn't force the issue but instead, choose to meet the demands of close combat from her opponent. Ling Lan made a decision and instantly operated her mecha to perform a 180-degree spin, and at the same time, her mecha's engine which was rapidly propelling her forward stopped completely. In addition to that, at the moment she spun around, with her right hand she took out a beam saber from behind her, while with her left she took out a beam handgun holstered by her waist. Ling Lan had originally wanted to continue to fight using long-range attacks, so the equipment she had on her was mostly prepared for long-range purposes. The two weapons she had drawn were the only two standard types of equipment on balance-type mecha that could be used in close combat. Ling Lan changed up his strategy first. It seems the opponent is pressuring him, forcing him to give up on the long-range combat that he is more adept in and choose the other side's desired mode of combat. Looks like Ling Lan is going to be passive. After seeing Ling Lan's actions, the audience all sighed internally, worrying greatly about Ling Lan's prospects in this match. This added more uncertainty to whether the First Men's Military Academy could take first place or not. Ling Lan's decision also attracted Qilong and the others' attention. Qilong even yelled out, "Boss really did choose to fight in close quarters. Do you guys think Boss will use everything at the beginning and violently beat his opponent to a pulp?" Qilong asked, his expression full of interest. "No way. Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng said simultaneously. They looked at each other and smiled, seeing how they had both come to the same conclusion. Why? Boss's close combat skill is so overwhelming, Qi Long asked in disbelief. Han Jijian didn't say anything in explanation to his sworn brother, but instead made a "please" gesture towards Li Lanfeng. It seemed he wanted to hear Li Lanfeng's thoughts first. Li Lanfeng wasn't as modest and directly said, Boss Lan has been hiding his prowess for so long, so he wouldn't give it all up just because of this match. Li Lanfeng knew Ling Lan well. When it came to enduring, no one could compare with Ling Lan. Then we were simply worrying for nothing just now. Qi Long said with regret. Li Lanfeng didn't answer this time, and instead, turned to Han Jijian and hinted to him that he should answer. Han Jijian didn't give any excuse to not answer. He explained, your worries weren't unnecessary. We were just saying that Boss Lan would not go full throttle right at the start to destroy the opponent. We didn't say that he wouldn't destroy his opponent. Ah. Qi Long turned his head and immediately understood. Are you guys saying that Boss will destroy his opponent at the end and take the match? Correct. Han Jijian nodded firmly. If it's like that, then we should bet on it. We'll bet on how many hits Boss Lan uses to defeat his opponent, Xia Yi said with a large smile on his face. How are we betting? Qi Long seemed to also be quite interested in this. Within 10 hits, the return is 10-fold, within 20, the return is 5-fold, within 30, the return is 2-fold, within 50, 1-to-1. You don't have a choice of more than 50 hits? Chang Xinyuan asked confusedly. When Luo Lang heard this question, he laughed coldly. With Boss Lan's capabilities, 50 hits is the limit no matter how much he tries to conceal it. At this, Xia Yi nodded firmly in agreement. When it came to talking about battle strength, Luo Lang's intelligence increased at an exponential rate. There was no way he would be wrong. I bet 10 hits. 10,000 credits. Qi Long said instantly. He was quick to start because he wanted to make Han Jijian give up on his attempt at stopping them from betting. They already knew that there wouldn't be a hard beating in the beginning, so why would he be so confident in betting on 10 hits? It was clearly impossible. Han Jijian asked confusedly, how do you have so many credits? That'll end up in a terrible loss, Han Jijian thought. He shouldn't put this month's added meal allowance into the pool. In Ling Lan's battalion, every member would give a certain amount of credits to Ling Lan. Qi Long and others were already in the habit of giving up all of their allowances. Ling Lan would give all this money to Little Four to organize. A portion of the money went to Lin Zhongqing for the battalion's logistics and supply fund, and there was also an additional portion set out for extra meal allowance to increase the team members' nutrition intake. Of course, if there was the need to purchase large weapons or other necessities, they could ask Lin Zhongqing. If they still didn't have enough money, then Lin Zhongqing would ask Ling Lan to add more funds. In response to his sworn companion's question, Qi Long whispered something in Han Jijian's ear. Han Jijian's serious expression suddenly changed, then he pointed at Qi Long with a horrified look and said, "You." Seeing that his sworn brother was going to blurt out his secret, Qi Long covered Han Jijian's mouth with lightning speed, talking in a whispering voice, "Don't say it out loud. If Boss knew he had participated in a bet, he would definitely get his ass kicked." Of course, Qi Long hadn't just randomly placed a bet. He only made bets on Ling Lan's matches because he knew their boss was amazingly capable. He would win the bet every match, and although betting on the number of hits had a lower betting win rate, it would still definitely be a win for him. Not once had Qi Long considered the possibility of their boss losing. Qi Long making his bet made the rest of the team members become more interested. Luo Lang chose 20 hits. According to Boss's habits, giving up 10 hits would be the utmost limit, then he would finish off the opponent within the next 10 hits. 20 hits were definitely the utmost limit that Boss Lan could endure. As for Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan, they chose within 50 hits, both staking 2,000 credits each. Lin Zhongqing chose 30 hits after carefully thinking about it and believing that that was the safest bet, similarly betting 2,000 credits. Only Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng didn't bet. Xie, of course, wouldn't let these two get away so easily. He persisted in trying to convince them to participate, saying it was a team-build exercise and that was why they shouldn't miss out. Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian looked at each other and said virtually at the same time, 30 hits. Han Jijian wagered 5,000 credits, while Li Lanfeng wagered 1,000 credits, the lowest amount out of the rest. After hearing Li Lanfeng's bet amount, Han Jijian looked at Li Lanfeng. The both of them smiled simultaneously before returning their attention to the arena. Right then, the two mecha in the arena were not fighting. It turns out that after Ling Lan's mecha suddenly turned and stopped, she had floated in mid-air waiting for Yi Feiyang, but Yi Feiyang was unsure of what to do. Although his decision was relatively decisive, the inertia from the sudden stop made him move forward for more than 10 meters, leaving the distance between the mecha to be less than 50 meters. The two mecha faced each in the air and the atmosphere of the whole arena became tense. No one knew whether these two mecha would make a move on each other in the next second. 10 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. The two mecha still didn't move an inch. The audience members began discussing among themselves due to the long wait. They couldn't understand why these two were looking at each other for so long, as it just didn't make sense. In the other matches, weren't all of them diving straight into fighting after engaging in close combat? Some brilliant mecha operators did realize what was happening because both of their defenses were impossible to breach, meaning that both of them hadn't found a chance for an opening. Now, they had to keep enduring, waiting for an opportunity. TSK, another weakness. Ling Lan was getting restless. During this time, she had not seen just one of the weakness her opponent had involuntarily exposed, but she controlled herself to not take action, the reason being that these openings were hidden too deep and weren't something a special class operator should be able to see. Ling Lan had no choice but to let them go. Just when the audience was at the limits of their patience, Ling Lan's eyes lit up because she saw an opening that a special class operator could see, so she took action. However, the way in which she acted was surprising, yet also seemed logical. It was how Ling Lan should have acted anyways. In fact, the method of attack Ling Lan had acted upon was not close combat based, she had ultimately fired her short-range beam handgun. Short-range beam handguns were suitable for mid to short-range attacks, as it had a short range but was quite powerful. For close combat mecha, short-range beam guns were a bit useless, but for someone like Ling Lan who had strong long-range capabilities, this short-range beam gun was precisely the weapon that she used the most smoothly. The facts above were what the audience had thought to be true. However, once Ling Lan attacked, her actions seemed to prove another thing. When a gun was shot consecutively to create an area of effect attack, the tricky angles that the beams shot out at would seal all possible routes of evasion for the opponent. One had to admit that Yi Feiyang was very skilled at operating. Although he was in a somewhat difficult position, he still managed to dodge Ling Lan's consecutive beam shots. Yi Feiyang was unwilling to be passive like this, so he operated his mecha with great effort, using spontaneous, lightning-fast footwork with the goal of closing the gap between the two mecha in order to seal the opponent's beam gun. But of course, Ling Lan wasn't an idiot. She knew what her opponent was trying to do, but to make sure she kept her prowess hidden and to also leave some dignity for her opponent, she dodged quickly instead. Just after these 7 to 8 attacks, Ling Lan got an unexpected feeling. He had only given up a small opening, yet Yi Feiyang was able to use that to successfully move close to her. Since Yi Feiyang was prepared for close combat, his choice of weapons was also of the close-range type. The weapon in his right hand, unlike those long and large weapons that others were fond of, was an odd short sword used in close combat. Ling Lan's eyes lit up at this development. She was very familiar with this weapon. It was exactly the weapon that she was best at, but one that she also sealed away. Ling Lan subconsciously looked at her opponent's empty left hand. Bzzz. The two mechas' beam saber and short sword finally clashed for the first time. The collision of the two different weapons created a fury of sparks in the air. The beam saber's high temperature was eating away at the short sword. It could be seen that after one hit, a large black spot appeared on the once polished surface of the short sword. However, both contestants knew very well that it merely looked serious. All one needed to do was take a cloth and wipe the black mark off, and the short sword would then be as good as new. Bzzz. 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 The sound of the beam saber and short sword clashing coming in one after the other. The battle between Ling Lan and Yi Feiyang was extremely fast-paced, and this made the audience members instantly shift from their initially bored state to a very tense mood. Many those watching even almost forgot to breathe, worrying that a single breath could disturb the performance of the contestants in the arena. The two of them clashed for around 5 to 6 hits. When their weapons clashed again, the audience could not hold in their excitement and began to cheer. As bystanders, they saw at an angle that Ling Lan could not see, Yi Feiyang had secretly taken out a sharp spike by his mecha's waist. He planned on forcefully stabbing the right shoulder of Ling Lan's mecha when Ling Lan used her whole body to defend against his short sword. Yi Feiyang was a dual-wielding operator. After seeing this, the audience came to a sudden realization. The reason Yi Feiyang didn't choose a long weapon and went with a short sword was that he was a dual-wielding operator. He hid the other cold weapon in the very beginning in order to use it when he got the chance. The attack came too suddenly, and it was also something no one could have seen coming. Everyone believed that once Ling Lan was struck, the engine on her right side would produce a loud exploding sound. This would be the result from operating over the limits. Using the great force generated by the right side engine, Ling Lan's mecha moved the attacked side of the body and performed a large sidestep. Ling Lan dodged timely enough for the spike to only scratch the surface slightly. However, it was possible that Ling Lan's focus was all used on this right side dodge. The left hand of her mecha holding the beam gun suddenly lost control and released its grip, the short-range beam gun dropping down. Ling Lan's reaction was very timely. She quickly reacted, grabbing the short-range beam gun once again. However, she had ended up grabbing the gun backward in her haste. The entire barrel was facing upwards. That was a mistake. The audience sympathized with what occurred. Just then, maybe it was because of the way she had grabbed it, but the short-range beam gun suddenly shot a beam of light from the barrel. The beam coincidentally hit the left wrist of the hand that Yi Feiyang was holding the spike and striking forward with. The attack was so strange and sudden, similar to his own, that Yi Feiyang was not prepared. This made it seem as if Yi Feiyang had come in to make his attack only to get hit. Boom! A small explosion sounded out at Yi Feiyang's wrist. This was a long-range shot by Ling Lan, and the defense energies of the wrist joints were the weakest. One shot destroyed the wrist's operating wiring system, making the left no longer able to hold the spike, instantly falling to the ground. It wasn't a mistake. Those who thought she had made a mistake saw this development and instantly changed their views on her actions. However, the top-class operators weren't swayed by the success of the shot, but instead began to frown. They were speculating whether that shot was calculated or if it happened just by chance. After some speculation, most of them believed it to be a mistake because if it was calculated, then that would mean Ling Lan knew beforehand that the opposition would attack her in the way he did. With that knowledge, she would have been able to perform this sequence of operations to achieve this result. However, even they hadn't known beforehand that Yi Feiyang was a dual-wielding operator. It was because dual-wielding operators came solely from the top-level elite Yi family. Even the top-level mecha operators from the army who could dual-wield were either descendants of the Yi family or had joined as one of their officials. This guy Yi Feiyang was undoubtedly a descendant of the Yi family. It was just that they hadn't figured that out in the very beginning. Dual-wielding was not actually using two cold weapons at the same time, but rather using them in unison. Paired with it came a set of mecha dual-wielding techniques, which allowed the cold weapons the user wielded become 1 + 1 greater than 2, even increasing the power many more times over. This was why dual-wielding was a technique that only the Yi family had access to, unlike those techniques which anyone could use easily. Ling Lan's attack made the referee team busy. It was, of course, an effective attack, they should make the proper deductions for it. However, they wanted to clarify whether Ling Lan's attack was a mistake or not because this affected how the contestant would be judged on their overall performance. The referee team overall score would be written into the contestant's file and used as a reference to determine the officer rankings when they entered the army, and thus they had to be very careful about it. One hit destroyed the opponent's left hand and deprived the opponent of their ability to hold a weapon with their left hand. This result had basically reduced Yi Feiyang's battle strength by half. No matter if Ling Lan did it intentionally or it was all luck, the current situation on the arena was without a doubt greatly in Ling Lan's favor. Having his left hand suddenly destroyed, Yi Feiyang was unusually frustrated. He was so confident with himself that he didn't believe that this hit was all by Ling Lan's design, he believed that it was a matter of luck. He could only be frustrated that his luck was so terrible. However, Yi Feiyang didn't let up after losing his left hand. Although dual-wielding gave him confidence that he would be able to take the match, he also believed that even with one weapon, he could take down this opponent in front of him who was weak in terms of close combat. These consecutive face-offs gave Yi Feiyang confidence boosts one after the other. The two of them fought through another 6 to 7 hits. Ling Lan was slowly losing and was being pushed to a corner. This also proved that Ling Lan was indeed weak in close combat. The audience was not surprised at the fact. If Ling Lan was equally outstanding in long-range and close-range combat, they would have been truly shocked and surprised, perhaps thinking that it was the coming of another Ling Xiao. And that was why Ling Lan's current performance made them feel that it was normal. Despite seeing that Boss Lan had already traded over 10 blows and already losing all of his credits, Qi Long was not planning on giving in. He asked, "Xie, how many hits has it been?" "It definitely passed 10 hits already," Xie, who was watching the battle excitedly, replied with a face of irritation. He wasn't thinking of how he had hosted the betting game. "It's already been 20 hits. If no issues arise, then Boss Lan will finish the opponent within 10 hits, Han Jijian explained kindly. "You're that sure that Boss will defeat his opponent within 30 hits?" Qi Long asked angrily in response. He had lost the bet and so had Luo Lang. If the number of clashes went over 30, then Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng would also lose the bet. It was possible that the winners would be Li Xiu, Chang Xinyuan and the rest. Most definitely. Boss was never very patient in close combat. It's just as Luo Lang said, it will be really hard for Boss to endure up to 20 hits. 30 hits were a number that I came up with because of Boss's impressions of the first co-ed military academy. The seniors take care of Luo Chao and Han Shuya, so he has to give them some dignity because of that. However, 10 more hits would be Boss's limit, even though his acting seems perfect right now. Han Jijian said this with confidence because Li Lanfeng looked at it the same way, which emboldened him. In the arena, Yi Feiyang attacked more ferociously after seeing that his opponent was being pushed back. He wanted to keep up the advantage and not give his opponent any chance to recuperate. Yi Feiyang consecutively attacked 3 more times in following. Ling Lan could only block strenuously. Due to the powerful blows dealt by the opponent's short swords, the energy of her beam saber had depleted very quickly, the light of the beam saber began to flicker, showing the sign that it was running out of energy. Upon seeing this, joy flashed in Yi Feiyang's eyes. Without a beam saber, how could anyone be able to go against him? He revved his engine once again and rushed rapidly towards his opponent. Bzzz. The two's beam saber and the short sword clashed again. This clash depleted the beam saber's last bit of energy and the blade of the saber suddenly disappeared, only leaving a lonely hilt. With no blade to stop it, the opponent's short sword came straight for Ling Lan. Goodness, Ling Lan's going to lose. The audience began cheering. They couldn't think of anything that could turn this situation around for Ling Lan, who no longer had a beam saber. He blocked it. Just when everyone was in despair for Ling Lan, however, she was able to quickly throw away the hilt in her hand and hold on to the wrist of her opponent's sword arm. Just like that, the two mechas were suddenly in a deadlock. However, this deadlock only lasted for a moment. Ling Lan tossed up the short-range beam gun that she had been holding backward, her left hand following and catching the gun. She didn't make a mistake this time, accurately holding the beam handgun in her hand, and in the next moment, without anyone being able to react, a powerful beam of light struck near Yi Fei-yang's shoulder. Her beam saber had run out of energy, but everyone had forgotten that the short-range gun in Ling Lan's hand still had ample amounts of energy. She caught Yi Fei-yang's right wrist, making him unable to dodge. This beam blast lasted 3 whole seconds, which directly destroyed Yi Fei-yang's least defended right shoulder joint, paralyzing his entire right arm. With this, both arms of Yi Fei-yang's mecha were practically destroyed. Seeing this, the main referee hesitated as to whether he should stop the match because right now, Ling Lan was benefiting from the situation. He couldn't think of any ways for Yi Fei-yang to turn this situation around. Everyone thought that Ling Lan would continue to attack with the short-range beam gun. She only needed to deal with 2 more effective hits to make Yi Fei-yang's score fall to 0. They believed that after shooting off a couple of blasts, the winner of this match would be Ling Lan. However, Ling Lan's next move stunned everyone. She tossed up the short-range beam gun in her hand, and then she held up her mecha's fists and swung them towards her opponent. Close quarters hand-to-hand combat. Wasn't this giving away victory to the opponent? The audience didn't forget that even though the opponent had lost the use of his right arm and his left wrist no longer functioned, his 2 legs were still undamaged. Yi Fei-yang still had a chance to turn this around if it came to hand-to-hand combat. Oh, it's a chain combo technique. When Ling Lan landed a punch and then immediately followed by a swirling kick, everyone knew that this was not just an attack. This was what close combat mecha operators described as the most basic skills, but it referred to the same top-level technique name as chain combo. Everyone was on the edge of their seats because, after 2 hits, the opponent's points would be deducted to 0, with no chance of turning it around. Everyone only wanted to see how many hits Ling Lan's chain combo could go up to. According to a special class operator's capabilities, the maximum would only be 5 hits. 3, 4, 5. Ling Lan indeed successfully performed 5 hits, reaching the maximum chain combo for special class operators. Of course, that wasn't her limit, but Ling Lan made it seem so. Although Ling Lan seemed to be weaker than her opponent in close combat, with her always being pushed back, the 5-hit chain combo, in the end, was quite aggressive and bold, leaving her opponent in the dust. They did not know whether that Yi Fei-yang had fainted from Boss Lan's 5-hit combo. 29 hits. Li Lanfeng said after seeing Yi Fei-yang's mecha being beaten down from the sky by Ling Lan. He knew the conclusion had presented itself, Rabbit had won. He began to smile. Why did Boss do something so unnecessary and use a chain combo when 2 shots would have done the job? Luo Lang asked, perplexed. That's because Boss was holding it for too long. He's invincible in close combat, yet he still has to make people believe he isn't that strong. If he didn't let it out, he probably would have died of frustration. What's more important, chain combos are techniques that are most tormenting to people. Boss would not like his opponent to be finished that easily, said Qi Long, laughing maniacally. Boss used the 5-hit chain combo to prove that he is also exceptional in close combat. Being pushed back, in the beginning, was because the opponent was stronger than him. Boss really did make a great move this time, Han Jijian said after figuring out the reason Ling Lan did what she did. Boss knew very well of what it meant by not going overboard. Enduring for too long would also cause others to suspect something. Using a 5-hit combo to prove his exceptionality and at the same time show off his young and passionate side. This was the kind of attitude that was very in tune with what an exceptional academy student should have. This way, Boss would not be an unexpected member of the first men's military academy where geniuses were everywhere. The main referee quickly waved the red flag signaling the end of the match after Ling Lan's 5-hit combo. He had already received the match results from the referee team. Ling Lan's 5-hit combo had directly reduced the opponent's score to 0. There was no doubt as to who the winner was. The first co-ed military academy had lost the third match as well. At this result, the students of the first co-ed academy wore sorrowful looks on their faces. Their opponent had managed to snatch 3 matches to take the win, while their strongest team leader Ling Xiao still hadn't even gone out to battle. This gave them the illusion that they had more strength to expend. Ling Xiao saw the result and smiled grudgingly. In reality, the purpose behind the first men's military academy's lineup order was very defined, to use their strongest to take the first 3 matches. We were too conservative in that aspect, so losing was on us as well. Ling Xiao had unwillingly accepted the result. The other side had to have so much confidence to have done something like that. If it was him, he wouldn't have dared, which was why their lineup had given the opposition an advantage and thus losing him his chance to participate. At the first men's military academy's audience area, Mu Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief after seeing Ling Lan finally win this match. If Ling Lan had lost, it would have been risky to depend on Han Yu and himself to win the next match. He wasn't underestimating themselves, but just that the opposing ace operator Lin Xiao gave off a lot of pressure. However, Ling Lan's luck really wasn't bad. Who knew that Ling Lan would be able to grab onto the opponent at a crucial moment, giving him the chance to determine the winner with one shot. So lucky! Mu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Zhao Jun pouted upon hearing this. Was it really luck? He believed that Boss had definitely done it on purpose. Who knew Boss Lan was such an amazing actor that he was able to act like a mecha operator who had seemed to be pushed back so naturally? If he had always been pummeled by Ling Lan, he probably wouldn't have been fooled by Boss Lan, but to Zhao Jun, however, Boss Lan's performance was unexpected. He had initially thought that Boss Lan would beat the opponent to a pulp, but now it looked like his thinking had been too simple compared to Boss Lan. Boss Lan wasn't that impulsive, he clearly knew what would benefit him the most. Xiao Ting stared at Ling Lan's face that displayed on the big screen and suddenly frowned, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. In reality, he had a sneaking feeling that Ling Lan did not perform to his best. The memory of that time when Ling Lan had easily pummeled him with one strike was still fresh in his mind. Back then, Ling Lan's aura was extremely intimidating, which him the feeling of being unable to fight back. Was it because his mecha was so damaged at the time and thus he couldn't fight back? Xiao Ting couldn't find an answer right away. He could only put this uncertainty in the back of his mind. Maybe after 1 year or so, he would be able to find the answer during another bout with Ling Lan. Ling Lan's win meant that the mecha group battle matches were over. However, Ling Lan and the others still couldn't leave the arena because there was an award ceremony. All of the top 4 winners had the chance to go up on the stage to receive an award. Each team went up one by one to receive their awards. The first award to be presented was 4th place, then 3rd, then 2nd. The guest who presented the awards for them was going to be the vice president of the federation. It finally got to the turn of the first men's military academy who placed in 1st place. Their 5 members lined up and walked on stage. Right when they had stopped and stood on the stage, the host announced that the guest who would be handing out their award would be General Ling Xiao. The crowd erupted at this announcement. Upon hearing that the guest to hand them the award was Ling Xiao, Ling Lan's heart began to race. She remembered that the guest presenter would normally still be the vice president. Had Ling Xiao requested this sudden change-up? Ling Lan's hairs shot up at the thought. Knowing that her father would always take opportunities to validate his own existence in front of her, he definitely could have made such a request. Hearing this announcement, Zhao Jun who was standing beside Ling Lan became excited. Boss Lan, it's General Ling Xiao. Calm your *** down. Don't make me look bad. Ling Lan reprimanded coldly while rolling her eyes. It wasn't like her father grew an extra head or something, did he have to be so excited? But this was because she couldn't understand the feeling of meeting your idol in person. Zhao Jun was unfortunately reprimanded. Seeing how Boss Lan's expression was so calm and collected, Zhao Jun felt ashamed of himself, feeling as though he was bringing down the team. He inadvertently turned his head towards the other three and saw that Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu were just like him, their faces red with excitement. Although Qiao Ting was trying his best to remain calm, him taking deep breaths and squeezing his fists showed that he was not actually calm. Zhao Jun's feeling of embarrassment instantly evaporated. Man, guess it wasn't that he had made them look bad, but actually because their boss Lan wasn't human, that's why he could ignore someone like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao quickly walked up onto the stage, with his first advisor He Shuyang walking alongside him. For Ling Xiao's own protection, staff members were not allowed to get close to him. They could only hand the trophies to He Shuyang, then have He Shuyang pass them on to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very handsome and was someone who always had a smile on their face. He gave off an aura of warmth, which made the anxious feelings of the boys dissipate. Ling Xiao walked straight forward to stand before Qiao Ting, who was the first in the line. Right when Ling Xiao stopped, Qiao Ting, still trying his best to contain himself, gave a cadet salute to Ling Xiao. The latter smiled and returned it with an army salute and then turned around, and took the trophy and certificate He Shuyang passed to him. He carefully handed them to Qiao Ting and then said, "Qiao Ting, keep up the good work. I look forward to seeing your performance once you enter the army." "Yes, General," Qiao Ting said, immediately standing up straight, full of excitement. If he wasn't already arranged to be in the 3rd Division, he really would have wanted to sign up for the 23rd Division and successfully become General Ling Xiao's subordinate. Ling Xiao then handed awards to Mu Xiaoyu, Han Yu and Zhao Jun, giving them each some words of encouragement, and now it was Ling Lan's turn. Ling Lan gave her father a cadet's salute with a straight face and Ling Xiao returned an army salute. He handed the trophy and certificate to Ling Lan, who respectfully received them. Right then, Ling Xiao said smiling, "Son, your performance wasn't bad. Keep up the hard work." Son. Ling Xiao actually announced their relationship without caring that Qiao Ting and the others were around. Ling Lan became stupefied. Ling Lan's facial expression made Ling Xiao laugh, his smile now even bigger. He suddenly made an sound and said with frustration, "I was so excited that I forgot that I promised you I wouldn't talk about this." Ling Xiao turned his head towards Qiao Ting and the others, who were shocked, smiled weakly and said, "You guys gotta help keep it a secret, okay?" Oh. The 4 of them subconsciously nodded. Qiao Ting was the first to return to himself and earnestly replied, "Yes, General." After saying that, Qiao Ting glanced at Ling Lan with eyes filled with astonishment and sudden realization. Ling Lan was this outstanding despite being at such a young age. It turned out that his father was the God-class operator Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao probably went through countless means in order to make Ling Lan stronger. At that moment, Ling Lan felt her teeth itch. She had even deliberately withheld this information from the members of the team she had joined afterward, but it was all for naught now that her father had made such a blunder. Now, even if it wasn't brought up and discussed openly, the information that Ling Xiao was her father would still spread through the higher-ups of all mecha clans. It would become the military academy's hidden and unpublicized secret. Ling Lan was so angry that she began grinding her teeth, then squeezed out one sentence, "Father, you can leave now." Such an impolite tone made He Shuyang, who was standing on the side, laugh out loud. Young Master Lan was still the same as before, not leaving General Ling Xiao with any dignity. Ling Xiao shot a glance towards him. He Shuyang quickly readjusted his demeanor, pretending he hadn't laughed just now. When Ling Xiao turned back to Ling Lan, there was a look of aggrievement in his eyes. He had only just wanted to be identified as Ling Lan's father in front of everyone. "And also, my baby girl, when are you going to call me Daddy?" Seeing how Ling Xiao was just shamelessly standing in front of her, Ling Lan felt helpless. "You are a freaking general. A general. Can't you maintain your general-like demeanor? What is that saddened expression for? I'm not like Mom. I don't submit to this crap." Ling Lan thought. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan looked at each other straight in the eyes, neither willing to give in. Ling Xiao stood by Ling Lan for so long that it led to those below the stage break out in a discussion, not knowing what was happening on stage. Ling Lan was so angry she bit her tongue. Her dad was crafty enough to threaten her to only leave the stage when she called him dad. She squeezed out another sentence, "Daddy, you can go now." Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction, then left the stage together with He Shuyang. With staff members leading the way, Ling Lan angrily marched down the stage. She would definitely get back on the loss she suffered this time. Ling Lan decided that tonight, she would find Lan Luofeng and cry to her. She needed Ling Xiao to understand that the ultimate weapon was in her possession. Compared to Ling Lan's upset feeling, Zhao Jun had an expression of someone who was just dreaming. He pretty much walked off the stage on all fours. Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu were also so mesmerized that they were bumping into each other. Their comical behavior made the audience erupt in laughter. However, this was understandable since Ling Xiao was the idol of everyone in the Federation. "Hey guys, what do you think General Ling Xiao said that made Zhao Jun and the others behave in such a poor manner?" Chang Xinyuan asked curiously in the spectator area. He believed that Zhao Jun would not have behaved like that just from meeting General Ling Xiao. There were a few people who knew that Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father. Looking at each other, they guessed it was probably that General Ling Xiao had disclosed this information at the podium, which was why Zhao Jun, Han Yu, and Mu Xiaoyu were behaving unusually. Although Qiao Ting didn't make a mistake, he still appeared to be a bit absent-minded, like he was surprised by something. They couldn't think of anything else aside from this information that could surprise them to this extent. However, this information was Boss Lan's personal information. If Boss Lan didn't say anything, then they couldn't reveal this secret to the other three who did not know of it. Li Lanfeng was someone with keen senses. He instantly became aware of their exchanges through their lines of sight. He thought for a moment before asking Han Jijian, "Can't say it?" Han Jijian was silent at first, but then said, "It is Boss Lan's information. We can't really say anything." Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. Han Jijian's words actually gave him a clue. General Ling Xiao and our Boss Lan both have the surname Ling. Is there a connection between Ling Xiao and Boss Lan? Han Jijian didn't answer, but silence was also a way of answering. Li Lanfeng's thought process opened up. Of course, there are many types of connections. It could be a nephew from the clan or a nephew born from a cousin's family. However, although these relationships would surprise people, they wouldn't give such a shock to the point where they forget themselves. I remember that General Ling Xiao got married a year before he was deployed. If you calculate the year and time of his death, then it's very possible that he had a posthumous child. If that was the case, then that child would be the same age as Boss Lan. Han Jijian smiled weakly and thought, "Li Lanfeng, can't you just be a little less smart?" What could shock Zhao Jun and the others? Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. It could only be that Ling Xiao is Boss Lan's father, he said without hesitation. Han Jijian softly pulled on Li Lanfeng and whispered, "Don't anyone else know until Boss Lan allows it." Li Lanfeng nodded prudently and said, "I know." If other people knew Ling Lan was Ling Xiao's child, those who were jealous of Ling Xiao might bring harm to Ling Lan in order to hurt Ling Xiao. Li Lanfeng would not do anything that might possibly bring harm and danger to Rabbit. Han Jijian looked deeply into Li Lanfeng's eyes and saw his discreetness and honesty, showing that Li Lanfeng's words came from his heart and were not just for show. Han Jijian let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he hadn't made a huge mistake. Li Lanfeng was definitely a trustworthy individual. At the same time, Qiao Ting and the others returned to the backstage and slowly began to calm down. In unplanned unison, they all managed to think about a certain research report that the Federation had publicized. Han Yu's expression was complicated. He was both envious and admiring of Ling Lan's terrifying figure. However, slowly, his expression became clear. Although he didn't have such a powerful background like Ling Lan, he would not stop marching onwards. This was something that Ling Lan wanted to have but would never be able to acquire. His expression when he glanced at Ling Lan again was that of sympathy. They had hopes of advancing to Imperial class or even God class, but Ling Lan's fate had already been determined. Ace Operator was the endgame for the child of a God class operator. Even if they used secret techniques and remedies to make her stronger, she would still only become a fake Imperial operator at the elite Ace level who would have a name with a nice ring to it. Han Yu thought he had found out what the answer was. He believed that the reason Ling Lan was able to advance so quickly was because of secret techniques and secret medications. His previous worries vanished. Now, his rival was only Xiao Ting, while Ling Lan was just something of the past. Xiao Ting also thought about this issue. His will to fight dwindled instantly. He had spent almost a whole year of time comparing himself with someone who didn't have a future. Perhaps he should be preparing for the 3rd Division's examination where his future rival would be, in the army and not the academy. Mu Xiaoyu pitied Ling Lan. He had originally thought that the 1st Men's Military Academy would have a second Xiao Ting, but now it seemed that wasn't going to happen. It was only Zhao Jun who, after calming down, first thought about whether there was something wrong with those research results. Having battled with Ling Lan, Zhao Jun fully understood how scary Ling Lan was. He didn't believe that ace level was Ling Lan's limit. A person like that had never appeared before, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't appear in the future. It was too early to judge the situation. There was a hint of disdain in Zhao Jun's expression when he imagined the day when Boss Lan became a powerful force to be reckoned with, or like General Ling Xiao, becoming an Ion Mecha God-class mecha operator. This would surprise everyone to the point where their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets. Zhao Yun grew excited thinking of this possibility, and he felt that joining the Ling Tian battle clan would give color his life in different ways. He was now somewhat looking forward to life in the army. The winners were warmly welcomed by those from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Since all 5 of them had their own little groups, they were going to celebrate separately. Ling Lan used some of her free time to visit Zhang Jingyan, who was still in the medical treatment center, to give him his trophy and certificate. Zhang Jingyan well on the way to recovery, but it would require at least 6 months for him to get back to his peak condition. However, the military had made a special exemption and relieved him from this year's military evaluations to compensate Zhang Jingyan. This meant that out of the 23 different divisions, Zhang Jingyan could choose to go to any of them after his injuries healed and receive the best treatment possible after entry. He had pretty much benefited from the accident. Upon leaving the medical treatment center, Ling Lan was stopped by members of the Ling Tian battle clan who had been hiding around the main entrance. The members specially gave their congratulations to Zhao Jun and Ling Lan. Of course, there were other members not from the clan as well. Luo Chao and Han Shuya had come after facing the sorrowful faces of their seniors. When Luo Chao arrived, her face was full of guilt, feeling that she wasn't caring for her own seniors. Han Shuya, on the other hand, was smiling without a care in the world. She firmly believed that she was a part of the Ling Tian battle clan and that she would be with Boss Lan and the others forever. Since it was like this, then the co-ed military academy's seniors were only considered passers-by in her life. Why would she make herself feel uncomfortable for these passers-by? It should be known that Han Shuya was someone who knew how to live. A girl who always had a smile on their face would be happy for the rest of her life. Ling Lan saw that it was all people she trusted, so she took the opportunity and told everyone in the team about how Ling Xiao was her father. Those who didn't know this was utterly shocked. Chang Xinyuan was the dumbest one. He hadn't thought that the short life-saving branch he had unwillingly held onto was, in fact, a strong and unmoving tree that reached the clouds. Li Lanfeng had already guessed as much, but it felt different hearing this information from Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng was a bit excited. Didn't this mean that Ling Lan viewed them as brothers and unlike Qilong and the others? Without speaking for the entire night, the next morning Ling Lan and Xiao Ting followed the information of a notice to a large meeting hall. There were many sitting inside, all of the representatives from military academies waiting to compete in the tournament. The battle royale that everyone viewed as the most important event, which would make up half of the overall score, was going to begin. First, all of the academies would gather together and pick out the location of their base in the battle royale. The Battle Royale was a defense and invasion of territories, ultimate battle. The participating military academies could be the opposition or could be allies, it was based on choice. For the base location, only the team that picked it out would know the actual place. Whether a base could be defended to the end all depended on the performance of the contestants. Of course, successfully defending the base was only a passing grade. How can I take over the opposition's base? This was what every participant needed to think about. If they wanted to gain points, then they had to break through more bases without losing their own. The ranking would be based on how many bases were taken over by each team. The higher the rank, the higher the score. Thus, it was normal that those who were allies just a second ago could turn into the enemy in the next. Similarly, those who were the enemy could turn around to become an ally. The field of a battle royale was ever-changing. It tested the team's combat ability, strategy, foresight and quick adaptation. It also tested emotions and trust, as suspicion and betrayal would all be present. It could be said that battle royales were merciless, one could only trust oneself. At the end of the meeting hall, there was a large screen, which showed the scaled-down map of this battle royale. There was land, water, forest, desert, grasslands, hills, valleys, tundras and mountain peaks. There was a small stand in front of the large screen. On the stand, there was a small screen that only the person who drew the straw would be able to see. There were two buttons at the bottom of the screen. One was Start and one was Confirm. First, the person drawing would hit Start, which would cause the map to begin to split into many different numbers and spin quickly, and then by hitting Confirm, they would choose a number from the pool. That number would then be the participating military academy's base camp location. Of course, the base camp would only be known by the person who drew it. After everyone had a chance to draw, the large screen would show a 1-minute time limit for bits of information about other teams. This way, everyone would be able to remember their own area along with the other teams who resided around their area. This was to prevent some military academies from not being able to find any other team's base camp, as well as to give more pressure and apply more difficulty to the defenders of the base camp. The one who went up to draw for the first men's military academy was Ling Lan. She pressed down on the button and the numbers in the middle of the screen flew around rapidly, but Ling Lan was still able to clearly see all the numbers. Every number had a letter in front of it. Using only a few seconds, she saw letters G, S, P, Q, D. Ling Lan began to quickly speculate that those could indicate the area or the type of terrain. If the letters indicated which area, then there would be no point because no one knew how the hosts had sectioned off the different areas. However, if it referred to the type of terrain, then it could be possible to use the letter to find out. Ling Lan had an idea and made a decision. She put her hand on the Confirm button, her eyes staring closely at the numbers that were still flickering around on the little screen. It's this one. Ling Lan's finger moved, but perhaps it was too fast, her finger had seemed as though it hadn't even moved. The flickering on the small screen stopped and a number showing G17 appeared. Ling Lan smirked. Whether she was right or not, she had already done what she could. After 1 second, the small screen returned to its original condition. Ling Lan left afterward, returning to her own seat. Xiao Ting didn't even ask Ling Lan what the result of the draw was, as he knew very well that once Ling Lan had walked off the stage, the battle royale had already begun. There could be many traps set up by hackers all around them. Once they started talking to each other, it was possible that the information would leak. Not long after, everyone had all finished drawing their locations. The map on the large screen suddenly broke into many small pieces, some having numbers and some not. Ling Lan knew that the ones that had information were drawn by the military academies as their base camps. Those that didn't have numbers were not drawn and were thus not occupied. These were considered to be territories that could be taken to yield some points. Although they would not give as many points as breaking through a base camp, they could be easily taken over without any danger. In order to gain the most amount of points, these unoccupied areas would be given up so easily. Ling Lan similarly did not want to give them up. Ling Lan quickly skimmed the map, her eyes stopping at the continuous mountain range. The mountain range was split into around 25 to 26 areas. The letter in front was as Ling Lan had speculated and indeed started with a G. G17's location wasn't too bad. It was in the inner parts of the mountain ranges. There were only 3 military academies base camps that were close to them. Ling Lan quickly memorized all this. "Boss, don't worry, I've already memorized all of it." Little Four spoke suddenly, making Ling Lan's heart skip a beat. Ling Lan's eyes began to move away from the mountain ranges, and while doing so she said, "Little Four, don't bother me. I want to know how much I can remember in 1 minute." Little Four understood and no longer made any noise, silently waiting. Regardless if Boss could remember or not, if there was a need, he would come out and help. After 1 minute, the images on the large screen had disappeared. Ling Lan closed her eyes, reviewing and reinforcing what she had memorized in the past minute. Ling Lan decided that she would only rely on her own strength to solve problems unless she had no other way. She wanted to experience what she had learned and obtained from before and use it in the upcoming battle royale. The announcer hosting the drawing process announced that the drawing ceremony had concluded and then gave notice regarding certain rules during the battle royals, such as that everyone would have a chance to use 50 million credits for supplies and weapons. They could go to the weapons and supply warehouse and give an application for weapons and supplies. Of course, the applications had to be in by 2 p.m. This chance would be defaulted if the application was given after 2 p.m. And at 3 p.m. exactly, the teams that would be participating along with their weapons and supplies would be flown out by a supply plane to the Battle Royale's large map area. Teams had to find their exact base camp location before 12 o'clock midnight. If the camp was not found, then the team would lose their chance to participate in the Battle Royale. No one knew where the supply plane would leave them in the end. Maybe they would meet up with other teams before they can find their base camp location. Ling Lan and Xiao Ting recorded all of this on their communicators. After waiting for everything to be ready, they quickly left the meeting hall. The two walked side by side, not really talking as they walked. This made the representatives from the other military academies feel at a loss. Originally, they had wanted to find some hints from their conversation, but they didn't think that these two were so careful that they didn't even speak a single word. Ling Lan and Xiao Ting took a hover car and went back to the 1st Men's Military Academy's dormitory district. The two of them didn't rest and went right for the meeting room in the dormitory district. Earlier last night, Ling Lan had notified all the members to gather here at 9:30 and it was now almost 10 o'clock. The rest had probably already arrived. When they arrived at the door, Ling Lan stopped her footsteps and moved aside to let Xiao Ting go in first. It was only after hearing those inside greeting him with "Boss Xiao" that she walked into the meeting room. "Boss," the members of the Ling Tian Mecha clan quickly stood up and yelled in unison. Captain Ling greeted a representative from a smaller faction. Seeing Ling Lan walk in, he stood up to show his respect and admiration. Xiao Ting, who had already walked beside the Lei Tang members, heard these greetings being called one after another. He looked at Ling Lan with a complicated expression, envious of the current Ling Lan. Silently, Ling Lan had become the leader in the eyes of the smaller factions. If he didn't know that Ling Lan didn't have a future, he probably would be more afraid of her. She would maybe have even become his worst nightmare. Xiao Ting put away this small uneasiness and thought to himself that he shouldn't let Ling Lan affect him anymore. His future was with the army and not with a small military academy. Ling Lan softly nodded her head towards the representatives of the smaller factions. She saw that Xie Yi had already pulled out the chairman's seat that was in middle, acting very much like a servant. Ling looked towards Li Lanfeng who was sitting on the side, who nodded to her softly. It looked Xie Yi's actions were discussed by them beforehand. Ling Lan didn't hesitate and walked straight towards the seat, and sat down with heavily. She knew that once she sat down, she would not give up on the role of commander for the team. However, she hadn't originally thought of giving up the role. Once the battle royale began, the team could only have one commander, and Ling Lan didn't really want to bet her hopes on someone else. Compared to others, she trusted herself more. After Ling Lan sat down, she faced the members that were still waiting and said, "Sit." This was an obvious announcement of power and status which made Xiao Ting's eyes freeze up. Han Yu's expression became cold at this, his eyes showing a flash of discontent, and even Mu Xiaoyu was stunned. Perhaps they hadn't thought that Ling Lan would be so forceful. They had originally thought that everyone would push the role around a bit and then ultimately choose someone that everyone favored. A commander along with similar status vice commanders combined would have been alright. However, seeing how Ling Lan had presented herself, it appeared like she wanted to have full control, unwilling to give any power to the others. This made the Leitang, Tianji and Wuji teams feel a bit of discontent. The meeting room began to erupt in whispers, but the representatives from the small factions remained silent. Ling Lan knew that some of these people might refuse to accept her leadership. Her cold glare began to scan those people who would otherwise refuse to comply, releasing more of her aura. Those who were originally discussing felt the boundless tension from Ling Lan's gaze and aura, and slowly quieted down. In the end, the whole room was silent like it was frozen in time. Seeing this, Ling Lan stopped her gaze and turned her head to Xiao Ting, telling him, "Senior Xiao. If we want to win the battle royale, then we can't have too many commanders. I will bravely shoulder the authority of commander." Xiao Ting's mouth moved slightly but didn't make a sound. Xiao Ting couldn't refuse since Ling Lan asked him directly, the reason being that the chance to be in the tournament had been acquired by Ling Lan's Lingtian Mecha clan. If Ling Lan wanted the authority of commander, it was perfectly logical and made sense. However, Xiao Ting refused to accept it in his mind. He was clearly the number one and strongest student in the academy, so why couldn't he be the commander? The role of commander for the Battle Royal team was very important. He would have the performance of the Battle Royale, along with the other contestants, written into his file. When he entered the army and advanced in rank, these would all be used for reference. If it was possible, no one would give up on this opportunity. The vice-captain of Xiao Ting's didn't want the commander position given to others. He knew that his captain couldn't really say anything, thus he spoke up and said, "Captain Ling. I think who gets the role of commander should be discussed amongst everyone first. If there were those who refused to comply to orders, then there would be a problem." After hearing that, Ling Lan looked down and didn't say anything. She put her finger on the table and began to tap. 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 The tapping sound was loud due to the empty meeting room, giving a lot of pressure to Leitang's vice-captain. The smiling face he had beforehand had turned stiff due to the sound. Right when the vice-captain didn't know what to do, Ling Lan raised her eyes and asked coldly, "Then, who do you want to nominate?" "Our boss Xiao." Leitang's vice-captain exclaimed. He had been almost crushed by the pressure in the atmosphere. Although he had originally intended to talk in circles, upon hearing Ling Lan's question, he decided to just blurt out what he was really thinking. Ling Lan shot a glance at Xiao Ting with a half-smile. That glance made Xiao Ting feel ashamed of himself. He didn't think that his vice-captain would throw him on the table like that without using any tact. Leitang's vice-captain knew that he had already said what he thought, so he no longer needed to keep it in and said, "Our boss Xiao is, needless to say, without a doubt the strongest. For the role of commander, there's no one else more fitting." Li Lanfeng chuckled softly at these words. The commander's strength isn't really important. What's important are the strategic arrangements. Boss Xiao has led us to fight in so many mecha battles, his experience was plentiful. He's a much better choice for the commander role than those who have no experience. Leitang's vice-captain said after glancing meaningfully at Ling Lan. No experience? If he had no experience, could he beat Boss Xiao? Isn't that right, Boss Xiao? Li Lanfeng said jokingly. He cleverly threw the question back to Xiao Ting, making it difficult for him, as he really had lost to Ling Lan's tactics and tricks. Being pushed around by Li Lanfeng's words, Xiao Ting helplessly said, "Yanqi, stop, will listen to Captain Ling's orders. Xiao Ting had no choice but to speak so. Losing to Ling Lan was the truth, which made him unable to deny it. However, after speaking that sentence, it meant that he no longer had a chance to get the role of commander. Xiao Ting sighed internally. It was a shame the people he took with him didn't have a strategist amongst them, otherwise it wouldn't have been this easy for Li Lanfeng's words to make it so they just hand over the role of commander. Seeing how Xiao Ting was like a bird that just lost its feathers, Han Yu's eyes lit up. Right when he wanted to speak in contest for the role of commander, Zhang Jing'an's little team's vice-captain spoke first. Our captain Zhang wants me to say something on his behalf. Our team fully supports Captain Ling to be the commander. Following this, as if they had agreed on it beforehand, the other leaders of the small factions all spoke, all of them saying that they supported Ling Lan as the commander. Seeing this, Xiao Ting knew that Ling Lan had already reached mutual understanding with these people. Having fully prepared everything, they would not let them have a chance of even getting near the role of commander. He had lost again. Xiao Ting gazed faintly at Ling Lan. Although Ling Lan's mecha piloting days were at an end, with that brain of his that thought of everything, he would still become an exceptional strategist in the future. This time, other than Lei Ting who put their heads down, only the two mecha clans, Tianji and Wuji hadn't said anything. Everyone focused their sights on Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu in unplanned unison. Mu Xiaoyu saw the situation and knew that the opportunity was gone, so he gave Ling Lan what she wanted and said, "We were only able to participate in the mecha tournament due to Captain Ling Lan's tailwind, so if he becomes the Battle Royale's commander, Tianji doesn't have a problem with that." Hearing that, Ling Lan glanced at Mu Xiaoyu. Mu Xiaoyu was someone who knew when to move forward and when to take a step back. No wonder he could stand so long and firm on the second most influential individual in the military academy. His personality was also very open and very likable. Overall, he wasn't too bad. It was just too bad that the people he knew had problems, recruiting a degenerate into Tianji who almost ended Luo Lang. Ling Lan had originally wanted to start from Tianji after the mecha tournament, but now it seemed that Wuji was more suitable for her to weed out the bad seeds. Ling Lan had never given up on her desire of controlling the school by her own hand. She had only wanted to wait until the mecha tournament was over to continue that big project. Seeing that the Wuji clan had changed their tone and supported Ling Lan, Han Yu knew that his own disapproval had no effect. He could only angrily say, "Wuji also supports Captain Ling." As Han Yu finished, Ling Lan quickly sat up. She glanced sharply towards all the team members and said, "I want this commander role not for the authority and power, but because I want to lead everyone to become the Battle Royale's big winners." She turned her head towards Li Lanfeng and said, "Lanfeng, take out the plans that you guys discussed and hand them out to each team leader." Li Lanfeng nodded and looked towards Han Jijian, who took out a backpack from behind him and from it, a stack of files. Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and Lin Zhongqing walked up to help Han Jijian distribute these files to each team leader. Before the team leaders could start reading, Ling Lan warned them, "Don't take photos of these files, don't input them into your communicators. You can only remember it in your mind. After reading, destroy it immediately. It's entirely possible that this place is already under the surveillance of hackers. We can't let our guard down." Ling Lan sent out her aura with her guard up, following which there was a chain of booming noises of something exploding in the meeting room. Black smoke suddenly rose from the different corners of the meeting room. The expressions of all those present quickly changed. Who would have thought that there were so many wiretaps in this meeting room? It seemed that as Ling Lan had predicted, the other military academies had made their move on them. Those members who had still been unwilling to accept Ling Lan as commander all looked at Ling Lan again, their eyes teeming with a hint of respect. Being able to figure out the movements of the enemy, perhaps this was the kind of commander capable of leading them to victory. During all the explosions, Li Lanfeng's ears had moved slightly and he had glanced towards Han Jijian with a look of surprise only to see that the latter was equally surprised. Luo Lang and the others stood calmly, their eyes filled with respect for Ling Lan. It was only Chang Xinyuan who had his head down, very focused on playing with his fingers. As someone who was bad at acting, in the end he had listened to Li Lanfeng's orders and put his head down until the meeting ended, the only reason being that he was the one who made these things that Boss Lan destroyed. Because of what just happened, everyone present didn't dare to take things lightly. After they opened the files and memorized the content, they immediately destroyed them. As those who had managed to become a team leader, they would definitely have a few tricks up their sleeves. Xiao Ting opened the files. The contents of the documents make his eyes flicker. He hadn't expected for Ling Lan's appetite to be so huge. He looked at Ling Lan with confusion before closing his hands, and instantly, the files in his hands were reduced to dust, slowly seeping out from between his fingers and finally falling to the ground. It was always when he wasn't paying attention to her that Ling Lan would show off yet another inhuman ability for him to admire. It reignited something that he had originally decided to no longer care about. As for the other 50 million credits, I thought it would be best to do it this way. After Ling Lan said this, everyone's focus shifted. This concerned just how much weapons and supplies their little teams would be distributed. First, Captain Xiao Ting's 24-man battalion, 8 million credits. Ling Lan shot a cold stare at Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting nodded as he was very pleased with this number, pretty much taking 1/6 of the entire pool. It also met the need of the amount of people in his team. Ling Lan's distribution was very fair. Since the strongest team, Xiao Ting's battalion, didn't have issues, then the rest definitely wouldn't have any either. Wuji and Tianji were similar to Xiao Ting's battalion. 4 million credits were given to the 12-man battalions. Zhang Jingyan's team was composed of 11 people. Without Zhang Jingyan as the main powerhouse, giving them 3.5 million was being nice to them. All the other mecha teams combined into a composite team of 24 people and got 6.5 million, making them very happy. Although they had 24 people as well, they could not compare with Xiao Ting's 24-man battalion in strength nor level. They believed it was fair that they got 1.5 million less. And this difference in 1.5 million made members of Xiao Ting's battalion feel very satisfied. When they looked at Ling Lan, their eyes showed their respect towards her. Overall, this distribution made everyone happy. Xiao Ting saw that everyone's expressions were lighting up and becoming happy, and he suddenly felt shocked. With no one the wiser, Ling Lan had already managed to draw all the members of the battalion to her side. He looked at Ling Lan again, still doubting his own judgment. Was Ling Lan really not his equal? Ling Tian Battle Clan's distributed credits is 4 million. All the distributed credits are to be used for the battalion's weapons and equipment. The rest will be given to Lin Zhongqing and the other logistics personnel to trade for other supplies, including the food and energy storage units that we will need during the battle royale. We don't need to exchange for a large land-based weapon. Han Yu asked with a frown after hearing Ling Lan give the details. For mobility reasons, I disapprove exchanging for these types of weapons, Ling Lan answered plainly. Why? Han Yu asked, suddenly standing up with discontent. If they wanted to defend the base camp, these weapons were a must. In past years, every military academy would choose a few area of effect heavy defensive cannons and set them in the base, otherwise, with just 120 people, some having to split up and try to take over other bases, there would no way for them to go against invaders from other military academies. It should be known that taking over another base camp would yield a lot of points, but this was assuming that their own base camp was safe and sound. If their own base camp was taken by others, even if they had taken over many other teams' bases, it would all be for naught. The rules of the battle royale were brutal. If their base camp was taken, they would immediately be eliminated. Many military academies were even afraid of sending out a battalion to attack other base camps, instead choosing to defend until the very end. If your camp was safely defended, you would receive points. Although the points would be much lower than that of taking over a base camp, at the least they wouldn't be eliminated and still get points, right? In reality, many of the academies had this kind of thought process. Managing to stay in the battle royale at the end and acquiring the bare minimum score would raise their ranking. In contrast, for the academies who wanted pick a fight, they were more likely to be kicked out of the competition, and without the minimum score, they would rank close to last place. That was why, out of the members who were present, Hanyu wasn't the only one showing disagreement. The other battalion's team leaders all showed a hint of hesitation. Faced with Hanyu's questioning, Ling Lan only threw a cold glare towards him in response, making Hanyu's heart skip a beat. Hanyu understood that the current Ling Lan was not the same Ling Lan who just went with the flow during the team battle. The Ling Lan right now, whether it was his stare or aura, was now accompanied with a strong and shapeless force. This gave him a misconception of how he felt. He was openly questioning the commander's orders in front of the commander. If this was in the army, it would definitely not be allowed to happen. Hanyu's angry facial expression began to slowly disappear as Ling Lan glared at him. He forcefully calmed himself down and thought about the next time he would ask a question. On the side, one of the team leaders from the team that was combined opened his mouth and said, "Captain Ling, is it because there's some difficulty with the credits? If that's the case, then my battalion can take a bit less. The base camp should be prioritized over other things." After that statement, many of them looked towards Ling Lan, including Xiao Ting. Ling Lan's answer could affect the amount of credits they get in the end. Xiao Ting's group weren't that naive. If the distributed credits were taken from one team, there was no way the others would be able to keep all that they were distributed. Ling Lan began slamming the table as everyone looked at her, her face coldly glaring at Hanyu. It looked as though she was thinking of whether to accept this suggestion from this team leader. Slowly, everyone understood what Ling Lan's expression meant. Ling Lan wasn't even thinking about this issue, she was thinking of whether she should punish Hanyu. At this moment, Hanyu had also realized why Ling Lan had been silent. His face instantly turned green and he felt a sense of humiliation. This Ling Lan, who was only a second-year junior, dared to have this kind of thought. He wanted to flip the table and shout angrily, but Ling Lan's cold expression was secretly telling him that she was waiting for him to flip out. Having just acquired the authority of a commander, she really needed a scapegoat to reinforce her iron will, to show the other sheep in the herd. Hanyu's chest heaved up and down numerous times. He grit his teeth as hard as he could and didn't shout out angrily. He knew what would happen if he really did flip out. Ling Lan would definitely cancel his chance to participate in the battle royale, make him stay in the dormitory district all by himself and wait for the final result. If that happened, then he would definitely become the laughing stock of all the students of the academy. He couldn't give Ling Lan the chance to do this. No way. Finally, Hanyu calmed down, his eye filled with a deep, dark hatred. If they lost the battle royale because of this, then he would make sure Ling Lan gets payback, to wash away the humiliation he experienced today. Seeing that Hanyu finally understood her role, Ling Lan then coldly said, "Hanyu. This time, because it was the first, I can tolerate the fact that you went against the rules. But remember, this is the last time." Hanyu chewed on his gums so hard that they were even making sounds. Everyone realized that from the moment they accepted Ling Lan as the commander, Ling Lan was the commander. If one questioned the commander, even in the military academy, it was considered to be a huge issue. Ling Lan had the power to punish Hanyu's disrespect. It wouldn't have been overboard if she had kicked him out of the battle royale. Xiao Ting's gaze narrowed. He hadn't thought that after taking the role of commander, Ling Lan would become so forceful, completely different from the easy discussion they had previously. She also did not hesitate to lose Hanyu, a valuable asset, in order to force them to submit. This kind of lighting fast means made those who initially didn't really think much of Ling Lan to become fearful of her. Normally, this manner of doing things was undoubtedly too forceful and could make people unhappy, however, at this moment, it was surprisingly suitable for the situation. A battle royale was a merciless battlefield. If one couldn't have full control, there would be no way to achieve a good result, and this was also the reason why the first men's military academy had never tried to change the fact that even though they knew the mecha teams that they sent to apply for the major tournaments had flaws, this was never changed. They were afraid that in the final battle royale, there would be too many mecha teams and thus wouldn't be able to be commanded all together. And this would be worse than missing out on all the major tournaments. I didn't really want to discuss it because those of you who have a brain only need to think to know why, Ling Lan said, and then looked around at the others, the ones who had initially showed feelings of discontent. Under Ling Lan's gaze, these people felt a sense of embarrassment which made them involuntarily lower their heads. In the file, regarding members banding together. The 7th part discusses this point. Ling Lan called to their attention. At that moment, the team leaders who had gone through the file suddenly remembered the 7th part that they had read suddenly reached a revelation. This time, whether it was those team leaders who questioned Ling Lan's abilities or those who had trusted Ling Lan along with the other team members, all of them now had nothing to say. Zhang Jingyan's vice captain saw the situation and promptly said, "Captain Ling, our battalion will wholly obey your commands." That statement made the 2 other team leaders from the other mecha clan to each declare that they were also willing to obey all of Ling Lan's orders. Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian looked at each other right then. All of the remarks made by Zhang Jingyan's vice captain were always in favor of Boss Lan. If they still didn't know that Zhang Jingyan had already formed a partnership with their boss, then they wouldn't be fit to become the Lingtian battle clan strategists. Seeing the situation, Xiao Ting felt uneasy. He knew that his chance at the role of commander was completely shattered. The silence and the giving in from before were caused by Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's double-teaming in the conversation, causing him to temporarily give in. Another reason was that he had wanted to see whether Ling Lan would be able to control this group. Xiao Ting had intended on showing his hand once he found out that Ling Lan could not control these unruly individuals from the different teams, at which moment he would have become a prime candidate for commander. Unfortunately, the final result made him truly helpless. The means which Ling Lan used were more forceful and decisive than he thought. Faced with Han Yu's questioning, she didn't choose to just let it go but instead chose to toss him away and make him obey. With that, not only did she hold down Han Yu's fury, but at the same time, she also frightened the rest of the team leaders and members. No one dared to make any more comments about Ling Lan's choices, making it so her orders would be obeyed without question. It really was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that everyone was finally seeing her as the commander, Ling Lan closed the discussion. She let all the team leaders go to the weapons warehouse to choose the weapons needed for their own respective teams. She handed her nameplate to Lin Zhongqing. After the other team leaders finished picking out their weapons, she would then tell Lin Zhongqing to use her own nameplate to confirm. Ling Lan was the first men's military academy's real team leader. When they registered, they used her nameplate to acquire the proof and the 50 million credits. Just when Xiao Ting stood up and was about leave, Ling Lan suddenly turned around and said to him, "Captain Xiao, please stay." Xiao Ting slowed down and then blankly seated himself again, waiting for what Ling Lan was going to say. Ling Lan didn't say anything, but instead, she asked Han Jijian to take out a piece of paper and a pen and began to draw on the paper. After around 3 minutes, Ling Lan then raised her head and said to Xiao Ting, "Captain Xiao, can you come over and check this for me?" Xiao Ting was confused. He walked forward and found out that Ling Lan had drawn the data which had been displayed on the large screen for only 1 minute at the drawing ceremony. Ling Lan had drawn about 70% of the map. Some of the parts, he hadn't even noticed. He hadn't thought that Ling Lan remembered it all. "Help me add on to it," Ling Lan said, passing him the pen in her hand. Xiao Ting raised his head and asked in confusion, "Why would you want me to add to it?" Ling Lan's gaze met Xiao Ting's and she replied with a question, "Then Captain Xiao, you didn't memorize the map?" Xiao Ting became silent once again. He hadn't thought that his actions had been transparent to Ling Lan, which gave him the feeling that he was restrained by Ling Lan. Xiao Ting took a deep breath and let out the small hint of defeat in his heart. He took the pen and wrote down the places that he remembered that didn't overlap that in which Ling Lan had memorized. Just like that, the entire map was around 80% complete. Seeing Xiao Ting put down the pen, Ling Lan nodded, saying, "Although the map isn't finished, it is still enough for us to use." Xiao Ting almost spat out blood. This was considered to be unfinished. If Ling Lan didn't remember 70% by herself and with the 10% that didn't overlap with Ling Lan's memory from the 30% that he remembered, they wouldn't have been able to finish almost up to 80% of the map. He believed other than their first men's military academy, the other academies most definitely did not have a map that was almost complete. Ling didn't pay attention to Xiao Ting's depressed look. She turned her head towards Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian and instructed, "Make 10 copies of this map on the double. I have uses for them." "Yes, Captain." Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng immediately nodded in response. Because of Ling Lan's change in role, the two of them set aside the casual way they addressed other normally and switched to the battalion standard form of address. Ling Lan's eyes showed a tint of happiness. Han Jijian and Leopard really had situational awareness, they knew what was the best thing to do was. After taking up the role of commander for the first men's military academy, the old bandit-esque title of boss was no longer suitable. On the side, Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian were busy making maps, while on the other hand, Xiao Ting left with his team members. He needed to make sure to choose a good 8 million worth of weapons. This was going to affect their battalion's battle strength, thus Xiao Ting couldn't be careless about it. Very quickly, those in the meeting room had all left, leaving only those from Ling Lan's battalion. Seeing that there were no outsiders left, Chang Xinyuan immediately loosened the tension in his body, letting out the air he had been holding inside and flopping onto the chair. Man, he had been suffocating to death. Li Lanfeng was still drawing the maps when sensed Chang Xinyuan begin to move, which made him think of something. He stopped drawing, turned his head and asked, "Chang Xinyuan, about those things, how many did you make?" 10, what? Is there a problem? Chang Xinyuan asked in confusion. Weren't they just destroyed? Why was Li Lanfeng making a big deal out of it? That's not right. I heard 12 exploding sounds. Li Lanfeng said, his expression frozen in place. He turned towards Han Jijian who was beside him and smiled coldly, saying, "Looks like there really were other academies making a move on us. If I find out who they are, I will use them to warm up in the battle royale," he said with killing intent. "If my guess is correct, one of them should be the co-ed military academy," responded Ling Lan who was sitting on the chairman's seat, lazily holding up her cheek. Li Lanfeng said with surprise, "Rabbit? How do you know?" Ling Lan shot a cold glance towards Li Lanfeng. Didn't this guy know that she didn't really like the nickname Rabbit? When she saw Li Lanfeng's eyes show a hint of happiness and joyfulness, she was surprised and suddenly thought it was pretty funny. She didn't think that wise and composed Leopard would have such a childish side to him. Calling her Rabbit just to prove their relationship was different from others. Yeah, no matter what, she was still someone who cared deeply for her friends. If her friends liked it, then she will just let it slide. She won't lose anything just from someone calling her Rabbit, thought Ling Lan. Han Jijian, however, seemed to have thought of something. He frowned, his gaze stiff. Perhaps Luo Chao's lot couldn't keep their mouths shut. Han Jijian still remembered that during the celebration for winning the team battle, Boss Lan had reminded them of the time and place of today's meeting. At that time, Luo Chao and Han Shuya were both present and they had also heard that information. Yes. Han Shuya has too careless a personality and might not have cared about this. However, that intelligent Luo Chao would definitely have done her best to fulfill her duty and bring that information back with her. Ling Lan was not surprised. She gave an ambiguous smile and said, "If the co-ed military academy didn't make any moves, then I would have been disappointed." Ling Lan's words put Han Jijian at a loss. What did Boss Lan mean? Did Luo Chao betray them? But there was no hint of anger in Boss Lan's words. What was going on? When it came to his friends, Han Jijian's brain always seemed to become as if clogged and slower to react. On the other hand, Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up and he said, "Rabbit, you're saying Luo Chao understood what you meant and you deliberately handed them the information of the meeting for them to hear?" Ling Lan nodded and said, "Yeah. Although little Luo Chao is very shy, in terms of brains, she is not worse than Jijian. There was a hint of pride in the way Ling Lan spoke. Who said we girls aren't as good as guys? Little Luo Chao. Such an intimate way of calling her. And there was also that a prideful tone. No matter which angle one viewed it from, it seemed like he was showing off. Li Lanfeng remembered that Ling Lan had voluntarily gone clothes shopping with Luo Chao before. Ling Lan, are you really just going to avoid Han Shuya? He had even chosen clothes for her. A boy that was willing to do this for a girl. Other than boyfriend and girlfriend, what other kinds of relationship could it be? After thinking about this, Li Lanfeng thought to himself, Rabbit is this young and already has a girlfriend. Then how does he expect us 20-year-olds to live? Okay, Li Lanfeng was a bit envious. He thought, does Rabbit not know that he needs to be respectful to his elders? Seniors should have girlfriends before the juniors. That's the right way. Han Jijian didn't know of Li Lanfeng's thoughts, but because of Li Lanfeng's reminder, he quickly understood. Eyes lighting up, he smiled with a hint of happiness and said, Boss, were you planning on striking a partnership with the first co-ed military academy? I'm not the one who wanted to, but them instead. Ling Lan replied plainly. Regardless of whether they formed a partnership, the final result for the first men's military academy wouldn't change. The only reason why she was willing to give the first co-ed military academy this chance was because it was Luo Chao and Han Xia's academy. Ling Lan didn't mind giving them a hand. Of course, they needed to be honestly willing to form a partnership. If the other side wanted to use them, Ling Lan wouldn't be so nice even if Luo Chao and Han Xia were with them. Han Jijian wanted to keep asking questions, but Ling Lan suddenly raised her head towards the door of the meeting room. She gestured, do not enter, with her hands and softly said, speak of the devil. Han Jijian's expression changed upright and returned to his serious expression. Li Lanfeng quickly put away the maps that he and Han Jijian were drawing. After cleaning up, they saw at the entrance that a small head had peeped in. Seeing how Ling Lan and the others were all there, she immediately showed signs of joy on her face, a timid smile quietly forming on it. She was none other than Luo Chao. If they're the guests are here, why don't they just come in? Ling Lan said indifferently. Congratulations Captain Ling on defeating the rest to become the first men's military academy's commander. Immediately, a candid laugh erupted outside the door. Luo Chao then made way and a tall figure appeared at the entrance which slowly walked into the meeting room. It was none other than the first co-ed military academy's team leader, Lin Xiao. If there were no issues, Lin Xiao would be the commander of this year's battle royal for their military academy. You're satisfied with what you heard and saw, right? Ling Lan raised her brow indifferently, instantly exposing what they had done. Lin Xiao's laughter was suddenly brought to a halt, and he was now feeling slightly awkward. He hadn't expected that this second-year student, a junior called Boss Lan by Luo Chao's lot, wouldn't leave him with any dignity. He thought about the scene he saw earlier. Seeing as how even Xiao Ting, who was the first military academy's top student, was treated in such a harsh manner, then it wasn't a surprise that he would treat him the same. He laughed weakly in his mind. It looked like the negotiations with the other party wasn't going to be that easy. Lin Xiao was, of course, a remarkable person, being able to become the commander of the first co-ed military academy. He kept a straight face and replied, well, that was because Captain Ling wanted us to listen. Ling Lan didn't say anything, but merely glanced coldly towards Lin Xiao, and the two of them silently looked at each other for 2 to 3 minutes. In the end, it was Lin Xiao who gave in, the reason being that Ling Lan's calm and collected expression showed that she didn't care what they came to do. In other words, it meant that in terms of needing a partnership, the first co-ed military academy was more urgent. Since their side needed something from the other party, Lin Xiao could only give in. He really is a difficult person to deal with. No wonder he managed to hold down the academy's top student Xiao Ting and become the commander of the first men's military academy. Lin Xiao thought to himself with admiration. He had lost this round. He had fallen straight into the other side's hands from the moment he walked in here. No, perhaps he had already fallen into this trap after Luo Chao gave him that information last night. Unfortunately, even if he knew he was walking into a trap, he would still come by on his own accord in order to beat the second and third men's military academy. This time I came here to talk to Captain Ling about forming a collaboration. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He turned around towards Luo Chao who had followed him inside, smiled and said gratefully, "Of course, I have to thank my junior Luo Chao for creating this connection between us." Lin Xiao's words instantly made Luo Chao blush. She shook her hands and said, "Senior Lin, don't thank me. I was just following my boss's orders." After saying that, Luo Chao looked at Ling Lan, her eyes filled with a hint of affection. This look of hers made Ling Lan feel very helpless. Who said Luo Chao was a scaredy cat? Ling Lan was already behaving very coldly, but Luo Chao still managed to like her and not be scared off. Luo Chao's glance caused Lin Xiao's smile to dull somewhat. When he looked at Ling Lan again, the sincerity in his eyes had lessened and had a faint hostility to it. Ling Lan frowned upon seeing this situation. It seemed that Lin Xiao had some feelings for Luo Chao. The way Ling Lan looked at Lin Xiao suddenly became more serious, almost as though she were scrutinizing him. Upon finding out that there was some other guy coveting her little sister, Ling Lan instantly turned into a beast protecting her young. She really did think that Luo Chao was too young. She shouldn't just be deceived by men like that. This Lin Xiao actually used his status as senior to get close to Luo Chao, how shameless. Ling Lan was inclined to start a fight and teach Lin Xiao a lesson, letting him know that Ling Lan's little sisters were not so easily coveted. Ling Lan's expression was growing increasingly vicious and her aura was also seeping out. Being at the center of the pressure, Lin Xiao instantly felt a strong, shapeless force striking at him without any remorse. In order to protect himself, Lin Xiao's aura also erupted and fought against the force as if his life depended on it. The more he fought, the more he felt that his opponent had unfathomable power, causing countless droplets of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He realized at that moment why Qiao Ting had chosen to give in. This Ling Lan, his physical abilities were too strong. Seeing how Lin Xiao could no longer hold on, Ling Lan withdrew her aura. Right then, Lin Xiao had a face full of sweat. Luo Chao saw this and quickly gave him a tissue, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. Senior Lin was too stubborn, he was just looking for trouble when he decided to clash with Boss Lan's aura. Lin Xiao suddenly blushed after seeing Luo Chao's eyes show a hint of pity. It was no wonder that no matter how well he behaved and performed, Luo Chao would not bat an eye. If she had someone beside her that was this talented, she probably wouldn't even give others a second look. He felt somewhat at a loss. To him, Luo Chao was really cute. He was infatuated with her, whether it was her timid smile or her warm voice. It was unfortunate that someone like her wouldn't be his. He looked again towards the cold expressionless face of Ling Lan. Lin Xiao sighed internally. With someone this strong, Lin Xiao didn't believe that he had hopes of winning her over. Although it was a bit of a waste, Lin Xiao was someone who could move on. If there was no chance, then he would just put his feelings down and never think of them again. He changed his stance and spoke to Ling Lan again. "I came here this time to talk with Captain Ling about a partnership." The war on love could wait, as right now he had come here to talk about their military academy's future for this year. He couldn't make any mistakes here. Seeing his expression become clear, Ling Lan felt some admiration towards Lin Xiao at that moment. Her impression of him improved as well, so she decided to no longer make it hard for Lin Xiao and said, "Partnership. Sure. However, whether we can or cannot collaborate is based on how sincere you guys are." It was with apparent confidence that Lin Xiao took out a paper-like object from his pocket and handed it to Ling Lan. Ling Lan opened it, her lip raised, and then she shook her head at Lin Xiao, indicating that this was not enough. "This is only part of it. If you agree to the partnership, we will give you the other ones as well," said Lin Xiao. At that, Ling Lan turned towards Li Lanfeng and signaled him to come over. Li Lanfeng joyfully hopped beside Ling Lan, who then asked Li Lanfeng to bring his ear down. She then softly instructed Li Lanfeng with a few words, at which Li Lanfeng nodded to show that he understood. Upon receiving Ling Lan's orders, Li Lanfeng quickly took out a piece of paper and sat on the side of the table in the meeting room. He drew up a part of the map that they had drawn earlier. After Ling Xiao saw this, his expression changed slightly, the reason being that the map Li Lanfeng had drawn was the same as the one that he had shown Ling Lan. Moreover, Li Lanfeng had drawn 5 or 6 more districts than they had. This meant that this portion of the map that he had brought, Ling Lan's group had as well. That was why Ling Lan had shaken her head, indicating that it wasn't enough. Indeed, the things that other people have could originally be worth a lot, but now it was worth nothing at all. Ling Xiao bit his lip and took out 3 pieces of paper and passed them to Ling Lan. This was already 70% of the amount that they had been able to memorize and jot down, while their entire map was only around 45%. If his deputy wasn't a genius at memorization, there would have been no way for them to memorize this much. He hoped that these 3 pieces of paper would satisfy Ling Lan, or else they would be in a rough spot. Ling Lan opened it and took a look. The first 2 pieces made her frown, making Ling Xiao's heart drop to the ground. When she looked at the 3rd piece, however, Ling Lan became silent, making Ling Xiao jolt up. Just when he thought that something was going to happen, Ling Lan shook her head to indicate that it was still not enough. Ling Xiao's expression shifted and anger reared inside him for a second. Ling Lan was too insatiable, he did not believe that all 3 maps had no use to him. Ling Lan saw the dissatisfied look on Ling Xiao's face. She didn't say any more, turning her head and ordering Li Lanfeng, draw the C area and D area maps for Captain Lin. Li Lanfeng quickly drew out both the C area and D area maps. The 2 maps Ling Xiao had given them were lacking and the markings they had made were unclear. However, the one Li Lanfeng had drawn was complete, which meant that Ling Lan could confirm that they already had these 2 maps and they were more complete than Ling Xiao's. Now that Ling Lan asked him to draw it out, it was instead favorable for Ling Xiao's side. Inside here, there is only this T area map which we are missing 50% of. Ling Lan moved the 3 pieces of paper in her hands and acknowledged the fact that there was information that was useful to them. However, this map only counts as half of a kind gesture. If you want to form a partnership with us, just half is not enough. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He looked at Ling Lan, wanting to determine whether what she said was true or not, while Ling Lan looked at him earnestly. In reality, if she really wanted a fully completed map, she didn't even really need to bargain with them, she would only need to ask Little Four for it. Even for that T-area map, Lin Xiao's group had only drawn a portion of it and some parts were missing, but it was just that she and Xiao Ting remembered the least about the map of the T-area, which was why she accepted their kind gesture. We shouldn't be bargaining and haggling now. I know you have some maps in your possession. You can't possibly take them all out. Is it 1, 2, or 3? Ling Lan paid attention to Lin Xiao's expression as she was speaking. When she said 2, Lin Xiao's eyebrows twitched a bit. She then knew that the maps that their rival had were around 60%. Although this amount of information could not compare to theirs, it was still very surprising. It was likely that the co-ed military academy had an individual who was proficient at memorization, or else there would have been no way for them to memorize this much. If I take all of it out, will Captain Ling agree to the alliance? Lin Xiao was not tempted by Ling Lan's words. He didn't want to show all of his cards and receive nothing in return in the end. Of course, our common enemy is the Second Men's Military Academy. Yes, the Third Men's Military Academy, too. Ling Lan pointedly looked at Luo Chao who was standing on the side. Lin Xiao laughed weakly. Even if he knew he didn't have a chance with Luo Chao, being her senior, he had to help her get rid of the foul taste in her mouth and let Jiang Xiaoyu know that the first co-ed military academy was not to be messed with. I hope Captain Ling will not go back on your word. Also, the Second Men's Military Academy is our opponent. Lin Xiao said without hesitation, shooting a glance at Luo Chao. This was the last thing that he could do for Luo Chao, so he had to finish it in order to hold a memorial for the feelings he was going to lose. Done. Ling Lan sprang to her feet suddenly, her face completely serious and her hand raised. May our partnership prosper. Ling Xiao also raised his hand, gave Ling Lan a high five, and thus a promised partnership that would go down in history books was formed. In the outer space of planet Qiming, a fleet of large starships was slowly moving. The fleet was mainly composed of cargo ships. Of course, there were also escort ships and destroyers on the surrounding them. The cargo ships were not holding army personnel or army supplies, but all the military academy participants of the Mecha Battle Royale instead. Ling Lan and the others from the First Men's Military Academy were amongst those people. Of course, a single cargo ship didn't house only one military academy, there were at least 20 military academy teams within one. In the cargo ship that Ling Lan and were in, there were 4 military academies squeezed together. This also made the atmosphere in the cargo hold very tense. 4 academies, each holding a corner, all taking precautions against each other. All the members of the First Men's Military Academy were in a sharp battle formation. Taking point was Xiao Ting's 24-man battle team with mecha that all had the same color, looking at the other 3 military academies menacingly. This was also the biggest reason why the atmosphere in the cargo hold was so tense. Behind Xiao Ting's battle team, there were special class mechas which protected both flanks that had Han Yu leading the Wuji battle team and Mu Xiaoyu leading the Tianji battle team with one on either side. In the middle of this protective zone between these 3 teams were 10 cargo mecha holding all the different types of supplies that belonged to them, as they didn't have any large weapons. Additionally, they had already distributed a large portion of the supplies and weapons before boarding the ship. Using 10 of the cargo mecha for the rest of the supplies was more than enough. Even more so, after Chang Xinyuan and the other genius mecha engineers had altered the transport mechas, the weight they could hold was increased to more than twice the original amount, thus, these 10 transport mechas were not only just transports used for logistics, but also weaponized mechas that had firepower. This made it so that the participants of the First Men's Military Academy did not waste a single mecha operator in terms of logistics, they really managed to make it so the whole clan could all fight together. Furthermore, Ling Lan had taken the rest of the clan members to the back line. At a glance, it could be seen that other than a few advanced mechas mixed in, the rest were all special class mechas. Having this much power, the other 3 military academies that only had advanced mechas became fearful of them. And it was in this tense atmosphere that Ling Lan's little team was video chatting in a relaxed manner. Actually, I still haven't figured it out. Aren't they just taking us to where the large map was? Why would they need such a large fleet? Asked Chang Xinyuan. He was finally able to ask the question that he was puzzled by. Obviously, transportation within the planet's surface would be faster than traveling through space. The cost was also lower. Why would the host choose such a difficult way over an easy one? Who knows, maybe they want us to know what it's like to be in a real cargo starship, Luo Lang guessed without a care in the world. It can't be that simple. Han Jijian didn't think that was the case. When we knew that we were to board a starship, I was already thinking about why the host party had done this. Then did you find out anything? Qi Long asked curiously. He had always trusted Han Jijian regarding these kinds of matters that tested one's intelligence. Han Jijian shook his head regrettably. I don't know, or rather, I can't make out a reliable answer. Han Jijian still thought there was something to this arrangement, but it was as if there was a haze covering the answer, making him unable to see it clearly. He didn't want to give up and so asked Li Lanfeng, Senior Feng, what are your thoughts about it? Li Lanfeng frowned. He sighed and said, actually, I've also been thinking about this issue. What issue? Asked Han Jijian, unusually anxious as his eyes lit up. Strategists were all like this. Once they realized a problem was not as simple as it looked, the feeling of being unable to figure it out would make them feel terrible, leading to poor appetite and sleep. They had to fully figure out the problem in order for this to stop, which was why Han Jijian instantly became excited upon hearing that Li Lanfeng had possibly made a breakthrough. Li Lanfeng's gaze turned towards Ling Lan, who had been silent this whole time, and said softly, "The order that Boss Lan gave earlier when we were boarding the starship, you guys haven't forgotten it yet, right?" At Li Lanfeng's words, everyone recalled the scene of the time when they were boarding the ship. At the dock, when the First Men's Military Academy came to board the ship, they saw a massively large cargo ship. Everyone could not control themselves and scream, "Wow! This is our Federation's large cargo starship, huh? It really is magnificent. Just think how many people can live in there." According to data, just the number of reserve army personnel in a large cargo ship reaches 10,000s. Adding the other types of soldiers, the total wouldn't be less than 100,000 people, explained someone who was familiar with starship data to the others. Just when everyone was shocked by the size of the starship, they heard Ling Lan's cold voice from the team communication channel. "New orders, all teams, immediately acquire your weapons and supplies from the logistics personnel. Location, XX.XX. Do not be late." After this order was issued, those who were still in conversation instantly began to get busy. All of them ran towards the location Ling Lan had given them and found the logistics team, led by Lin Zhongqing, to get their supplies. They had originally decided to distribute the supplies when they arrived at their destination, but now it was suddenly decided to do so early. Although many of them didn't understand why, getting their share of the supplies, energy storage units, food, weapons, etc., early still made them happy. Of course, the reason why they had to wait for them to distribute the weapons and supplies was that the 50 million credits worth of weapons and supplies would be sent to them in the docking area when they boarded the ship, given to all the academies at that time, thus, early distribution would be impossible. Ling Lan's sudden order made the members of First Men's Military Academy who were at the dock turn upside and busier like ever before, and this made passers-by look down on them. Who knew that the students of the First Men's Military Academy would not care about their dignity just to grab weapons and supplies, loudly going about distributing supplies at the boarding dock? This kind of behavior was indeed a shameful display. Right then, Qiu, who was the commander-in-chief responsible for the transportation this time, was sitting beside the window sipping a cup of tea while looking down at all that was happening on the boarding docks. In front of him, on the commander's seat that was supposed to be his, was a man of incomparable handsomeness, sitting there casually. Why is the 7th boarding dock so busy? Did something happen? As the commander-in-chief responsible for the transport fleet, he would be wholly responsible if any mishaps occurred during the transport mission. The handsome man in front of him heard this and lifted his brows, pointed directly at the starship's AI, and in response the AI said, "Commander-in-Chief Qiu, please state your command." The handsome man looked at Qiu silently while holding in a smile. Qiu walked up to the AI and said, "I want an image on the number 7 boarding dock. I want to know what happened there." "Yes." Following that, a large screen quickly appeared on the virtual screen of the AI. The image of 7th boarding area appeared clearly before the two of them. Qiu saw a mecha clan that appeared as though they were in a messy fight, but in reality they were systematically distributing weapons and supplies. Randomly tapping on one of the mecha, enhancing and zooming in, he could see the emblem of the military academy on its chest. He said in surprise, "It's the First Men's Military Academy?" He turned around to the handsome man, his face showing a faint smile. "Ling Xiao, these are our juniors. Who knew that they would distribute the supplies and weapons right at the start? Do you think they've figured something out?" Ling Xiao picked up the teacup beside him. After taking a sip, he then said ambiguously, "Maybe they have, or maybe they haven't." "You're saying this is luck? Then their luck is pretty good. If they had waited until arriving at their destination to distribute supplies then, Qiu's smile was clearly filled with schadenfreude. He suddenly thought about the reason Ling Xiao mentioned just now as to why he had come to the tournament. Now understanding, he asked, "Isn't your son only 17 years old? How did he get a chance to participate in the Grand Mecha tournament?" Even Ling Xiao could only participate when he was in his 3rd year. Ling Xiao held his own forehead gently with his right hand. A smile showing on his face, he said without reservation, yeah, second year and already advanced to special class operator. Not only that, he is also this year's commander for the Battle Royale. Regarding Ling Lan's advancement to ace operator, Ling Xiao still didn't really want to have too many people know. Holy sh*T, a second year can become a commander. I remember that the first men's military academy sent an ace operator, right? Your son was able to pressure someone like that and get the role of commander. He's even more overpowering than you. Ling Xiao, you've got someone that can take over for you. Qiu Yu's eyes were green with envy. He continued in a depressed tone, I didn't think that out of all of us, the first to have a son would be you. I always thought that you would be the last one to get married and have a family. At that time, pretty much all the girls liked you. We all thought you had trouble choosing one. That was part of Ling Xiao's era. In that year's mecha tournament, Ling Xiao led the first men's military academy like they were invincible and pretty much got all of the first place rankings in the tournament. In the end, their score was so high it was terrifying, making a record that pretty much no one could beat. Too bad that was the last of the first men's military academy's glory days. After Ling Xiao left the academy, they were pressured by the second men's military academy for 3 consecutive years, becoming the perpetual second place. This made those who came out from the first men's military academy to reminisce even more of the glory during Ling Xiao's time. What do you mean trouble choosing? I was innocent, all right. Ling Xiao glanced at his good friend, warning him not to speak so carelessly. His wife had come onto the starship with him, he would be troubled if she had a misunderstanding. All right, I know you're afraid of your wife. I won't say it then. Xiao Yu put his hands up in surrender, showing that he understood. See, this was what it meant by heroes having short tempers and always thinking about relationships. So what if Ling Xiao was well known? He still had to hide his tail and listen when went home. Truth be told, Ling Xiao's tragedy was also why these old friends of his were afraid of taking someone as their wife. They were afraid of becoming the next Ling Xiao. This is called sentiments, understand? You bunch of single people definitely won't be able to understand the joy from within, Ling Xiao said, his tone disdainful. Those who didn't walk the same path couldn't share in the experience. The feelings between him and Lan Luofeng could not be understood by these players who had never experienced true love. Okay, little Moon, I have to go back and see my wife. Ling Xiao stood up and put on the military cap beside him. Don't call me little Moon. Qiu Yu yelled furiously. It had been so many years, since Ling Xiao's death, that he had heard that name he hated to the bone. Hearing it again now made him feel the anger he felt from before, making him lose the demeanor of a commander, instantly losing control of himself. In the advisor room beside them, He Shuyang and the starship advisor were drinking tea and conversing. Suddenly, he raised his head like a fox and asked, did you hear anything just now? No. That was definitely not their commander's voice. The advisor denied it without hesitation. Oh, I guess I heard wrong then. He Shuyang laughed. Little Moon. Starship Commander Qiu Yu. His face held the a trace of smile. He didn't expect that Major General Qiu Yu to have this kind of nickname. Their general was really too evil. Just like before, you explode when called by that name. Ling Xiao laughed with nostalgia. If you say it again, you're no longer my friend. Qiu Yu yelled angrily. Alright, since you've already said so much, I'm not going to say it anymore, Ling Xiao shrugged indifferently and said. He fixed his military cap and got ready to leave. What the F***, you're leaving already? Then why did I ask you to come here? Qiu Yu's face was full of irritation. After finding him, he had only talked to him for a few seconds and yet he was getting ready to back to his wife. Really? Hoes before bros. Ling Xiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. He hesitated before saying, I know you're responsible for the transport. That's why I came to see you. I also wanted to ask whether you'd like to come to the 23rd Division. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu was so excited he almost spilled the tea in his hand. He suddenly walked up to Ling Xiao in one stride and punched his shoulder with great force. His eyes filled with tears, he said, "Man, I was already waiting for your invitation when you established the 23rd Division. I waited 1 year without anything happening. I thought you had already forgotten old friends like me. How could that be? It's only been 17 years and people change. Many of my friends were all holding high positions of authority, which made me cautious. They would not have wanted to start from scratch with me again." Ling Xiao could not care about this. This was also why he had thought over this matter for over a year before making the decision to look for them again. Ling Xiao's words made Qiu Yu's smile disappear. Like the former, he felt that between the two of them, many people had changed. He could only sigh internally. 17 years, enough to change some people and some things. How many people still remembered the promises they once made in their youth? Stop sighing. I was already satisfied when you were willing to come. Wait for my orders for the transfer. Ling Xiao couldn't sense Qiu Yu's feelings of loss, smiling as he walked out of the control room. He suddenly thought of something, turned his head to Qiu Yu and said, "Oh yeah, about my son. Please take care of him during all this. Don't worry." Qiu Yu waved his hand at Ling Xiao to let him not worry. After Ling Xiao left, he smiled devilishly, "Oh, I will take very good care of him. Yes, find a difficult spot to throw them off. Distributing the weapons and supplies to each member ahead of time. I believe Boss Lan figured out something," Li Lanfeng said without hesitation. Everyone looked at Ling Lan, waiting for her response. Ling Lan didn't answer but instead turned to Li Lanfeng and said, "You should explain why I distributed the supplies and weapons right at the beginning. I think you should have an answer already. I can only think of one possibility, which is that this trip isn't as simple as it looks. Maybe there will be sudden changes in the middle of things." Li Lanfeng said what he had thought. Then when we boarded the ship, the test of the battle royale had already begun. Having experienced the military academy's assessment, Han Jijian's eyes lit up as he thought of this possibility. Ling Lan nodded and said, "Jijian is right. I speculate that the battle royale had already begun when we were drawing for base locations. I can't think of any reason why the host would let them get their location safely. If the battle royale was only about defending and attacking base camps, then it wouldn't be a super battle that takes up half of the points of the mecha tournament." Ling Lan's words caused a thought to flash across the minds of Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian. They exclaimed at the same time, "It's strategy." With a face full of excitement, Han Jijian said, "Right now, what's being tested is our level of strategy, to see if we are able to see what they have planned. The 50 million credits at the beginning was also testing your overall amount, planning, and strength of the logistics, and even mechanics were calculated into it. No wonder it's a battle royale. It practically includes the aspects of all the military academy's majors. This also tests starship navigation. Is this fleet really going to fly along planet Qiming? I don't think that's the case." Ling Lan spoke out the result that she and Little Four had speculated. This made the team's members' eyes all light up brightly. "Jijian, because your talents do not lie in being a navigator. When you enter the transport hold and your line of sight is obstructed while not having radars to help you, there will be no way for you to know the direction in which the fleet is flying. But I'm sure that Luo Qiao definitely discovered this issue. I just hope that she can let Lin Xiao know in a timely manner so they won't suffer any losses due to being unprepared." Ling Lan naturally hoped that the first co-ed military academy would be as strong as they could be since they were allies. While Ling Lan was making guesses, on the first co-ed military academy's side, Luo Qiao felt that there was a problem with the trajectory the starship was flying towards. They seemed to have left planet Qiming and arrived at an unknown location. In the books that she had studied, this unknown location didn't even exist. Luo Qiao quickly reported this issue to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was very trusting of Luo Qiao. He made everyone line up and began to distribute weapons and supplies within the cargo hold. Seeing this, the other 3 academies cleverly began to distribute weapons and supplies just like the first co-ed military academy. However, some of the special weapons they put together and didn't distribute. Just like that, they flew for a bit more than an hour. While all the cadets were still unaware, the starship fleet originally flying together had split up and flew towards different parts of the mysterious planet. Beep, beep, beep. After another 20 minutes passed, the alarm in Ling Lan's supply cargo bay blared suddenly. They heard the person in charge of this supply cargo bay, the JMC, suddenly scream out, "Third cargo bay, please be advised. Third cargo bay, please be advised. We are under attack. We are under attack. Please make an emergency drop in 3 minutes. Please make an emergency drop in 3 minutes." This announcement shocked everybody, and even Xiao Ting felt cold sweat for a moment. After JMC's announcement, the cargo bay door that was sealed shut suddenly opened. Due to the sudden opening of the cargo bay door, those who were close to it were sucked out and began to quickly drop downwards toward the ground. "Little 4, give a me sit rep." Ling Lan ordered Little 4 without panicking. "We've arrived at an unknown planet." Following Little 4's voice, a pitch-black planet appeared inside Ling Lan's mindscape. As the image drew nearer and she dove into the atmosphere, Ling Lan discovered that the planet was fully enveloped in darkness. She couldn't see anything even with her aberrant vision. How could this have happened? The expression of Ling Lan, who had been so calm, shifted at this moment. The planet below has no sources of light, or rather, its atmosphere has blocked off any light from entering, which is the cause of this planet's complete pitch-black state, Little 4 added. "I'm not sure if our lighting equipment will be enough," Ling said to Lin Zhongqing as she looked at this dark and lightless planet. "Every mecha operator can equip 2, leaving 80 left," Lin Zhongqing answered instantly like a human calculator. 2 each is a bit too few." Ling Lan frowned. She hadn't expected that the lighting equipment she had prepared for 2 nights would not be enough as they had arrived on a planet that was totally enveloped in darkness. "Boss, don't worry, there's still daytime on this planet," said Little 4 after feeling Ling Lan's worry. "But it's just that daytime is shorter than nighttime." "Specifically?" Ling Lan asked sharply. "Daytime lasts only for 8 hours, while nighttime continues for 16 hours. The night's 2F******** ing long. The lack of light is still quite significant." Ling Lan frowned. She had miscalculated on this part. Right then, the starship's JMC began to count down the last 3 minutes. When he counted to 0 and they still hadn't left the cargo bay, the door would close and those who didn't go down would instantly lose their chance to participate. 180, 179, 178. Faced with pitch darkness, the cadets who couldn't make heads or tails of the situation at the bottom began to hesitate as to whether they should listen to the JMC's orders. There were even many people yelling that they needed to work together and not jump in head first. If there was danger at the bottom and they couldn't see it, then wouldn't they be as good as dead? These words made many people waver. Just when no one could decide on what to do, Ling Lan opened the communication channel for all teams and gave her second order: all units move out. She knew that all humans felt fear and thus she controlled her mecha to walk up to the cargo door first. She looked down at the rich darkness that was like a terrifying beast that could swallow everything up. Ling Lan encouraged herself a bit before quickly catapulting her mecha out and rapidly descending upon the planet's surface. Little 4, analyze all of this planet's data. In this situation where everything was unknown, Ling Lan decisively chose Little 4 to analyze it instead of the mecha's AI. Unlike the latter, she trusted Little 4 more. Light source, 0, air composition, 67% carbon dioxide, 30% oxygen, 3% other, wind speed, level 7, gravitational pull. A string of data quickly flashed onto the mecha's data screen. Ling Lan sent this data directly to all the team members of the 1st Men's Military Academy. She hoped that this way, those who jumped with her wouldn't have problems because they got the wrong data and operated incorrectly. After Ling Lan ejected, Qi Long and Luo Lang followed suit and catapulted out of the cargo hold. 3 mechas plummeted rapidly and were instantly swallowed by the darkness from below. None of them had realized that the starship had already entered this planet's atmosphere. Holy sh*T, what is this gravity? The speed of the drop was so much faster than what it would be in normal planets. Qi Long and Luo Lang became shocked upon seeing the increasing velocity of the drop the computer screen was displaying. Right then, their mechas received a bunch of this planet's data from Ling Lan. They didn't even give it any thought and began moving their fingers and changed the mecha's data in order to adapt to this unknown planet. Xiao Ting's expression changed instantly after seeing that Ling Lan was the first to leave the cargo hold. He hadn't been as decisive as Ling Lan in that moment, he had hesitated. This gave him the feeling that he had lost Ling Lan in some way. Let's go. Xiao Ting clenched his fists and ordered his team members. He had lost to Ling Lan once, but he couldn't lose a second time, a third, or even more. Xiao Ting quickly commandeered his 24-member battalion and catapulted out of the cargo hold in a matter of seconds. If Ling Lan's actions were surprising, then Xiao Ting's actions had shocked everyone. Right then, the JMC announced again, those who do not jump within the 3-minute limit will be eliminated from the battle royale. As a reminder, the cargo door will close in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The other 3 military academies heard this and became hurried, knowing that they didn't have any time to waste. Their commanders announced at that moment to make all the supplies up for grabs so that the team members could what they needed before jumping down. How much they would be able to take before the cargo door closed would depend on how fast they are. Compared to the complete disarray of the other 3 military academies, because they had already taken the supplies they needed, the first men's military academy began to jump down one by one systematically. In 1 minute, many had already jumped. Lin Zhongqing, who was originally conversing with the clan, gave a sign to the other team members who hadn't jumped yet that only they understood. He then led the transport mecha logistics team and began their descent. Beep beep beep. Beginning countdown to closing the cargo door. 199, right then, the JMC made another announcement and began to remind them that the cargo doors would be closing soon. Those members who have their supplies need to jump. Let the other team members in the back get their supplies, the respective commanders began giving orders. Although they tried to do their job as well as they could, the whole situation was still in utter chaos. Some people wanted to squeeze in to get their stuff, while others were trying to squeeze out. In that moment, they somehow managed to block each other's paths. 73, 72, 71, the countdown continued to decrease. The commanders were burning with anxiety, but didn't know how to resolve the issue. Captain, we can only let them eject out first. For the weapons and supplies, we can only let the transport mecha logistics team bring as much as they can, said the strategist hurriedly, after seeing how the situation was out of control. Those who could become commanders were all outstanding individuals, and this captain saw it as well. It would have been a good thing if the members of the teams had enough time and could take supplies with them, however, completing the distribution process in a time crunch was definitely impossible. He thus decisively gave an order and said, "All members, stop getting supplies and eject now." This command instantly gave everyone a direction to follow. Those who were on the outside were no longer trying to squeeze into the back. They turned around and ran towards the cargo door, quickly ejecting. 17, 16, 15, the countdown was getting closer and close to the end. At that moment, all of the military academies had ejected 70 to 80% of their forces, only leaving behind some logistics transport mechas. The transport mecha didn't even stop to think and randomly grabbed a few unopened large boxes and threw them onto their backs, quickly ejecting. 7, 6, 5, 4. When the last logistics transport mecha had ejected, the operator of the mecha thought he saw something on the corner of the screen in his mecha. It felt like something was moving. But in the next second, the downward acceleration made him toss that thought into the back of his head. He nervously began collecting data and adjusting the mecha's data to adapt to the planet's conditions. 3, 2, 1, when the countdown reached 1, the arms of 4 mecha had grabbed on to the target they had already set their eyes on and successfully ejected it out of the cargo door. 0. The countdown ended, and the cargo door closed tightly with a loud bang. The now empty cargo hold was a mess with more than half the untaken supplies lying on the ground. This showed that these military academies would have a hard time in the next 78 hours, battle royale, 72 hours plus finding their headquarters, 6 hours. Qiu Yu, who was paying close attention to the 7th ship's third cargo, saw the movements of the 4 mechas at the end. His eyes lit up as he ordered, "Rewind it 5 seconds." The AI rewinded the scene and showed the video of what happened in the last 5 seconds of the countdown. When the last mecha had ejected, 4 mechas that were hiding the corner quickly sprung out and ran towards where the 3 military academies had put their supplies. Their purpose was very clear, the arms of their mecha moving forward, each of them grabbing 4 large boxes and then ejecting from the cargo door. Qiu Yu paused the video right at where they were picking up the boxes, zoomed and enhanced the image. Although the image wasn't very clear at such fast speeds, the emblems on their chests were still somewhat visible. Having graduated from the 1st Men's Military Academy, Qiu Yu was very familiar with his school's emblem. In that moment, he determined that the mechas were from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Holy sh*T, a bunch of crazy people. They had even waited until the end just for some supplies. He really didn't know whether to praise them or criticize them. If they were unlucky, they would have lost their chance to participate in the battle royale. Although Qiu Yu was screamingly internally, he still smiled. He appeared very impressed with the courage of those 4 people. Since your commander is Ling Xiao's son, he could probably help you guys get over all difficult situations. Qiu Yu thought to himself. It was true. The location where he had arranged for the 7 starship's cadets to eject out was the most troublesome place on this planet. If they were unlucky, there would be no way to reach the required location in 6 hours. Don't let me down, boys. Although it will be difficult, as long as you guys figure out the mysteries of the planet, then maybe you will be able to get there in 1 hour. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Qiu Yu thought, full of expectation. He sincerely wished Ling Xiao's son could inherit Ling Xiao's wisdom and resourcefulness. Ling Xiao wasn't only just a god-class operator. Wind speed, level 12. With this level of wind, even if we controlled our mechas to the best that we could, we still wouldn't be able to guarantee where we would land. Ling Lan did not frown upon seeing the wind speed and level report from Little 4, but she was a bit worried. In a battle royale, the worst thing to happen was team members separating from each other. And along with the opponents who ejected at the same time, if a team member was alone and they encountered an opponent's main forces, they would have a big problem. Right then, Little 4 suddenly reported, all data becoming stable, wind speed has decreased, gravity is increasing. Boss, we are probably going to land on the ground of the planet soon. Ling Lan saw that it was still total darkness all around her, without a speck of visible light. This made her unable to speculate what the situation at the ground was like. She instantly made a decision, quickly ordering Little 4, shoot out hover flares. At the same time, Ling Lan's fingers moved furiously. Using the different types of data that Little 4 had analyzed, she adjusted the settings of the mecha once again, making the mecha's drop speed gradually slow. In the end, she successfully changed the situation from dropping down to hovering in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Following 3 exploding sounds, 3 purple-colored flares shot up into the sky in an instant, hovering over Ling Lan's mecha. In this thick and rich darkness, these 3 flares seemed so bright and eye-catching, making them unable to be ignored. Qi Long and Luo Lang had ejected from the ship just a second after Ling Lan. They suddenly saw what looked like 3 points of purple lights in mid-air, far from where they were. They instantly felt a bit delight. When they were dropping down, their mechas was within the strong winds. They had been worried of being blown away from the original location by the whirling winds and being unable to see the flares and find the base location if they got blown too far from their boss. It turns out they were only blown a bit off course, not too far from their boss's location. The two of them happily controlled their mechas and flew towards the light. It should be said that it was Han Jijian and Li Lan Feng, along with 3 other strategy high-ranking specialists, who arranged this idea. The final document had covered pretty much everything, listing every possible situation, including how the team would assemble in total darkness. Thus, when Ling Lan shot out the 3 flares, the team members who saw the flares knew what it signified. Bright purple color meant that they needed to immediately hover in the air because there could be danger on the planet's surface. 3 flares meant the person who shot it was the highest-ranking officer, the commander. At the same time, the 3 flares also told them Ling Lan's location, which was in the middle of the 3 flares. And the most important meaning of these flares was to assemble. Xiao Ting, who was a bit late compared to Qi Long and Luo Lang, also saw the 3 bright purple flares. He didn't hesitate and headed straight towards that direction and shot out a bright purple and a green flare. Similarly, what he did was to respond to Ling Lan's flares. Shooting up the similar purple color flare was to tell Ling Lan that he had received the message. The green flare was reserved for Xiao Ting. At the same time he was also gathering his team members while notifying Ling Lan of his identity. After the other captains saw these flares, they began to do the same. Instantly, a few more purple-colored flares shot up into the sky once again. However, along with these purple-colored flares, there were flares of other different colors. Instantly, the brightened black sky in the night became oddly beautiful. The team members who were not blown too far away and could see the flares instantly became full of energy and operated their mechas towards the flares that belonged to their respective teams. Are those guys the first men's military academy? How are they this prepared? The members of the other academies, who were in between all this, saw the scene and began to turn green with envy. Compared to the first men's military academy's systematic approach and readiness, they were chasing their own tails and did not know what they should be doing next. However, mecha operators who had a brain would operate their mechas away from the areas illuminated by flares. They knew very well that once they entered those areas, they would be alone and become trophies for the other team. They would definitely not make such a newbie mistake. Ling Lan was waiting for her team members to gather up, not just blindly waiting. She took out a long-range beam rifle, aimed it at the ground below her and fired without specific purpose. A beam of light flashed across the night sky, descending from the sky. Bang! A muffled sound followed. The beam that had hit the ground did not make a loud sound. That bright light of the beam had vanished instantly, without a trace, like it had been swallowed up by something. This feeling. There isn't any ground below us. Ling Lan frowned. Her expression became grave and she asked Little Four, regarding that shot just now, did you find out anything from it? The reaction of the beam seems to show that it is highly likely for there to be some sort of liquid down below. Since they were 200 to 300 meters above the ground, the pitch-black darkness was giving Little Four a lot of trouble in obtaining data using only the mecha's long-range video recording gear. Boss, there's a mecha approaching. Just when Ling Lan wanted to take a closer look, however, Little Four suddenly warned her of something happening. Boss! After reaching the distance where the team's comlink started to work, Ling Lan heard a familiar rooster-like scream, only, that voice was colder than the usual right now. It's Luo Lang. Ling Lan smirked. She didn't think that the first to come find her was going to be Luo Lang. However, when she thought about Luo Lang's voice just now, she knew that he had kick-started his extremely calm personality. When Luo Lang used this personality, his mecha operating abilities shot up exponentially, directly advancing to the special class operator level. This made it understandable as to how he had been able to find this place so quickly. Boss, I'm coming. Although Luo Lang was operating an advanced mecha, his speed had reached the fastest level that advanced mecha could achieve. There wasn't much of a difference compared to special class mecha. Luo Lang, I'm going to go down and take a look at the situation. I'm leaving this place to you. Ling Lan flung these words at Luo Lang and then controlled her mecha to rapidly descend. Upon hearing this, Luo Lang quickly took out a beam saber and a short-range beam gun from his back. In this darkness, the beam sabers which gave off light were more suitable than cold weapons. Of course, this meant they were effective in close-range combat, but beam sabers were not suitable at this time. Although beam sabers could light up a 40 to 50 meters area around the wielder, it would also make them a target for a sneak attack. Having activated his calm and collected personality, Luo Lang wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Luo Lang's expression became very calm, being carefully guarded in all directions. Boss Lan's simple orders, in reality, meant that he had put his life in Luo Lang's hands. Thus, even the Luo Lang who had activated his calm and collected personality still felt immense pressure. Even so, however, he would not allow himself to fail the trust Boss had in him. In the cockpit, Luo Lang clenched his fist tightly. Suddenly, he felt movement from his right side coming from the thick darkness. He didn't even stop think and raised his beam gun and took a shot. Holy **T, murder. Qi Long had just arrived, but before he could take a break, he felt a great catastrophe approaching. His finger speed definitely broke his own record at that moment, and it was because of this mystical reaction speed that he was able to dodge the shot that came out of nowhere. It was only now that Qi Long discovered there had been mecha hidden in the darkness less than 100 meters from his location. Hearing the loud voice that suddenly erupted in the team channel, Luo Lang knew he had made a huge mistake. He had shot at his teammate. He put away the gun and said coldly, "Oh, Qi Long, it's you." Luo Lang, ugh. Even if it's you, Luo Lang, why didn't you say something before shooting? Qi Long also put away the weapon in his hand upon seeing a familiar face. He moved his mecha before where Luo Lang was hovering. Why didn't you say something when you were coming? Luo Lang asked coldly. His words almost seemed to contain a trace of blame. Qi Long rubbed his nose for a bit before saying embarrassedly, I was in a hurry. You deserved it. Luo Lang glanced at Qi Long with a disapproving look. Qi Long shouldn't think that he was the Luo Lang with the original personality, believing whatever he said. Qi Long speechlessly rubbed his nose again, then changed the subject and said, "What's wrong? Is Boss not here?" He had actually wanted to give Boss a surprise, thinking he was the first to arrive. He didn't think that the first to arrive was Luo Lang, and it was even the Luo Lang who had activated his cold personality. This was a really hard personality to fool. Luo Lang didn't answer but instead pointed below himself. Qi Long was no idiot, he thought about the order given through the bright purple flare that Boss had shot out. He knew that there was something wrong at the bottom and it was most likely dangerous. Since Boss didn't tell them to go down, Qi Long wouldn't make a decision on his own. He waited with Luo Lang and was also alert towards his surroundings. Ling Lan, who had flown her mecha straight down, took out the beam saber from her back and switched on its power. The beam saber instantly shined with a brilliant light and instantly illuminated the area in a 40 to 50 meter radius around her. With this small amount of light, Ling Lan continued to descend and finally drew near to the ground. The ground was flat and so clear that it began to reflect the light from the beam saber, and this white light blinded Ling Lan's eyes. Without Ling Lan's orders, the mecha's screen instantly lowered its brightness. Little 4 had put up a shield against the reflected light so that Ling Lan's eyes would no longer be affected. Ling Lan flew above the ground towards one direction and found that the surroundings were all this kind of ground. She couldn't tell the end of it. Ling Lan stabbed hard at the ground, but her beam saber met no resistance, going straight through the ground, up to the sword hilt. Ling Lan quickly brought it back up. The originally flat ground began to slightly stir, slowly shaking. 1/6 of the beam saber's energy was instantly depleted. This water is very odd, Ling Lan said to herself upon seeing the warning on the screen that had shown the beam saber's energy consumption. It is water and this water may have a corrosive effect, or the ability to drain energy. Ling Lan quickly put back the beam saber behind her and at the same time took out a cold weapon, a large sword. Ling Lan gripped the large sword and used its tip to flick at the endless amounts of liquid below her. She then took out a light source and lit up the large sword's tip, and found drops of water falling from it one by one. However, the sword was still the same as before, without any damage. Maybe the corrosive nature of this water is ineffective against the material of the large sword. However, what's more likely is that perhaps this is some mysterious substance capable of draining energy. If it really had a corrosive nature, the host of the mecha tournament probably wouldn't have had the guts to throw it down at this location. With so many mecha dropping down, who knew what would happen? Ling Lan fell into brief contemplation. Just when she wanted to return to the previous location where she had shot out the flares, however, the originally pitch-black darkness where she could not see even her own hands slowly became lit up. Little 4, why do I think the night is getting brighter? Ling Lan asked. Really? At Ling Lan's observation, Little 4 remembered and began to search through the data he had collected. Indeed, visibility was improving. It looks like daytime is approaching. Not sure how long it is until daytime. We probably only have less than 6 hours left until it reaches midnight at our origin point, planet Chiming. Yes, only 5 hours and 41 minutes left, Little 4 responsibly reported the correct time. Then we need to find our landing location as soon as possible, or else we won't be able to decide which direction we should go. If this area wasn't a lake, then it was a sea. She picked out a mountain range, but this was the complete opposite of that. Unfortunately, although Ling Lan thought about it for a long time, she still couldn't manage to figure out which lake or sea she was at. Following this small exchange of words, the night continued to fade until daytime quickly arrived. This time, Ling Lan was able to see clearly. This area that they were dropped off at was indeed a vast sea of water, and this sea was very odd. One side was full of fog and dark clouds, making it hard to see what was inside, while the other side was very clear in contrast. Ling Lan could even somewhat see that there were multiple mountain ranges close to each other at the end of sea. Yin Yang Sea. Ling Lan automatically remembered the name of this sea that was written on the map. Half of this sea was clear as far as the eye could see, and the other half always had a dark and rainy weather without many days of sunlight. This was the reason why it was called the Yin Yang Sea. Looks like the foggy and cloudy side here is the Yin side of the sea, and that other side should be the Yang side of the sea. Although the sun hasn't come out yet, if we want to get to our destination, we can just move along the Yang side of the sea and go around those mountains, Ling Lan thought to herself. Little 4, give me the map for the Yin Yang Sea, Ling Lan ordered. Very soon, the detailed map of the Yin Yang Sea appeared in Ling Lan's mind space. It was very clear that their headquarters location was very close to the Yang side of the sea. Taking a look at the distance and measuring the time, it would take them around 1.5 hours to get there. Ling Lan thought about this and felt relieved. She began to patiently wait for everyone to gather up. With daytime approaching, those other academies that didn't have a direction or knew what they were doing began to actively gather up their respective team members. On Ling Lan's side, although most of her team members had gathered to their respective factions, there were still a few people who hadn't reported in. The other battle team's team leaders didn't sit around either and sent out their subordinates to form search teams. The last few to arrive were Li Lanfeng and the others. They came towards Ling Lan's side with their faces full of smiles. They gestured, "We won," with their hands at Lin Zhongqing, who was currently reporting on the amount of supplies used. Lin Zhongqing saw this and became pumped up. The reason why they had been so late in meeting up with the main force was that they had gone to find Lin Zhongqing's logistics mecha team and give them the supplies they had snatched up at the very last second. The four who had waited until the end to snatch supplies was indeed none other than Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun, Han Jijian and Xie Yi. This idea had been proposed by Li Lanfeng in the last 3 minutes before dropping off. Han Jijian had agreed, and Zhao Jun and Xie Yi voluntarily joined in. In the end, they had perfectly executed and completed the undertaking of this creative idea, successfully snatched some supplies and ejected. After going through the stolen goods, it became clear that everything these four had brought with them was very useful. Some were even stuff that they had not exchanged for, which benefited them greatly. This made them feel great about themselves. The team leaders of the First Men's Military Academy all had the same paper map, a large map that reached 90% completion. Not only did Ling Lan find out where they were situated, but these team leaders had also figured it out. It should be said that the mecha operators from the First Men's Military Academy who were participating were each mecha clan's best batch of operators. Not long after, everyone had returned to their respective teams without leaving anyone behind. The team leaders from each team gathered beside Ling Lan. During the search for members who had strayed off course, they had discussed what they should plan on doing next. They believed that they should go along the Yang side of the sea and find their headquarters location as soon as possible, so as to complete the mission that would decide whether they met the prerequisite conditions in order to participate in the battle royale. Ling Lan didn't have any problems with this idea. When the last member had returned to their team, Ling Lan gave an order to fly towards the direction of Yang's side of the sea. The other military academies were silently watching the First Men's Military Academy's movements. When they saw that the First Men's Military Academy choice of direction was the same as theirs, they stopped hesitating and all flew towards the Yang side of the sea at top speed. This allowed them to quickly pass by and become one step ahead of the First Men's Military Academy, who were maintaining a slow flying speed. This action of theirs, in the eyes of the First Men's Military Academy, made them feel that they were being taunted. The team members who were angered were about to accelerate and pass them. At that moment, however, Ling Lan, who had been looking forward this whole time, saw that this sea which gave off a warm and calm feeling had suddenly become oddly twisted. Something was wrong. Ling Lan felt that something wasn't right and quickly ordered, "Stop flying." Ling Lan's command made everyone stop the engines of their mecha and hovered in the air. The other academy's mecha teams had completely disappeared from their sights due to them stopping. F***CK, how are those guys so fast? Seeing the opponents from the other academies disappear, many of the team members who were ready to fight became greatly irritated. They were dissatisfied with Ling Lan's spontaneous order. Xiao Ting made his mecha hover in the sky and frowned at Ling Lan. He asked mockingly, "Captain Ling, is there a problem?" "Yes, there definitely are some problems." Xiao Ting hadn't expected his question to be answered and confirmed, which surprised him. "What's the problem?" "Wait a sec. Let me study it for a bit," Ling Lan answered. Ling Lan opened her eyes as wide as possible and looked towards the calm sea that went for 1,000 miles, trying to find the reason that had made her think that there was something wrong. After glancing for around 1 minute, the calm Yang side of the sea still didn't change. It was as though the twisted image Ling Lan saw from before was an illusion. But was it really an illusion? Just when Ling Lan became frustrated, the image of the calm and mirror-like Yang side of the sea became twisted for a moment once again. This time, because Ling Lan was 100% focused, she saw it more clearly than the first time. Something was definitely wrong. But what kind of problem was it? While the gears in Ling Lan's head turned rapidly, she didn't forget that she had asked Little Four to analyze this matter with her. Little Four's calculation abilities were, of course, terrifying, stronger than hers by hundreds or even thousands of times. It would be a waste if she didn't use him for some hard labor. "Boss, I just compared all the different data from this Yang side of the sea. I found that the air humidity is much higher than the part of the sea where we dropped down from." Little Four had compared the data of both parts and found an anomaly. Humidity. Ling Lan stared blankly for a moment, but quickly reacted to this information. She happily held up Little Four's head in her mind space, kissed him hard on the forehead and said, "Little Four, you really are my good Little Four. You found out what the problem was. I almost got tricked by this yin-yang sea." Little Four became giddy from Ling Lan's sudden but warm kiss. His computer processing chip was burning up, with only one phrase repeating in its code, "Boss kissed me. Boss kissed me." These 3 words were infinitely repeating, instantly taking up all of his processing space, and almost made him die on the spot. In the learning space, instructor number 1 suddenly opened his eyes. His originally calm and unmoved expression changed for the first time. He held out a finger, pointed it at the air and drew. A black line appeared out of nowhere in the wake of his finger. Number 1 used both hands to pull at the black line and the image of Ling Lan mindspace appeared before him. Number 1 put his hand through the image, grabbed little 4 and tugged hard. The little 4 in Ling Lan's mindspace vanished into thin air. Ling Lan, who was using all of her power to determine the situation, didn't really care that little 4 had disappeared, the reason being that when Ling Lan didn't need little 4, he would come and go mysteriously. Perhaps this time he had gone off to play around somewhere. Number 1 grabbed little 4 and in the next second, they came to a world full of ice and frost. Little 4's entire body emitted a copious amount of steam after being hit by the cold air, and his previously burning computer chip on the verge of dying finally had its temperature drop down by a bit. Right then, up above in the air of this world of frost, 8 openings suddenly ruptured the sky, and in the next second, 8 instructors had come to this world. Although number 9's expression was still as cold as always, her eyes could not hide the fact that she cared for little 4, and she asked, "Are you okay, Your Majesty number 4? "He's alright, but," number 1 frowned. It might no longer be suitable for His Majesty number 4 to be with Ling Lan. "Why?" Number 3 asked, not understanding why. Of course a mecha man with a body full of muscles wouldn't understand this point, number 5 sneered. Number 3 didn't get angry. He smiled and asked in response, "Yeah, I don't understand. If you do, then why not explain it to me?" Number 5 instantly felt difficulty in explaining. Although he had a vague grasp as to what the reason was, it was still somewhat hard for him to explain clearly. This is a kind of influence. I'm not sure if it has any connection with spiritual power. I should study it further, number 2 quietly talked to himself on the side. It looks like my future student has great latent abilities. Despite not having the charm of a woman, she still made His Majesty 4 lose his bearings and almost break down. Number 9 stared at number 4, glaring exasperatedly at her. Number 4, what nonsense are you talking about? His Majesty 4 has only reached adolescence. How can he understand these things? Maybe our Majesty 4 was born a pervert. Number 4 covered her mouth and laughed. The eyes of number 6, number 7 and number 8 lit up at that moment. They looked at each other, then number 6 said, "If His Majesty 4 is not suitable to be in contact with Ling Lan, then shouldn't the 3 of us go in His Majesty 4's place? It is just that we haven't met Ling Lan before." Hearing this, number 4 became impatient, saying, "I haven't seen Ling Lan before. I can go in His Majesty 4's place." Number 7 smiled and said, "The 3 of us are skilled in different fields of expertise, which satisfy Ling Lan's respective needs. The important point is that we 3 look exactly the same and can switch whenever we want without Ling Lan becoming suspicious." Number 4, "You can't do something like this." Number 4 was dismayed. What number 7 had said was the truth. If they replaced little 4, they could only use the outer storage analysis system. Only His Majesty 4 could use the core as they could not operate cross-level. Little 4 woke up and heard the instructors discuss the matter about taking his place. He instantly became worked up and yelled, "No, I want to be with boss." "Your Majesty 4, you almost died just now," instructor number 1 said sternly. "If the computer chip's temperature rises too high, it will be destroyed. You know what that will result in even without my saying anything." Little 4 embarrassedly lowered his head before number 1's critical gaze. He said quietly, "I only got a bit excited." Without waiting for instructor number 1 to continue reprimanding him, little 4 raised his head and said earnestly, "I will control myself in the future. I will not let myself be in danger again, so please just let me be with boss." Number 1's expression was very grave. Little 4's expression had gone from anticipant to sobbing uncontrollably. The sad look on his face made number 9 become soft-hearted. She looked towards number 1 and said, Little 4 knows his limits now. You should just let His Majesty 4 stay with Ling Lan. The close relationship that Little 4 and Ling Lan had formed over so many years made her unable to bear separating them. Number 1 instantly shot a cold glance at number 9, who became shocked and immediately lowered her head. The way she had addressed Little 4 as Little 4 was out of line. Number 5 saw this and his heart ached suddenly. He quickly said, Number 1, what number 9 said isn't wrong. His Majesty 4 has followed Ling Lan for more than a decade and she evolved to a level that would have otherwise taken hundreds of years. As long as His Majesty 4 knows how serious this is and controls himself, he would be getting more good than harm from following Ling Lan. If you look at this way, then it's worth it. Little 4 gave a powerful nod at number 5 instructor's words. That expression of longing on his face made instructor number 1's mouth twitch. If he continued like this, would it really be good for their originally evolved, intelligent and brilliant Majesty 4? Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Number 1 said helplessly, defeated by Little 4's cuteness. Since meeting Ling Lan, he felt that he was becoming more and more helpless. Thank you, instructor number 1. Little 4 was so happy he jumped up. In the next second, now returned to normal, he went back into Ling Lan's mind space. Ugh, number 1 looked at the empty spot in front of him and inwardly sighed helplessly. He hadn't told Little 4 that the child in the little black room had woken up, and didn't have to ask whether they should go care for it a bit. Yeah, no need to hurry. I'll do it next time. A thought rose in number 1's mind and he flicked his finger, and Little Blossom who was in the little black room felt dizzy, falling back to a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, Little Blossom screamed internally, F***K, I just woke up. Little 4 immediately started sobbing after reaching Ling Lan's mind space and seeing her still silently thinking about the results. He had come close, so close, to being separated from his boss forever. Bah, no, it was more like the story of the cowherd and the weaving girl, looking and crying helplessly at each other from across the Milky Way. Ah, that wasn't right either. He and boss weren't in that kind of relationship. Little 4 suddenly pulled at his hair and discovered that his vocabulary was so limited. He was actually unable to find a suitable phrase to describe the feeling of despair he had experienced. Who cares? Little 4 quickly wiped away his tears. He leaped towards Ling Lan and held onto her thigh, crying, Wah wah wah, boss, I need to be protected. Being jumped on by Little 4 finally woke up Ling Lan who had still been in deep thought. Ling Lan's hairs immediately stood on end upon seeing the annoying Little 4 holding onto her thigh. Without thinking, she flicked her finger at Little 4's forehead, saying, Little 4, what the F***K are you doing? Little 4's forehead was hurt from the flick. He became more afraid and sobbed. Boss, just now, I almost became unable to see you again. Little 4's words dumbfounded Ling Lan. She waited for Little 4's explanation, but he only held onto her thigh and didn't say any more. Sensing Little 4's fear, Ling Lan softly caressed his hair and said, Little 4, you have to remember that if you suddenly vanish one day, I will definitely find you. Definitely. Ling Lan's serious tone pacified Little 4's fearful heart. Little 4's emotions slowly calmed down. He nodded and answered softly, Okay, I believe you boss. After she caressed Little 4's head for a little longer and felt that his emotions were returning to normal, Ling Lan instantly pushed him away and left her mind space in a flash. She rejoiced that all of this had happened in her mind space. No matter how many things happened in her mind space, only 1 or 2 minutes would have passed in the outside world. Little 4 instantly felt hurt after seeing the empty mind space. Wah wah wah, this little brother was definitely brought up by the stepmom, otherwise boss wouldn't have tossed him aside so heartlessly. After leaving the mind space, Ling Lan immediately told everyone what she had discovered. Logically, the always sunny yang side of the sea rarely sees rainfall, so its humidity should be lower than the yin side of the sea. However, as luck would have it, the humidity is higher than the humidity of the location where we had dropped from. Those who could participate in the mecha tournament were all talented and intelligent people. They knew that the humidity of rainy places was definitely higher than that of sunny areas. Xiao Ting nodded and said, regarding this point, it indeed doesn't make sense. Is it possible that before we dropped down, a thunderstorm had just occurred in this area? Someone brought up a very plausible situation that could have happened. Everyone looked at Ling Lan in unplanned unison, waiting for her answer. Yes, of course, there is that possibility. In order to see if that is true or not, I have decided to wait for half an hour. Ling Lan spoke out her decision. Looking at the current intensity of the sun, the humidity may decrease in half an hour. This way, just like what that team member said earlier, it would be very possible that a thunderstorm had passed before we arrived and the humidity in the air had not dissipated completely. However, if the humidity remains the same and doesn't decrease, then this sea could be a trap. Xiao Ting understood the meaning behind Ling Lan's words and immediately said, I agree to wait. I also agree. Agreed. All the team leaders had agreed to wait for half an hour. According to the map, if everything went according to plan, the Yang side of the sea was half an hour away from their headquarters location. That was why they had 30 minutes to waste. Just like that, all the members of the 1st Men's Military Academy silently waited and 30 minutes quickly passed by. Many people were monitoring the humidity levels and they found that the humidity in the air did not decrease during this time, but slowly increased instead. Xiao Ting saw this situation as well. He raised his head and looked at the blazing sun that was almost above his head. He said worriedly, what is happening? Why did a situation like this occur? Ling Lan didn't answer, but instead, she asked him, Captain Xiao, I'm not sure if you've heard of the Mirage City under the sea. Ling Lan's words stunned everyone present. The Mirage City under the sea, or Mirage City for short, was a natural phenomenon that resulted from the refraction of light beams, a mirage created from the light from objects of the ancient Earth refracting light through the atmosphere. Ever since the resources on ancient Earth were all used up and ultimately became a barren planet, they could only gain knowledge of this mysterious phenomenon through books. They had not witnessed the real thing before, which made them forget about it, and so they would hardly ever think towards this idea. Mirage City was way too far away in the past to them. You're saying that the Yang side of the sea is possibly fake and is like a Mirage City? Xiao Ting's face was full of surprise. Something that had disappeared from ancient times had somehow reappeared on this unknown planet. Could it be true? Yes, that's the only way to explain it. Ling Lan was a 21st century Earthling in her past life, although she could only stay in the hospital and not go outside because of her body. However, as someone who enjoyed surfing the internet and finding out everything about Earth, Ling Lan yearned to witness the phenomenon of Mirage City with her own eyes. That was why when Ling Lan saw that the data was not correlating to what she was seeing, the first thing she thought to was the Mirage City. Then where is the real Yang side of the sea? Asked someone who was confused. Ling Lan turned to look behind her. Right then, she could still see that it was hazy and cloudy. She pointed towards that direction and said, my guess is that this Mirage City is like a reflection of a mirror. It is very likely that the real side lies before it. Xiao Ting's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, you're saying that the Yin and Yang side of the sea that we see are all fake. They are all Mirage Cities, like mirrors reflecting each other. So the area where we thought was the Yin side of the sea is the real Yang side of the sea. What I guessed is as you say. Whether that's the case or not, we will have to return to the original location to know. If we get closer to the Yin side of the sea and the humidity decreases, then my guess would be correct, Ling Lan answered. The team members heard the conversation between the captains. Ling Lan's speculations made them very confused, but this could not stop the admiration they felt towards Ling Lan. God, how much must Captain Ling know to be able to speculate and think of a legend like the Mirage City phenomenon? Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian were beside Ling Lan. After hearing Ling Lan's conjecture, they felt both proud and embarrassed. They were proud because of the remarkable person before them was the boss that was leading them forward. The stronger and more aberrant their boss was, the more they found it an honor. However, they could not refrain from feeling embarrassed. It should be known that this job should have been done by them, as it was the responsibility of strategists, yet in this case, they had let their boss do all the work. Both of them felt a sense of crisis. At this rate, their positions as strategists wouldn't be guaranteed anymore. The two of them couldn't help but smile weakly in their mind. With an aberrant captain who was not lacking in mental and physical strength, there was a lot of pressure on those who, like themselves, used their brains. Ling Lan's conjectures received everyone's approval. When Ling Lan gave the order to return to where they started, not only did no one resist, but some even jokingly said they wanted to go back to experience the accuracy of her hypothesis themselves. In reality, Ling Lan guesses were on point for everything. The closer they moved towards the Yin side of the sea, the lower the humidity level became. With this, Ling became more certain of her judgment. She ordered all her team members without hesitation to closely follow their teammates who were in the front. She went head first into the white fog, which prevented one from even seeing their own hands. Visibility in the fog was greatly lowered. In the event of dangers within the fog, Ling Lan and the others did not fly too fast. Every mecha operator was closely watching the teammates that were in front of them, not daring to lose focus. They were afraid that one mistake would make them lose sight of their teammate. When surrounded by fog, the most terrifying thing was to lose sight of one's teammates. They flew for about 2 to 3 minutes when Ling Lan suddenly found that the fog that she could clearly see earlier, had suddenly cleared completely. Having now escaped the foggy area, Ling Lan saw that she was in the middle of the blazing sun. The strong sunlight shined on the mecha. Even Ling Lan, who was in the cockpit, could feel the warmth of the sun. Wow, this is the real yang side of the sea. The teammates who came out after her excitedly screamed upon seeing the sea with the sun shining brightly before them. At that moment, Xiao Ting had also led his team out of the fog. He had been monitoring the humidity levels the entire time, and when they had entered this area, the humidity had dropped again to a new low. It was just as Ling Lan had guessed, this was the real yang side of the sea. We managed to find the right place. Those other contestants from the other military academies who flew into the Mirage City in front of us, won't they be screwed? Han Yu, who had been doubtful this whole time, also acknowledged Ling Lan's judgment. He thought about the cadets from the other military academies who went head first into the fake yang side of the sea and instantly felt a sense of schadenfreude. Hopefully they will realize it soon, otherwise, if they reach land on the Yin side of the sea and then turn around, coming back will be impossible without at least 12 hours. Mu Xiaoyu looked at the map in his hands and sighed. The landing point on the Yin side of the sea was located exactly opposite to the map of the Battle Royale. At this distance, even for ace operators, 6 hours wouldn't be enough for them to come back in time. After seeing the sea on this side, Ling Lan's lip curled slightly. She gave herself a pat on the back for the accurate hypothesis. Despite her confident behavior, in reality, she had still been feeling somewhat anxious before seeing this outcome. All units assemble. Each team is to take a roll call. If all members are accounted for, then we will move forward at full speed. Ling Lan quickly gave a new order. All teams had counted their own team members and reported to Ling Lan. In the end, they made sure that there was no one missing from the group. Now without worry, Ling Lan led all her team members to advance at maximum speed. After flying tirelessly for a little over an hour, they finally saw the shoreline of the Yang side of the sea. The cluster of mountain ranges worked people up and excited them, the reason being that the headquarters location which belonged to them, the area G17, was situated on a mountain not far from the mountain ranges they were seeing. Xiao Ting and the others saw the mountain ranges and instantly let out a sigh of relief. Going through that sort of long distance flying in a seemingly endless sea would cause one to become greatly exhausted. Upon being able to see land, the group's spirits were lifted and they seemed to become slightly less tired. Ling Lan and her group should be the first group to get close to this area. They flew over the mountain ranges, but didn't find any cadets from the other military academies. Very soon, they found the area G17 that belonged to them and put the beacon that represented their headquarters in a random corner. Right then, thousands of miles away, on the 5 by 7 meter humongous screen in the main security room of the Mecha Tournament's Battle Royale, the light of the area G17, which was originally among the grayed-out areas of the large map, lit up. The waiting referees suddenly grew excited. The main referee looked at the time on the communicator on his wrist, smiled and said, "The first to reach their base camp, using 1 hour and 59 minutes. The amount of time they took is pretty short, but unfortunately, they still didn't manage to beat the shortest time record." Upon hearing that, one referee couldn't help but argue, General Ling Xiao made a record of 1 hour and 37 minutes back then. That is already infinitely near the fastest theoretical speed. How can anyone be able to break this record? The main referee thought about it and believed it to be true. If someone really did break the shortest time record General Ling Xiao had created, then that would be a surprise. The main referee and the others didn't know at the time that if Ling Lan hadn't waited 30 minutes to make sure of her predictions, it was possible that Ling Lan's group could have beaten Ling Xiao's record and made a record of their own. Tossing aside the small suspicions in his mind, the main referee turned his head and asked the referee in charge of monitoring signal transfers, "How long until we know which military academy is at G17? The AI is now receiving the beacon signal. It is at 90% right now. The answer will be known soon enough," the referee reported as he continued to watch the progress bar go up. A beep sounded right as he finished speaking. The signal received had reached 100%. Following that, the area G17 which had lit up showed a familiar academy emblem. It's the First Men's Military Academy. Holy *T, the First Men's Military Academy is pretty strong this year. Their score from before already left the other military academies behind by a large margin. As long as their performance in the Battle Royale isn't too bad, this year's first place should theirs. Heh, it's been almost 7 times, right? The first place that was far out of their reach for more than 2 decades should return to the First Men's Military Academy now, one referee exclaimed. Right then, another referee seemed to have realized something and laughed out loud. Everyone looked towards him with surprised looks, not knowing what he was laughing about. That referee quickly explained, "I just thought it was a coincidence that 2 decades ago, General Ling Xiao led the First Men's Military Academy and obtained the most glorious first place. 2 decades have passed, and General Ling Xiao has come to visit the Mecha Tournament, and as luck would have it, the First Men's Military Academy's performance is remarkable beyond comparison. Doesn't this mean that General Ling Xiao is the First Men's Military Academy's Lady Luck? If he's around then everything will go smoothly, right?" These words that held a bit ridicule made everyone smile inside. However, it was just as what that referee had said, it was really a coincidence. After the tournament in which General Ling Xiao had made a glorious achievement, Ling Xiao didn't appear in the 7 tournaments that followed. The performance of the First Men's Military Academy was always poor and they were pressured into second place for 7 straight seasons by the Second Men's Military Academy. This time, however, General Ling Xiao came in from the start of the tournament. The First Men's Military Academy's performance was overwhelming and suppressed the other military academies. And now, they were also the first ones to reach their base camp location, giving themselves more time to organize the defenses of the camp. The future prospects of the First Men's Military Academy in the Battle Royale were looking good. Right then, noises suddenly came from the outside and someone repeatedly exclaimed, "General Ling Xiao's here." Everyone in the main monitoring room was very surprised. Although everyone knew General Ling Xiao would visit the main scene, everyone still believed that the busy General Ling Xiao would only come to watch in the later parts of the Battle Royale. They hadn't thought that General Ling Xiao would come when the tournament hadn't really started. Soon, the people in the monitoring room saw General Ling Xiao, who was full of energy, coming in with a beautiful woman. They were none other than General Ling Xiao and his wife, Lan Luofeng. The two's love story was always relished by others. Lan Luofeng used to be the person whom all the women in the Federation were jealous of. Now that they had seen the actual person, many of the female officers who were present felt better. They kicked themselves for not being the woman who was standing beside General Ling Xiao. Of course, there were many officers who came along with General Ling Xiao, such as Lieutenant Xiao Yu, the first advisor of the 23rd Division, He Shiyang, other representatives from other divisions, and also the representative belonging to the Federation, the Vice President. Everyone moved in front of the large screen with the help of the person in charge from the organizers. Ling Xiao saw the only area that was lit up, and seeing the familiar school emblem, he smirked. He hadn't thought that his own daughter would have arrived at their headquarters location this quickly. He uncontrollably glanced at Xiao Yu, who stood beside him, with a hint of disdain in his expression. Ling Xiao's glance made Xiao Yu scratch his nose awkwardly. On their way here, he had told Ling Xiao about how he tossed Commander Ling Lan into the Yin-Yang Sea. He had no choice but to do so, as he was worried that the First Men's Military Academy would not be able to see through the mysteries of the Yin-Yang Sea, fail to discover the real path and get regrettably eliminated. That was why he had wanted to give Ling Xiao a heads up, in case he got mad at the end. As for Ling Xiao, he was very satisfied with the performance of Ling Lan's group. On the side of First Men's Military Academy's cadets, once they arrived at the base camp, they began to get busy. Everyone split the work and cooperated, while Ling Lan specially called for the modification team. Led by Chang Xinyuan, they began to modify some of the lighter weapons. It was because of this group of people that Ling Lan had foregone exchanging for heavy weaponry at the beginning, choosing instead the light and easy-to-carry weapons. With these mechanics, their headquarters would not be lacking in weaponry. Ling Lan didn't rest either. She asked Lin Zhongqing to take out the light sources and handed 100 of them to Qiao Ting. Light sources were very useful in dark environments and could be used to illuminate areas. After Qiao Ting received the light sources, he quietly took his team and left. According to the original plan, Qiao Ting's 24-man team was responsible for being the vanguard. They were to take over other areas, regardless of whether there were people there or not, and gain as many points as possible. On the other hand, the defense of the headquarters was the responsibility of Ling Lan, Han Yu, Mu Xiaoyu, and the other teams. After seeing Qiao Ting's team off, Ling Lan decisively connected to Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu's comlink. "Captain Mu, Captain Han, I need to talk to you guys. Please come over." Upon hearing Ling Lan's summons, the two teams that were just patrolling and looking at the situation of the area quickly came over. Seeing that Ling Lan had come out of her mecha, the two of them did the same as well. Ling Lan gave out 2 pieces of paper which she had prepared earlier, one to Mu Xiaoyu and one to Han Yu. After the two of them each took a piece of paper, their eyes showed a hint of confusion, not really understanding what it all meant. "You guys can look at each other's," Ling Lan prompted them. The two of them instantly had a thought and exchanged their pieces of paper. They simultaneously read the details of the piece of paper they were handed and saw that Mu Xiaoyu's piece had G14 written on it, while Han Yu's piece had G20 written on it. The two of them had now gained some understanding of the paper's meaning, but they were still slightly confused. They looked towards Ling Lan, waiting for her explanation. Ling Lan opened the map in her hands and signaled the two to come closer. She pointed at the 2 areas that were between the area G17 and a few others and said, "These areas are actually, as I remember, all uninhabited. I don't want our headquarters to be exposed in front of everyone. The 2 areas that I just gave you are very good places for providing us with cover." Ling Lan quietly explained her thoughts to Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu. The two of them nodded as they listened, their eyes lighting up increasingly. Ling Lan's arrangement was evidently a strategy of a city within a city, in order to prevent others from finding the location of their headquarters. In the mountain areas, we have 3 opponents. One is at G6. Captain Mu Xiaoyu is responsible for that side. One is at G12, which is close to the side that Captain Han Yu is responsible for. Ling Lan pointed towards the areas that were somewhat far from where they were and told them where the enemies were lurking. She then also pointed towards the furthest corner of the mountain ranges that were very far from them. "And there's this one, at G2. This one doesn't really matter because here, and here, all have military academy headquarters. They have to face these opponents before they can expand towards our side. Mu Xiaoyu and Han Yu felt that Ling Lan's analysis of why the third opponent would not be a problem was very accurate. Firstly, they were too far away from them compared to the area G6 and G12 which were much closer. Secondly, the military academy in area G2 was really unlucky. In the 4 areas that were adjacent to them, other than G1 being uninhabited, the other 3 areas, P3, P4 and P5, were all unlucky and became a headquarters for the military academies. The military academy in these 4 areas would either form a temporary alliance and expand outwards together, or fight each other until the strongest was left, taking over all 4 areas. However, Ling Lan didn't think that they would be able to successfully form an alliance. Other than that area where they were all squished together, the rest was a large portion of uninhabited areas. They would definitely not be able to maintain their alliances. It would only be an illusion and the end result would definitely be of one betraying the other and stabbing each other in the back, leaving only one team in the end. Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu left with their orders and began to build headquarters outside the real headquarters in order to confuse the other military academies. As for what the headquarters would become, Ling Lan did not concern herself with it. It would have been impossible for Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu to have each become a leader of the 4 great factions if they didn't have anything up their sleeves. Ling Lan always used the people that she trusted and never those that she didn't. She notified Lin Zhongqing that as long as their requests were not too overboard, he should fully satisfy the needs of the 2 faction leaders. After organizing everything, she saw that Qi Long's bunch had already come beside her. Qi Long was even low-spirited and discouraged. "What's wrong?" Ling Lan asked. "They all went out. But as for us, are we really just going to sit in headquarters and wait for others to attack? That's so boring." Qi Long wanted to go out and fight. For him, being on the defense was not as thrilling as being on the offense. "When I finish arranging everything, I will take you guys out to walk around," Ling Lan said speechlessly. She knew these guys couldn't take just sitting around. This was fine since she hadn't been intending on defending their base camp to the death, to begin with. Ling Lan pinched the object in her bag. They could lose everything if she was wrong, but as for everything they stood to gain. Ling Lan's mouth curled slightly, she had already made up her mind. In a battle of life or death, her will to gamble was still this strong. Just let all her team members play something stimulating with her then. In the monitoring room, all the referees and the staff members were staring at the large screen before them as the territory marked by the First Men's Military Academy expanded slowly. Area number 20 has been lit up. G14 as well. Looks like the First Men's Military Academy split their forces, went on the offensive in multiple directions and snatched up all the surrounding unoccupied areas. The zones they control have already expanded to 11 areas. A referee was jotting down the First Men's Military Academy's achievements. Of course, this wasn't the final result. After occupying those areas, they still had to defend them during the 72 hours starting from the official commencement of the Battle Royale. Right then, Ling Xiao and others walked towards the middle of the monitoring room to the lifelike map on the table. The tall mountains, flowing rivers, fields, and forests were all scaled down and compacted in a model and placed onto this table. The First Men's Military Academy has pretty much taken over the rear half of the mountain ranges. Actually, it is because they drew a good location. There are pretty much no opponents near their headquarters. The ones closest to them are at area G6 and G12 on their left and right sides. They can be more at ease since the Yin-Yang Sea is behind them. This is a natural defensive line. Other than the First Men's Military Academy, none of the other military academies can successfully pass through there. This makes it so they have very little pressure coming from their rear, one division representative said while looking at the model and analyzing the advantages held by the First Men's Military Academy. After saying that, he raised his head and looked towards Ling Xiao, who was focused and looking at the terrain. With a hint of provocation in his tone, he said, "General Ling, your juniors seem to have pretty good luck this time. He implied that the great results achieved by the first men's military academy were all due to luck. Ling Xiao's expression froze slightly. Soon after, his lips curved into a faint, shallow smile and he said, "Yeah, who knew they would be this lucky? To be able to cross the Yin-Yang Sea and be the first to reach their headquarters." Humph. Was the Yin-Yang Sea that easy to cross? He dared to say that his daughter was lucky. Motherf *******. This was a show of strength. Ling Xiao's words were clearly sarcastic, causing the division representative to suddenly freeze up. In the end, he awkwardly smiled, thinking to himself, didn't they say Ling Xiao had a good temper? How come he's being like this now? On hearing Ling Xiao's words, He Shuyang revealed a hint of a shallow smile. It was as expected, young Master Lan was the general's own flesh and blood. He would not let anyone slander her that easily. Sensing that Ling Xiao was a bit unhappy, the mecha tournament host's representative grudgingly shot a glance at the division representative who did not know his place. Man, did they really think that General Ling Xiao was the same lieutenant from before who would take orders from them? He quickly smiled, and to smooth things over he said, luck is also a type of strength. 3 hours have almost passed and the only one to reach their headquarters is the First Men's Military Academy. You can tell that this year's participating cadets are very strong. I heard that there was someone considered to be second to General Ling, called Xiao something. He turned around towards his assistant beside him. The assistant reacted quickly and instantly answered, Xiao Ting, the cadet who advanced to an ace operator in his 4th year. The host representative nodded and said, yes, that's him. Speaking of him, it reminds me that you, General Ling Xiao, created a record when you advanced to an ace operator at the beginning of your 4th year in the academy. Ling Xiao smiled humbly and said, you're mocking me, right? I know that there were secretly many cadets who advanced to an ace operator during the 4th year. Now that I think about it, I was still young back then and only knew how to show off. Humph, if you guys knew that my daughter advanced to ace in her 1st year, you would be so surprised your jaws would drop, right? But I'm not going to tell you. Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly. The host's representative naturally didn't believe Ling Xiao's words and continued to compliment him. General Ling is being too modest. There were definitely some who advanced close to the end of their 4th year, but you were the only one who advanced at the beginning of the 4th year, General Ling. After saying this, the representative tapped his head exaggeratedly and said, oh right, now there's this Xiao Ting. Why else would he be considered a second General Ling? The host's representative thought that the reason Ling Xiao was paying close attention to the First Men's Military Academy was because of the second Ling Xiao, Xiao Ting. His words were, at the same time, intended to praise Xiao Ting and make Ling Xiao happy. One of the people who came with Ling Xiao was the representative from the 3rd Division. Upon hearing all this, his eyes lit up and a feeling of joy flashed in them. His assignment during this mecha tournament was to observe Xiao Ting's performance. As it was already decided internally that Xiao Ting was going to join the 3rd Division and become a subordinate of the 3rd Marshal, he was of utmost importance to the 3rd Marshal. If Xiao Ting really could become a second Ling Xiao and ultimately become a God-class operator, their strength would become greater than the 2nd Marshal's faction and maybe even on par with the 1st Marshal's faction. Wasn't the only reason why the 1st Marshal could control the military of the Federation for more than a decade was because he had Ling Xiao, a young and promising God-class operator whose future was boundless. If it wasn't for the coincidence of Ling Xiao's sacrifice that gave the 1st Marshal's faction a chance to use public opinions to make both the military and public angry, making their two factions have no choice but to give up on the competition, it would not have been so easy for the 1st Marshal's faction to take control of the military to this day. In the end, they had waited until the impact of Ling Xiao's sacrifice had reached its lowest stage and the position of the 1st Marshal had become unstable. It was right that time, however, that Ling Xiao coincidentally revived. Upon the return of Ling Xiao, whose battle level was already known by the public, thousands came to see him. This made the weakened influence of the First Marshal's faction return to their peak, and the seat of the First Marshal became stable once again. If Xiao Ting could be like Ling Xiao in terms of quick growth, in 6 years he would be able to successfully advance to God class. That would be the day when the third faction would retaliate. The third division representative's smirk became more pronounced. It was as though he could see the proud day when they achieved this goal in the future. The host's representative's words only made Lin Xiao smile a bit just for show. He knew of Xiao Ting because his own daughter wanted to lead her team to compete in the mecha tournament. Children who walked thousands of miles would make their fathers worry for them. It was thus only natural that Ling Xiao needed to know about those members from Ling Lan's team. Ling Xiao paid a bit more attention to Xiao Ting because he was a genius above all others in every aspect, and was listed by intelligence officers as the #1 cadet. However, that was it. Right then, the staff in the monitoring room suddenly said, "A second military academy has appeared." As soon as he finished, another person said, "A third one has appeared as well. A fourth is there as well. Ah, another area has been lit up. A fifth one." On the large screen, numerous areas were lit up at the same time. Originally, only the G district had color and the other parts of the map were grayed out, but now the map finally had many colorful parts that were full of life. Finished receiving signal from Area P-47. It's the first co-ed military academy. Area P-47 was near the middle of the large map in grasslands. This location was both good and bad. It was good because no matter which side they headed towards, the co-ed military academy would be able to take over a large area. It was bad for the same reason: there were enemies all around them. Plus, in grassland areas, there weren't any places to hide in the environment. The headquarters in this area was the hardest to defend. If they wanted to defend this area, they would need manpower to do so. This way, the number of people that the first co-ed military academy could send out to go on the offensive would be less. The rules of the tournament were for them to first defend their own headquarters and then think about other things. This was why the first co-ed military academy urgently needed to form an alliance with the first men's military academy. Even if the first academy didn't help them, it would still be good if there was one less strong opponent like them. Area Q9 signal has been fully received. It is the second men's military academy. The area where the second men's military academy was a hilly area. If they planned well, it would be a place that would be easy to defend and hard to attack. They were in a better situation compared to the co-ed military academy, but it was just that hilly areas were at the southwest corner of the large map. If they wanted to attack other areas, they would first need to fight through the hilly areas in the southwest corner. Just like what was said before, the hilly areas were all easy to defend and hard to attack. That was why in order for the second men's military academy to walk out of the hill areas, they had to attack one area at a time like screwing a corkscrew. If they wanted to conquer a large area, it would be much harder compared to the first co-ed military academy's Area P. Area S-33's signal has been fully received. It is the third men's military academy. Almost at the same time, the third men's military academy closely followed the second men's military academy in occupying their own headquarters as well. The forest was a place that they could easily hide in. Finding opponents hidden in a forest would be very difficult to do. If the third men's military academy wanted to overcome the opponents around them, they would have it easier than the second men's military academy in Area Q. Area S9 has also been lit up. We don't know which military academy acquired the 5th placement, excitedly said the referee who was receiving the signal of Area S9. Currently, the top 4 academies had all successfully lit up their areas. Other than the first men's military academy being the first by a mile, the other 3 military academies had lit up their locations within seconds of each other. Was this Area S9 taken by one of the top 10 military academies? Or was it a black horse hidden among the military academies? Since they could keep up so closely with the 3 military academies and pretty much occupying their area at the same time, their strength was probably no less those 3 academies. The referee stared at the percentage of the signal being received, wanting to know the answer as soon as possible, looking forward to seeing who the 5th Military Academy was. The others had raised their heads with interest upon hearing about the 5th Military Academy that had joined in at the same time as the other 3. It's showing up. How is it the 1st Men's Military Academy? The referee had seen that 100% of the signal was received and had suddenly become focused, but when he raised his head to take a look, his expression changed instantly. The emblem that showed up on the big screen, after Area S9 was lit up, was of the 1st Men's Military Academy. His surprised voice made the entire monitoring room immediately fall silent. Everyone looked at Area S9, which represented the territory of the 1st Men's Military Academy, with dumbfounded looks. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly walked towards Area S9, which was shown on the model on the table. He frowned and looked at Area S9, and then looked again at the G district that had all been connected together. He then said, the 1st Men's Military Academy didn't just split their forces towards the left and right. At the same time, they sent out another team and came to the S district. They split their forces this much. How many people are left in their headquarters? Are they abandoning their base? A division's representative said surprisedly with a face full of disbelief. With regards to such a bold and reckless operation by the 1st Men's Military Academy, the expressions of those in the monitoring room were not approving. Only a few frowned and thought more deeply about the point of this operation. Ling Xiao was one of them. He put his hand on his chin and looked at the scaled-down model of the map of the terrain and entered deep thought. Area S9 is the intersection between the forest area and grassland area, as well as the center of the forest area. A special class mecha's radar is probably capable of covering 2/3 of this area. For an ace mecha, it could cover 100%. Ling Xiao thought deeply as to the intentions of the 1st Men's Military Academy. Sending out a team to Area S9, which is far away, and lighting it up just for conquering the area. That doesn't make sense. If Area S, Q, and M wanted to attack Area P, they must pass Area S, but Area P is where there are the most number of headquarters. When the battle royale starts, this place will definitely become a location everyone will fight for and will be the most brutal battlefield. The 1st Men's Military Academy, which was originally in Area G, could have just sat back and watched the show, yet they want to tread in these muddy waters instead. Logically, the main forces would defend the base camp, since the headquarters is the crux of the battle royale. If a fight broke out in Area S, their headquarters would definitely not be able to send reinforcements. And relying on the mecha operators split off from the main group to defend the area is pretty much impossible. Since that's the case, then why would they come to light up S9 and do something meaningless? Lana won't have missed this point, so then why would she arrange this? Could it be that there's someone who refused to comply with Lana's decision and the result was that they moved out without permission? Ling Xiao's brows immediately formed a frown upon thinking of this possibility. He thought about Xiao Ting, the person who was nicknamed the second Ling Xiao. Was it him? However, in the private meetings between father and daughter in the past few days, Ling Lan's expression was as light as the wind. It was possible that she already had these issues under control. The frown on Ling Xiao's brows slowly eased. He was very confident in his daughter. Ling Lan's capability was not to be looked down on, since she was able to take care and look after the Ling family during the 16 years that he had sacrificed himself for the country. Since there's definitely no one going off on their own, then this operation was arranged by Lana, or was approved by her, Ling Xiao speculated and came to this conclusion as his eyes lit up. His own daughter would not make a move blindly, there was definitely more to this matter than meets the eye. Ling Xiao scanned the map on the table once again, imprinting all the terrains of each area into his eyes and going through them in his mind once again. No. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed and he said, this is a defensive checkpoint. Lana wants to block off all teams from Area S. Since they have to protect their headquarters, the number of forces they can send out for an attack can't be that much. If they send a strong team to stay in this location and mount a sneak attack, the probability of success is very high. If the team leader is Xiao Ting, then not only does the success rate increase exponentially but at the same time, Area S would become the best shield for them. Ling Xiao lips showed a hint of a smile. He was already certain that the battle team which lit up Area S9 was the team led by Xiao Ting. And only he could make the best possible result out of this maneuver. This move that Lanner had arranged was indeed amazing, as even he could not contain his surprise. Right when Ling Xiao predicted what would happen, the other audience members and referees, who had doubts about the move the first men's military academy had made, had already switched to Area S9 on the big screen. They could see that there were many mechas flying about in Area S9. Some were patrolling, some were resting and some were waiting for orders. In the resting area, there was a certain mecha that took away everyone's attention, and it was none other than one of the 3 ace mecha which had appeared in this tournament. It was one of the strongest ace mecha, Xiao Ting's long-range mecha. It's Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting isn't defending their headquarters. They've gone mad. Everyone saw this situation, looks of incomprehension on their faces. The first men's military academy was already at the right place and right time, but as luck would have it, problems arose in the arrangements of their forces. They lost the opportunity they had and squandered the great situation they were in. This made them feel sorry for them, but also expected them to do better. It should be known that, in order to defend the headquarters well, the best battle team of the military academy and their mecha operators would stay and defend the camp and would not leave rashly. After all, the headquarters was the crux of the battle royale. If the headquarters were taken by others, the territories that were snatched up would instantly become nothing. Their score would become 0 and they would be instantly eliminated. No military academy dared to bet on that outcome, and this was why the forces that attacked were always the secondary battle team, leaving the defense to the strongest first battle team. No, this is a good plan, someone said, stating an opinion opposite to the general consensus. Everyone looked at that person with shocked expressions, and they found out that the speaker was He Shuyang, who was standing beside Ling Xiao with a face full of smiles. Everyone reflexively looked towards Ling Xiao and saw that he was holding his laughter. He was not against what his staff officer had said. Everyone instantly calmed down. Those who could become high-ranking officers in the army were not idiots. They began to fall into deep thought and contemplate why He Shuyang had said what he did. The vice president of the Federation wasn't really knowledgeable about the mecha battle team strategies. Not knowing anything, he simply asked, "Staff Officer He, can you explain to me? I don't have an understanding of these things." He Shuyang looked at Ling Xiao, who nodded lightly in response, then He Shuyang answered, "Where is the location of the first men's military academy? Other than us, the spectators who know for certain, the other military academies don't have a clue. If Xiao Ting is holding his ground in Area S9 and the other academies saw him there, what would be their first thought?" Many people came to a realization at He Shuyang's reminder, and someone yelled, "Area S9 is their headquarters." He Shuyang's smile grew wider at those words. Yes. The other military academies will definitely think that Area S9, with Xiao Ting holding it, will be the first men's military academy's headquarters. If my guess isn't wrong, Xiao Ting's mission there is to block off the battle teams who try to move into Area S from Area P and proceed with something similar to a slaughter. Hearing that, the vice president instantly breathed in a mouthful of cold air and said, "Isn't this going to make everyone angry? Does the first men's military academy not fear the other military academies forming alliances?" He Shuyang smiled and said, "This the first men's military academy's goal. Since Area S9 is the first men's military academy's headquarters, they will definitely want to form alliances and eliminate the strongest opponent. However, after using so much effort to take Area S9, they'll find that they only took down an uninhabited area." He Shuyang's words made the others want to know the final result. After attacking Area S9, all of the allied military academies would have fits on the spot. The fruits of their labor, after investing so much effort and perhaps even taking painful losses, would only be something that was worthless and could be easily tossed aside. They would definitely feel bad about it. Sacrificing their strongest team and individual in order to draw everyone's attention, is this worth it? And once those who had realized the truth find out where the real headquarters of the First Men's Military Academy lay, the First Men's Military Academy may not have the ability to defend. Many people acknowledged this move made by the First Men's Military Academy. However, there were still those being stubborn because they hadn't seen through the plan themselves and felt embarrassed. Thus, they would not admit to the excellence of the cadets. Since it's an uninhabited area that can just be tossed aside, Xiao Ting's group will not defend it to their death. He Shuyang mentioned casually, a hint of disdain flashing across his eyes. As long as Xiao Ting isn't dumb and leaves after delaying as much as he can, just some special class operators will not be enough to keep an ace operator from going, unless there is another ace operator. As for finding the First Men's Military Academy's real headquarters, within 72 hours. Ha! He Shuyang laughed lightly twice and did not continue to speak. The meaning of his words was very clear. Finding their real headquarters would be impossible, as time moved forward and would not pause for anything. He Shuyang's expression made the officer who had differing opinions feel embarrassed. He glanced at the silent Ling Xiao and suppressed the anger rising up from his chest. One of the officers who were also deeply in thought like Ling Xiao was at the beginning saw this situation and sighed silently. That officer who had differing opinions was brought along by him. This person was actually an idiot, and it just happened so that he was narrow-minded and tended to be envious of those who were capable. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy was the brother-in-law of the deputy division officer, there would have been no way for him to get to the position he had now. This time around as well, he had used his connection with the deputy division officer in order to come to the mecha tournament. However, he was always someone that started up sh*t. It was so embarrassing and it would be hard to explain this incident to the higher-ups when they returned. Thus, the officer explained, what staff officer he means is that even if the headquarters in Area G was found, the other military academies would not have enough time to find out which one is the real headquarters. And on top of that, 72 hours would not be enough for them to search one by one. Why? The officer with differing opinions asked confusedly. Man, idiots were really idiots. Could they at least try to pretend to be smart? He still had to ask about such a simple situation. Now everyone definitely knew that he had brought a big idiot. The leading officer felt the ridicule in the gazes of those around him, making him feel very embarrassed. He still had to respond despite this, however, as there was no way he could offend this narrow-minded person. Thus, holding back his embarrassment, he replied, there are already 11 districts lit up in Area G and they are already connected with each other. The First Men's Military Academy will definitely defend on the area's periphery and create a city within a city. Even if they can't defend these locations, they can fight and retreat and that would be enough for them until the battle royal is over. After saying this, he could not suppress an inward sigh. Everyone being people all the same, these young cadets could come up with such an outstanding defensive plan, while this idiot who was almost 40 years old didn't understand anything. He could barely compare to even a finger of these cadets. The idiot officer could only pout about it and stop talking after hearing the answer. At that moment, he was already feeling the glances of ridicule from those around him, inwardly hating them for it. He hated He Shuyang, who didn't give him any respect and only threw an expression of ridicule at him. At the same time, he also hated the officer who tried to get him out of the situation. He decided that when he went back, he would tell his brother-in-law about this officer who made him look bad. He would ask his brother-in-law to send this officer to the poorest borders to defend the territories there. After hearing He Shuyang and the officer's explanations, the Federation's vice president immediately understood. His eyes showed a bit of excitement and he said, so that's how it is. Looks like the First Men's Military Academy will have no problem taking first place in the tournament. General Ling, I want to congratulate you in advance. Your junior's performance seems to be very exceptional. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Mr. Vice President, you shouldn't say that. The battle royale hasn't ended yet. Anything's possible. It was 11 o'clock on planet Qiming. On this unknown planet, although it was daytime, the real situation was very bad. 1 second it was sunny as summer's day and the next, it was thunderstorms and hurricanes. The dark weather conditions and pouring rain made visibility on the monitors of the mecha drop quickly. It was pretty much the same as that night when they could not even see their own two hands. Or perhaps, the weather was too severe. In the originally busy airspace above Area P, one could not even one mecha flying about. Boom! 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 Among the sound of the pouring rain hitting the trees and the ground, there seemed to be some muffled sounds of engines mixed in. Perhaps the pouring rain was cutting off the noise, or perhaps these engines were on low gear. It was as though the engine sounds were there 1 second and gone the other, making it difficult to tell whether they were as actually engine sounds or not. A few seconds later, a team of mecha appeared which continuously moved above Area P at a constant speed. The route they traveled was very clever, largely evading the area of the headquarters and passing by uninhabited areas. Staring at the screen of his mecha, Xie could not see anything but the fog and rain, not even the teammates in front of him. Although he knew they were in front, he still could not see any trace of them. The only thing that gave him the feeling of their presence was the flashing green signal lights on the radar which represented his teammates, proving that he was not alone in this thunderstorm. The silent environment, coupled with the sense of loneliness brought by the inability to see his teammates, made Xie, who always enjoyed being busy, feel a little annoyed. Finally, after a few minutes, he could not handle such a dull atmosphere and whispered, "Man, this F***king weather is really F***king annoying." Although the outside environment is indeed a bit bad, in the mecha, other than the impact on our visibility, there aren't any big problems. A gentle voice rang in the team's communication channel. It was the always good-tempered Ling Lan. Xie heard this and his face instantly became red. It turned out that he had just forgotten to temporarily turn off his microphone, and his impatient voice was heard by the entire team. He had been trying to maintain the image of a sunny boy, but it was completely ruined. Xie was very annoyed. Yeah, and because of this weather, the mecha flying above Area P have obviously become much less than before. This helps us pass without too much interference. I think this is good luck for us. This rain is really good. Luo Lang's soft voice rang in the team channel. Xie, be more patient. You're not like this normally, Luo Lang said with a hint of incomprehension in his tone. Perhaps to Luo Lang, the image of Xie's character as a sunny and reliable individual was deeply embedded. Comparing that image to the current Xie, who was being impatient, Luo Lang could not accept the change in such a short amount of time. Huh. I just like it to be a bit lively. The silence was killing me, making me feel very uncomfortable and a bit irritated. I am really sorry everyone, Xie quickly explained and apologized. He had to restore his image, and he could not let Luo Lang and the others be disappointed. It indeed gave me an illusionary feeling when No was speaking. It was as though I was the last person left in the world, Qi Long inserted loudly. It's so silent that it's suffocating, Xie said, laughing weakly. Right then, Ling Lan, who was at the front, heard all this and had a thought. Was it possible that Xie, who was always sunshine and rainbows, had a story? Perhaps Luo Lang felt that Xie was sensitive to the silence and thus spoke out without any topics in mind. Boss, is it alright if we just leave the base camp like this? Alright, in reality, he was also feeling somewhat uneasy. It's alright. There are the other mecha teams who worked together and formed 2 teams of special class mecha battle teams. In addition, there's also the logistics team formed by Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, Yi Su, and Lin Zhongqing. Furthermore, there's also Jijian defending the base camp and forming plans and strategies. As long as our opponents are not ace-level operators, this setup is enough to handle them, Ling Lan responded. Jijian's luck sucks so bad. Ling Lan's words made Qi Long sigh. There was a hint of a smile in Li Lanfeng's expression, a sense of self-satisfaction flashing across his eyes. This time, Li Lanfeng had actually used some little tricks. Using his talents, he had forcefully influenced Han Jijian's speculations. This was how he had won over him and made him stay at headquarters. He wasn't sure if Han Jijian had realized the truth by now, however, no matter how angry he was, or if he called Li Lanfeng despicable, Li Lanfeng would still have done the same. He didn't want to miss a chance to move out with Rabbit. This was Li Lanfeng's obsession. He had almost lost all possible opportunities to be together in this lifetime when he missed out the last time, so this time he didn't want to miss out. As the strategists of the Ling Tian clan, either Li Lanfeng or Han Jijian needed to stay back to defend the headquarters. Since Li Lanfeng didn't want to stay, then that only left Han Jijian. This time, there were only 6 members working together with Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun, Qi Long, Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and Li Xiu. Han Jijian was tricked by Li Lanfeng into defending the base camp, while Chang Xinyuan needed to lead the modification team to modify the different types of weapons at headquarters. They were so busy that even if Chang Xinyuan had wanted to follow Ling Lan and the others, he wouldn't have been able to. As for Lin Zhongqing, he was responsible for the logistics and resources for the entire team and was also not able to follow Ling Lan. This made them feel regretful, as they knew that it would be much more exciting and stimulating going out with their boss rather than defending the base camp. When they had almost flown past Area P to reach Area S, Luo Lang asked confusedly, "Boss, isn't our target Area P this time?" "No." Ling Lan responded decisively. "Then which territory?" Luo Lang asked again. "We're heading to Area S first." Ling Lan answered for all her teammates. "Isn't Xiao Ting responsible for Area S?" Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng become suddenly confused. He remembered that the plan he and the other advisors had thought up was that Xiao Ting would be fully responsible for Area S. Was it because Rabbit feared that Xiao Ting didn't have enough manpower? That was why they had come to help him. However, if a battle broke out which even the 24-man special class mecha team led by Xiao Ting couldn't resolve, then the 7 of them coming to help would not make a difference. Even though Rabbit and Xiao Ting were both ace operators, Ling Lan was operating a special class mecha as she was hiding her true abilities. Additionally, their team was composed of both special class operators and advanced operators, an odd bunch with varying capabilities. Compared to Xiao Ting's team, they were too inferior. Xiao Ting is still responsible for Area S. "I just want to pass by Area S," Ling Lan explained. "Pass by?" Luo Lang showed a confused expression, while everyone else began to enter deep thought. Other than the normal Luo Lang, who was a bit simple-minded, the others were not simpletons, they all had their own ideas. "Is it Area Q? Or M?" The map of the Battle Royale appeared in Li Lanfeng's mind. He recalled the other military academies that he told Ling Lan to keep in mind. Suddenly, Area Q, where the Second Men's Military Academy was situated, appeared in his mind. Li Lanfeng immediately laughed and said, "Are we going to Area Q for the Second Men's Military Academy?" Li Lanfeng's words made Ling Lan's lip curl slightly. She was very pleased. She found that Li Lanfeng was well aware of her thoughts, able to guess it correctly 8 or 9 out of 10 times. It seemed that Li Lanfeng was sincere in forming the close relationship they had during their younger years, or else he wouldn't know her this well. She felt pity towards him when she thought of the fact that due to his strong spiritual power, his body was as weak as it could possibly be. The results of the recovery method were not as good as when it was during Ling Lan's childhood, as Li Lanfeng's body had grown up in all aspects. If he wanted to recover to the best physical condition, he might need 5 to 6 years, or even 10. Ling Lan had only just found out about this problem. If Li Lanfeng's goal had not been to become a strong mecha operator, a slow recovery wouldn't be a problem, but it just so happened that Li Lanfeng's goal was very clear, and that was to become a mecha operator. This made the 10-year recovery period seem way too long. The best time for a mecha operator to advance was exactly around 20 to 30 years of age. If Li Lanfeng could only reach the peak of his physical condition when he became 30 years old, then he would have actually missed the best time for him to advance. This would affect the future in ways that would be possibly huge. Looks like I need to use some time and effort to resolve the issue of his physical condition before Li Lanfeng reports to the army. Ling Lan thought to herself. At this moment, Ling Lan had really put Li Lanfeng's dilemma into her heart. Li Lanfeng's wholehearted, sincere service and outstanding performance in the past year or so was finally rewarded. This made him the first person to be included in Ling Lan's thoughts other than Qi Long and those others who had grown up with Ling Lan. It was something to be happy about. Zhao Jun heard Li Lanfeng's cry of triumph, frowned and said, "Didn't we say that we were letting the first co-ed military academy handle the second men's military academy?" When Ling Lan and Ling Xiao had agreed to the alliance, Zhao Jun, who had been present at the scene, heard everything clearly. If Boss Lan suddenly went back on his word, wouldn't that make the first co-ed military academy unhappy? Wouldn't that destroy the alliance between the two? Ling Lan heard this and her lip curled once again. "When I said that I agreed, I meant I agreed to the alliance. I didn't say I would give them the second men's military academy," Ling Lan said plainly. How could Ling Lan let the second men's military academy go? Those who dared to lay a finger on her, whether they were younger brothers or sisters, would all have to pay dearly. It was the same with what happened at Tianji's headquarters, and this time the second men's military academy was going to be the same as well. When the mecha tournament started, Ling Lan had already made up her mind that she would not let the second men's military academy get even 1 point in the battle royale. Yes, she had made up her mind very early on. She was planning on eliminating the second men's military academy from the battle royale, and this was also one of the reasons why she went from the far north to the south that was thousands of miles away and not for the actual score or strategy. Ling Lan was this kind of person. Ling Lan's words made everyone remember the image of the discussion from before. Indeed, just as Ling Lan had said, she didn't promise the first co-ed military academy anything. Saying, "agreed," could have been understood as she promised, or it could be understood that she only agreed to the alliance. As expected, Boss was black-bellied. Qi Long and the others felt that they needed to have their guards up. They decided that in future when they listened to Boss, they had to be wary in case Boss sold them out while they counted the money she earned. Upon hearing that they were going to attack the second men's military academy, Zhao Jun suddenly became excited. If they could really bring down the headquarters of the second men's military academy, then that would be a feat that could shake and encourage their members. He didn't forget that they had been pressured into second place for the past 7 tournaments by the second men's military academy. This kind of humiliation had already been deeply rooted into the bones of all the cadets at the first men's military academy. However, after his excitement faded and he calmed down, Zhao Jun hung his face down. There would be at least 5 to 6 mecha teams defending the second academy's base camp with the ace operator Jiang Xiaoyu as their leader. Could they really take it down with just the 7 of them? He laughed weakly and said, "Boss, just the 7 of us are going to attack the second men's military academy? Isn't this too difficult?" Ling frowned at that and said, "Actually, I was always annoyed about one thing, which is, why are everyone's sights directed towards mecha battles?" Ling Lan touched the small item in her pocket once again. She indeed wanted to try out whether her idea would work or not. "You're saying, we go in without mechas? That's too dangerous." Knowing Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng instantly understood what Ling Lan was planning, and he was vehemently opposed to it. Why did the battle royale become a mecha battle? Well, that was because, in mecha battles, there were mecha to protect people, which made it harder for operators to be harmed or to die. However, as soon as they left their mechas behind and used their physical bodies to go in and fight, not only would they not be able to go against any type of artillery or weapons, without the protection of the mechas, even the environment of the planet would make it hard to move forward. Don't get your panties in a bunch. If it wasn't perfectly safe, I wouldn't do it, Ling Lan quickly comforted Li Lanfeng after sensing his care and worry. As expected, it wasn't a good thing when someone knew too much. Just one little hint and Li Lanfeng was able to find out. Ling Lan was pleased, but also felt annoyed. She was proficient in satirizing others, not comforting them. Ling Lan's words only made Li Lanfeng sigh internally. He knew that once Rabbit had decided on something, he would not change his mind, and furthermore, there was the fact that he was an expert in the field of physical skills. The influence of the environment on these experts was very minimal. Even if they went against special class operators where high-level field experts couldn't win, they would still be able to escape without any issue. In reality, even if he opposed the idea, he would not have any strong reason to go against Ling Lan's decision. The 7 of them arrived at a corner in Area P which was close to Area S. Ling suddenly stopped her mecha and said, "Find a place to hide immediately. Deactivate your mecha. If I don't move, no one else is allowed to move." With that said, she was the first to move her mecha down to the ground and found a tall towering tree surrounded by lush foliage to hide by. Qilong and the others reacted very quickly, all of them quickly found places that suited them and at the same time, they turned off the engine of the mechas, and silently hid. 10 minutes later, a mecha team could be seen moving in from the southeast. This surprised Qilong and the others who were hiding on the side, even Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng. They were all using special class mecha, yet how was it that Ling Lan discovered this mecha team and they didn't? Was it because Ling Lan's special class mecha was different from theirs? Or maybe Ling Lan had other secrets? All these questions flashed through Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun's minds. They quickly focused on using their physical skills to decrease their body temperature to the lowest possible degree that they could endure, and their heart rate also began to drop likewise. A mecha with its engines off didn't have any isolation barriers or protective equipment. The body temperature and the energy created from the blood flow of mecha operators would easily be located by a mecha's heat sensor. In order to avoid being exposed, lowering one's body temperature and heart rate was what each mecha operator needed to be capable of. It was a good thing that the physical skills of this group weren't too bad. They pretty much all controlled their body temperature and blood flow speed. Of course, it was possible that these mecha didn't have heat sensors, or perhaps they had only turned on their radars. The radar of mecha was very sensitive to mecha engines and as luck would have it, it was not effective in detecting human bodies. In short, this team of mecha didn't discover them. They hovered around the airspace above them, then flew away. Ling Lan's group didn't move and remained as they were, not moving a muscle. After around 10 minutes passed, the mecha team which had left earlier returned. This time, they went around a few times, and then they slowly flew in the direction where they had come from. Ling Lan's patience was very good. She merely waited patiently and 10 minutes had passed. Then 20 minutes. Then 30 minutes. The others who were waiting almost lost their patience. If they didn't see that Ling Lan was still hiding in the same corner without moving an inch, Qilong and the others would have thought Ling Lan had already left. Another 10 minutes had passed. Xie, who was greatly opposed to this silent and lonely atmosphere, wanted to hit the on button for his mecha's engine. Right then, Ling's cold words suddenly rang out in his mind, "If I don't move, no one else is allowed to move." Cold sweat suddenly began to drip down from his forehead and he forcefully withdrew his finger. The feeling of frustration present in him became replaced by calm once again. Looks like boss has already found out. Returning to his normal self, Xie still didn't understand something. He immediately laughed weakly. Maybe I should find Boss Lan and have a discussion about it, and hope that he has a way to solve my issue. Despite having spent all this time pretending to be sunny and happy, he still couldn't fool himself in the end. Xie was once again envious of Luo Lang. There were so many different personalities inside Luo Lang, yet he was still able to keep the original persona so clean and uncontaminated. For Xie, this was considered a miracle. As for himself, he was affected despite only having one extra personality, and as time passed, this issue was becoming increasingly severe. Back in the days when he enjoyed following Luo Lang around, seeing him smiling happily and living recklessly, while still being happy no matter if he was humiliated or insulted, had made Xie feel that his problem was not serious at all. He felt that he could overcome the other side of himself that was affecting him. He felt that there was still much hope for him in the future. Yes, he liked the simple Luo Lang. He desired to become like Luo Lang, to be unaffected and to be himself. It could even be said that Luo Lang was the reason that he had continued to endure until now. "I won't give in." Luo Lang's reckless smile once again appeared in Xia Yi's mind. Xia Yi clenched his fists firmly. If Luo Lang could do it, then he could do it as well. In Xia Yi's mind, he could lose to anyone other than Luo Lang. If he couldn't even beat the soft and delicate Luo Lang, then how would he be able to have the dignity to stay in Boss Lan's battle team? Everyone had their own bottom line, and Luo Lang was the bottom line which Xia Yi would not bow down to. Perhaps it was because of Ling Lan's spiritual charge, or because Xia Yi's will to fight had once again begun to burn inside him, but the severely depressing emotions affecting Xia Yi were fading. Xia Yi recovered his initial endurance. 10 minutes passed by quickly once again. Right then, the pouring rain had been slowing down, and after 2 to 3 minutes, the sky was no longer filled with rain, but terrifying hail instead. The temperature instantly fell from the heat of a hot summer to the chill of the coldest of winters. Since they didn't turn on the engines of the mechas, the equipment for maintaining a constant temperature could not be turned on either. The temperature inside their mecha dropped at an alarming rate, instantly falling to -15 degrees or so. Ling Lan couldn't help but frown. Her talent was ice affinity. No matter how low the temperature was, it would not affect her. However, her teammates were not the same. Qi Long's physique was sturdy, which Ling Lan was not worried about. Zhao Jun was similar and would probably be able to endure this little bit of cold. Luo Lang had multiple personalities. If he couldn't handle it, then he could activate his other personalities to withstand it. Xia Yi's physique wasn't bad either. Even if it meant he had to suffer a bit, it would not affect him that much. And as for the military medic Li Xiu, he definitely had a way to protect himself against the cold. Li Lanfeng was the one who worried Ling Lan. With his body, could he really withstand such low temperatures? Ling Lan unconsciously rubbed her fingers together, considering whether they should keep waiting or not. This was a sudden situation which made her hesitate. Should she persist on her original decision, or risk moving out for the sake of Li Lanfeng's health? Just when Ling Lan was hesitating and couldn't make a decision, Little Four suddenly said, "Boss, do you still remember the introduction regarding Planet Chiming?" "I remember. The unique thing about Planet Chiming is it can let you experience all 4 seasons in a single day." When she first came across this information, she was surprised by it and was also looking forward to experiencing it for herself. However, during the time that they had been on Planet Chiming, the temperature had always stayed around 20 degrees. The weather was so nice that she had forgotten that Planet Chiming had this characteristic. "I now suspect that we're still on Planet Chiming," Little Four said. Ling Lan became surprised at his words and she asked, "Didn't you say that the trajectory and coordinates were not of Planet Chiming?" "Yes, the coordinates and the route of the starship all left the known coordinates of Planet Chiming. However, in the records of the Mandora star system, there was once an odd planet. It was called Gemini." "Gemini? That Gemini which is part of the 12 horoscopes?" The always calm and collected Ling Lan became astonished after hearing what Little Four said. Gemini? Wasn't that a legendary horoscope? Was there really a planet named Gemini in the real world? Little Four understood what Ling Lan was saying. He quickly shook his head and said, "Boss, it's not the Gemini stated in the horoscopes." "Well, it's actually kind of right. You could say that in the vast universe, if there are 2 planets where their weather, resources, organisms and other things are practically identical, to an extent that is more than 99%. These 2 planets would then be called Gemini planets." After Little Four spoke to this part, he found that he had missed out something important and quickly added, "And these 2 planets are on the same star map. They are either beside each other or connected to each other. That way they will become Gemini or fake Gemini. Do you think it's possible that we are on Planet Chiming's Gemini planet?" Little Four, open the location of Planet Chiming on the star map, Ling Lan ordered quickly. Very soon, a star map appeared inside Ling Lan's mind space. Ling Lan first found the adjacent side of Planet Chiming and then a large asteroid belt. There was no space for a large planet to reside there. And on the side of Planet Chiming, in front of it was Planet Yuming, on its left was planet Ziyuan, and on its right was planet Shirchio. It was only the part behind planet Qiming that had planets that were light years away from it. It was so dark as if there was a black hole in that part of the star map. No matter how Ling Lan looked at it, it looked somewhat odd. This location behind planet Qiming is labeled a place where star tidal waves form, forbidding any ships from coming near. Ling Lan saw the label on the star map. She no longer had anything she didn't understand. The Gemini planet of planet Qiming is behind it. If she didn't have Little Four reminding her, she would definitely have been tricked by the star map and thought that this area was the star tidal wave area. After thinking about how the Gemini planet was covered in dark fog, without any light sources seeping out, even if starship fleets were to pass by, they would need to go near the planet's atmosphere and would not be seen. Even if the direction was wrong and they got close by accident and was sucked in by the atmosphere, the starship fleets would assume that it was the gravitational pull of the star tidal waves. Their first thought would be to escape the gravitational pull and not go along with the pull and land. Looks like the Federation has many secrets. Ling Lan thought back to the time when she was still in Scouts Corps. She had come in contact with 3 planets that were not labeled on the star map. Maybe there were more planets that were hidden away just like this. It was just that they, as commoners, did not know. Thinking about the fact the Federation would publicize planets that adventurers had found each decade and made people oddly amazed, this was perhaps a means used by the Federation to make everyone believe that the government was working hard in expanding the universe of the human race and finding more resources to expand the Federation. It's behind planet Qiming, then that means it is connected. It's a real Gemini planet and not an adjacent fake. The results of Ling Lan's final speculation made Little Four so happy that he began to smile, which made his 2 eyes become 2 crescent moons. Little Four couldn't help but be happy. Gemini planets were a wondrous existence. Even in the Mandora star system, with a history of billions of years, they had only managed to find 1 Gemini planet. They didn't think that there would be this wondrous existence in such a low-level 1 or 2 evolutionary galaxy. Little Four's mouth uncontrollably moved a bit. In end, he still couldn't hold it in and told the real secret of the Gemini planets to Ling Lan. In the mecha history of the Mandora star system, there was a mystical, powerful and terrifying mecha. Its main material could only be forged on the dark planet of the Gemini planets. I should still wait a bit. Wait until the boss becomes even stronger, then come here and find that legendary material. Little Four thought. Ling Lan returned to her calm state due to Little Four's interruption. Her previous hesitation changed into strong resolve. She remembered that she had told Lin Zhongqing to exchange for more temperature control medication in order to handle the odd weather and temperatures on planet Qiming. She remembered that these things were in the personal resources that were given to everyone. Li Lanfeng was a smart person. He would definitely have thought about all this to resolve the issue at hand. When Ling Lan stopped worrying, she began to judge herself at the same time. If a commander was to lose their cool and make an incorrect decision, then not only would it bad for her, but also for the team members that had put their trust in her. Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan bit her lip. This was the first time that she clearly saw what her weakness was. For the people who looked as though they were soft and delicate, Ling Lan could not be ruthless towards them. She would become irresolute and hesitant. It was like this with Luo Chao and also with Li Lanfeng. Looks like I still need to go into the learning space to train. Ling Lan silently made a decision. Now that she had become the leader of these friends of hers, she would not allow herself to have this weakness and put her and her friends in danger. The now calm Ling Lan decided to keep waiting. The clock had already reached midnight on planet Qiming at that moment. The military academies that had more or less constructed their headquarters had begun to send out some battle teams to go into the surrounding areas to investigate. The battle royale had a rule that before midnight, other than taking over uninhabited areas, the headquarters of the military academies were not allowed to be attacked. The time of the attack had to be after midnight. This rule was to make sure all the military academies had time to build their headquarters. At the same time, it was also to give all the cadets some time to rest. Although it was already time when they could begin their attack, this was not the optimal time that Ling Lan was thinking about. Thus, she chose to remain at the same spot, not moving an inch. Before Area S and Area P became a battleground, Ling Lan would not move no matter what. Those who followed Ling Lan were pretty much all the members who trusted Ling Lan the most. Other than Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie Yi whom she had grown up with, Li Lanfeng was even more of a strong supporter of Ling Lan. Ever since Zhao Jun joined the battle team, after being beaten up by Ling Lan many times, he also admitted to her superiority. The only person that was suspicious of Ling Lan was Li Xiu. However, he was someone who was patient, and since the teammates beside him were not moving, he, of course, wouldn't move either. Very soon after, the mecha of these 7 were blanketed by a sheet of snow. Even if someone was to come close now, they would think that they were some rocks covered by the snow. While Ling Lan was waiting patiently for the best possible time to move out, in Area S9, Xiao Ting was preparing to move out. Amidst the swirling white snow, he made his mecha fly up into mid-air and stared at the mecha's radar. The radar on Ace mechas was able to cover a small portion of Area S and Area P. Very soon, there was finally some movement in Area S. The headquarters in Area S had sent out a 24-man mecha battle team. All team members, ready to move out. Xiao Ting decisively opened the team channel and ordered. Yes, Captain. All the members began to move out. Engines began to roar, whether it belonged to patrol personnel or mecha that were resting about. All the mechas flew rapidly into the air and gathered around Xiao Ting. Captain, is something happening? The information that Xiao Ting's Ace mecha's radar could discover may not be able to be discovered by special class mechas. Xiao Ting's vice-captain began to ask about the situation once he was beside Xiao Ting. There's a 24-man battle team coming from Area S to Area P. Xiao Ting told everyone what he had discovered. Huh, we're really lucky. The battle royale just started and we got a battle coming. The team members were itching to start. This was the first battle for many members. They had been spectators for the past 15 or so days and this had made them itch for a battle, unable to wait for a fight against their opponents to satisfy their craving. Xiao Ting scanned the circle of battle-ready members around him and reminded, our mission is very important. Everyone must be careful and not stray from the team. Yes, Captain. They replied with gratitude. They felt the concern in Xiao Ting's voice. Seeing that the opposition had chosen their direction to move in, Xiao Ting calculated that they could stop them right before they reached Area P. He thus ordered, move out. With that order given, he operated his mecha and was the first to fly out. His team members followed him in an orderly fashion. Their formation did not change during the tense march. They all made sure they had the best distance apart from each other and was organized and in an orderly fashion. This proved that Xiao Ting's team was a mature battle team. Xiao Ting was also an exceptional team captain, which was why they could achieve this kind of result. The other 24-man team quickly discovered Xiao Ting and the others, however, they didn't try to hide and continued to fly in the same direction. Since they had moved out at this time, they would probably be offensive members and was a team solely for attacking cities. There was an unspoken rule in the battle royale, and this rule was that a battle would not easily start between offensive teams. Everyone wanted to bring down the opponent's headquarters and gain enough points, thus, these attacking teams would usually have a temporary collaboration and attack another military academy's headquarters together. Unless they met up with a military academy that they had a grudge against, in which case it was possible that they wouldn't see eye to eye and break out in a bloody battle. However, the possibility of this was very small. It would mostly be both sides becoming more careful and both retreating. Maybe the opposition was thinking the same, which was why they wanted to meet up and see if the two sides have a chance to merge. The two battle teams were getting closer and closer. Through the team's comms channel, Xiao Ting ordered, prepare short-range weapons. Ready for battle. Many clicking sounds followed, as every mecha of Xiao Ting's team took out their short-range beam guns from their backs and held them in their hands, readying up and waiting for Xiao Ting's final order. Finally, the opposition could clearly see the mecha that were coming towards them. He was shaken upon seeing that Xiao Ting was the one leading the team and felt happy. He was surprised that the First Men's Military Academy had sent out Xiao Ting as captain of the attacking team, not worrying about their own headquarters. At the same time, he was also happy. If he could form an alliance with Xiao Ting and attack the base camps that were not that strong, then it would be a sure win. He didn't that his luck would be this good. The captain leading the group made a request to talk with Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting's lip showed a hint of a cold smirk as he agreed to the captain's request. Captain Xiao, we are of the Feihong Military Academy. We don't see you as our enemies. If possible, I would like to talk to you. The opponent's attitude was lowered and his tone was very sincere. If Xiao Ting hadn't already accepted Ling Lan's mission, perhaps he would have agreed to give them a chance. What do you want to talk about? Xiao Ting replied just for show. While the two captains had been conversing, the two teams had drawn nearer to each other. I want to talk about the possibility of an alliance. The Feihong Military Academy's captain was slightly anxious. They were, after all, a mid to low-class military academy. Would Xiao Ting refuse because he looked down on them? An alliance? Xiao Ting pretended to think about it. The captain of Feihong battle team suddenly felt his heart being pulled up as he nervously waited for Xiao Ting's final answer. Right then, the distance between the two of them had reached the range of short-range beam guns. Seeing this, Xiao Ting's eyes lit up and he ordered coldly, "Fire." The members of Xiao Ting's team, who had already readied their guns, all pulled down on their triggers at Xiao Ting's order. There were 24 guns shooting out 24 illuminating flowers that moved towards the opponents in unison. Despicable. Xiao Ting's team's sudden attack made the Feihong Military Academy's battle team cry out tragically. Although they had thought of taking precautions, the suddenness of Xiao Ting changing from thinking about the alliance in 1 second, to ruthlessly ordering an attack in the next made them unable to react. There had been no indication at all, which made the Feihong Military Academy's mecha operators unable to react, and they were all hit by the beams shot from the guns of Xiao Ting's battle team. It was a good thing that the members of Xiao Ting's team had all remembered the rules of the battle royale and did not shoot at the opponent's cockpit, otherwise, this round of unexpected beam attacks would have clipped a good portion of Feihong Military Academy's battle team members. However, even so, red lights began to flash on many of the opponent mecha's screens. The AI began to repeatedly give the announcement, "You have died." This announcement meant that that team member was eliminated. These mecha operators were so angry that they smashed the controls in the cockpit. The battle royale had just begun and they got eliminated before they did anything. Xiao Ting was so despicable. He even attacked other attacking teams. Was he not afraid that he would anger everyone? Still angry, they landed their mecha on the ground and waited for the staff members of the battle royale to send transport to take them to the resting area. They decided that once they went back, they would watch Xiao Ting's group and see what happened to them in the very end. Xiao Ting confused the opponent and took the enemy by surprise. However, as those who were able to become the attacking team, the other side's captain and some of their members were all quite capable. They reacted quickly and successfully dodged this round of treacherous sneak attacks. Seeing this, Xiao Ting swung his right arm with great force. His team members saw this motion. All the close combat mecha, including balanced mecha, switched their weapons and held up cold weapons. They all moved towards the few mecha that were left. At the same time, the long-range mechas quickly changed to their specialized sniper rifles, and they aimed towards the few special-class mechas that were still struggling after being surrounded. Although those remaining mechas of Feihong Academy used kamikaze methods to try and bring down some of their opponents' mecha, this was still a one-sided battle. How could the long-range mecha armed with sniper rifles, who were watching them from the very beginning, give them a chance to commit kamikaze? When they saw the opponent's irregular movements, they instantly pulled the trigger and hit them, regrettably eliminating them from the tournament. Xiao Ting saw that all the mechas had landed on the ground. He pulled out his short-range beam gun and shot once towards an empty field not far from those mechas. This shot instantly melted the thick layer of snow on the ground. Not only that, but it also left a hole that was burnt black. The expression of the captain from Feihong changed after seeing this. He heard the AI finally say the phrase, "You have died." His feigned death and defeat was seen through by the enemy. Xiao Ting used the last shot to tell him that in the face of a real enemy, Xiao Ting would shoot again at the cockpit in order to make sure the enemy was dead. He had originally wanted to take the mecha's wreckage to their headquarters to tell his commander who had killed them. Xiao Ting's shot deprived him of that chance. Having died, he would now be taken to the resting area by the staff members of the tournament. At the same time, all of his forms of communication were closed. He could only silently wait for the battle royale to end. I hope the commander and the others will quickly discover Xiao Ting's despicable behavior. The captain of Feihong Military Academy's team held only one hope. After shooting that last shot, Xiao Ting put away his beam gun with satisfaction. Their first battle was perfect. Other than one close combat member who was hit by one opponent that was dying, and had their mecha damaged by 30%, all the other members did not sustain any damage and were still at 100%. Little Lu, how long will it take to repair your mecha a bit? Xiao Ting asked the member who had their mecha damaged. Little Lu laughed weakly in response and said, "Captain, it's very difficult to recover to 100% with only the AI's self-repair function. It can probably only repair to around 90% in the end. The systems that were affected were slowly restored by the AI. However, the AI wouldn't be able to repair the outer layer of the mecha." Seeing this, Little Lu sighed and said, "If only that Chang Xinyuan had joined our battle team in the beginning." A small problem like this, with an outstanding repair mechanic, was something could be easily solved. The only reason Xiao Ting used Leitang methods to try and make Chang Xinyuan join his team was that he saw the monstrous talent Chang Xinyuan had in regards to repairing and modifying mechas. He was scared that this genius would be taken by others, thus, he had used that method to announce he was determined to take Chang Xinyuan in, preventing the other teams from daring to touch Chang Xinyuan. Xiao Ting originally thought that Chang Xinyuan would submit to him, but he didn't think that someone would throw a wrench in the works. Ling Lan disregarded his pushiness and immediately took Chang Xinyuan as his own subordinate. What bothered him more was that Chang Xinyuan was willing to join the newly formed Ling Tian battle clan with an unknown future, instead of his own battle clan. Little Lu's words made Xiao Ting's expression change a bit. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly said, "Little Lu, are my methods too pushy? It annoys people, right? That's why I can't get the people that I want, right?" Little Lu immediately shook his head at this and said, "I don't think so, Captain. You are our captain. Being a bit pushy is a must." Xiao Ting's eyes were darkened and could not be lit up easily. The depressing atmosphere made Little Lu, who was standing beside Xiao Ting, feel pressured as sweat dripped down his back. He silently sent a message to his vice-captain to come and save him. "Captain, all our members have rested up. What is our next move?" the vice-captain asked, waving towards Little Lu at the same time, telling him to find a chance to get away. Little Lu surreptitiously operated his mecha and dashed away from Xiao Ting's side. Little Lu, now returned to the team, silently let out a sigh of relief. When the captain had asked him whether he was pushy and annoying, Little Lu's heart had almost stopped beating. Woo-woo. Was it possible that the captain knew he hated him before? That's why he gave him a warning. Little Lu began to have a bee in his bonnet. He decided that in the future, he would no longer say bad things about the captain behind his back. Little Lu used the vice-captain's interruption as a chance to get away. Xiao Ting didn't even react. After thinking deeply for a few seconds, he raised his head and asked his own vice-captain, "Vice-Captain Zhou, do you think Ling Lan is someone who is pushy and domineering?" Vice Captain Zhou became dumbfounded and didn't know why Xiao Ting suddenly asked about Ling Lan. However, he still thought about it seriously and then replied, "Commander Ling Lan is very cold. I remember his cold glance. That feeling was like being cut open by a cold knife. Cold and painful with a lot of pressure. It was an aura that had a feeling that those who obeyed would prosper and those who were against him would perish. He is pushy." Vice Captain Zhou's last few words were said without hesitation. Similarly, I'm pushy and domineering. Why is he successful, but I am a failure? Xiao Ting's eyes showed a bit of confusion. They were at the same level. They both controlled a strong mecha clan, but Ling Lan was able to do anything he wanted. Every single thing was in accordance with his wishes. On the contrary, once Ling Lan had appeared, Xiao Ting kept suffering setbacks. This made him suspect that Ling Lan was an obstacle he couldn't overcome in his lifetime. Xiao Ting's words surprised Vice Captain Zhou. He quickly said, "It's not like that, Captain. A moment's success or failure doesn't mean that it is for life. Captain, your future will definitely be better than Ling Lan's." Vice Captain Zhou's were eyes filled with confidence. He was Xiao Ting's most dedicated supporter. He believed that Xiao Ting would become just like General Ling Xiao and create miracle after miracle. The future would inevitably be Xiao Ting's. Vice Captain Zhou's words shook Xiao Ting, making his eyes become clear. He was moved by the full trust his vice captain had in him. At the same time, he also silently laughed weakly. Even though he kept telling himself that Ling Lan, being the child of a god-class operator, had no future, the things that Ling Lan had done recently had hit him pretty hard. However, in his mind, he still couldn't let go of the fact that Ling Lan was the opponent that he had to surpass in his lifetime. Looks like I have to beat him once. Then I can be free for real. Xiao Ting sighed heavily. He finally understood his thoughts. Since Ling Lan had unconsciously become his inner demon, then he had to defeat this inner demon. Ling Lan. I'll wait for you in the army. The time you join the army will be the time of our rematch. Xiao Ting had already made up his mind. He couldn't let Ling Lan affect the speed of his progress. He would not be affected and keep going forward. In the future, when they both joined the army, he would find a chance to resolve this link between Ling Lan and him. Now that he had resolved his worries, Xiao Ting focused and prepared the next plan of action. He quickly led his team members away from their current location. They circled above Area P and came to a different spot. In order to try their best to confuse the other military academies, the attack just now had to seem as if it had nothing to do with them. Not long after, the members of Feihong Military Academy, who were defeated by Xiao Ting, were taken to the resting area by transport ships. The surrounding areas of the other military academies only got wind that one team suffered a sneak attack and lost completely, but as for who did it, no one knew. After receiving this information, the commander of the headquarters of Feihong Military Academy situated in Area S was very angry. He swore to find those sneaking bastards and torture them to vent his anger. In the monitoring room, they saw Xiao Ting use the psychology that their opponent would want to form an alliance to get a close enough range where the Feihong Military Academy had no guard up. They perfectly performed a sneak attack on the opponents and took down a 24-man mecha team with only one of their own mecha damaged. This made the monitoring room instantly became silent. Xiao Ting. How could he do this? An officer said suddenly, expecting better from Xiao Ting. They even attacked an attacking team. That's shameless. Many of them were discontent with Xiao Ting's decision and believed that it wasn't right. In order to win, they've lost sight of what is called a bottom line, everyone said criticizingly. I remember that in rules of the battle royale, other than yourself, everyone else is an enemy. Why would you need a bottom line when you go against enemies? Someone raised a counter-argument. But the main part of the battle royale is to fight for territories and not to destroy your enemies, rebutted someone. Isn't destroying the enemy readying you for taking territories? If there's no opponent, then those territories would be free to grab at any time. They didn't go against the rules of the battle royale. In no time, the monitoring room had split into two groups. These two groups, one for Xiaoting's methods and one disagreeing, began arguing non-stop. Finally, the argument fell onto Ling Xiao. The two sides could not argue anymore and all turned to ask General Ling Xiao to see what he thought. Ling Xiao's lips showed a faint smile as he plainly and softly said, "I only know that on the battlefield, there's only life or death and no such thing as good or evil. If one was to talk about good or evil on the battlefield, it would be considered a joke. You are only a person if you can live. Even if you become a piece of sh*t, it wouldn't matter if you died, right? Who would care?" Ling Xiao's words made the monitoring room quiet down, and the person who had disdained Xiaoting's behavior suddenly felt awkward. Since this was the Federal Military Academy's battle royale, these people had not been regarding the battle royale as a real war. That was why they paid attention to these subtleties and forgot the cruelty of real war. Ling Xiao saw that everyone had understood this point, and once again smiled warmly and looked at the big screen. This allowed the officers in the monitoring room to breathe a sigh of relief, and they were grateful that General Ling Xiao left them with some dignity. At this time, Ling Xiao was thinking about where his baby girl was. He didn't believe that his valiant daughter would stay in the base camp. This was why parents were the ones who understood their children best. Now that Xiaoting had won his first battle, the next step was to lead his team to go around to the other side of Area P. They used the same method to finish the other military academy's assault teams on that side. The actions Xiaoting took caused those in Area P and S to become scared by the sigh of the wind. The rumor that there was a covert operations team lurking around the borders of Area S and P had quickly spread through the base camps within these two areas. In order to make sure their borders were safe, some military academies sent out battle teams to begin to form teams and carry out a search. Xiaoting saw that the situation had become difficult for them, thus he retreated with his team back to Area S9. He planned to move out after the rumors dissipated. A 24-man mecha team was slowly flying above in the air. They were the patrol team from the nearby headquarters. They knew that there were attackers in the area, thus they were carefully patrolling around the perimeter of the headquarters to try and find some sort of clue. However, after searching for around 1 hour, they didn't really find anything odd. Upon seeing the circular field below them, surrounded by towering trees, one of the leaders of the patrol battle teams used their radar to carefully search around the perimeter. Finding that everything was normal, he said to another battle team's team leader, "Brother Luo, why don't we rest up a bit here?" Nervous and high-focused patrol work made mechas use up a lot of energy. They had to replenish their energy all the time and eat every 2 to 3 hours. The one called Captain Luo seemed to have the same idea and said, "Sure, Brother Hu." He then immediately landed his mecha slowly on that circular field. The circular field was very large. It didn't feel crowded even after the 24 mecha had landed. The two teams formed two obvious square formations with one on each side, and the two team leaders were at the front of their teams, creating a pointed corner, taking over the center of the circle. This kind of formation was both for defensive positioning and easier communication. Although the two teams that were from different military academies had temporarily formed an alliance to find the mysterious assassins, they were still wary of each other. No one knew if the other side would suddenly betray and attack them. After the two teams landed and rested up, their members all used their time to eat in order to replenish their expended energy. The battle royale had already begun. No one knew what could happen the next second, thus they needed to take breaks when they could. "Brother Luo, who do you think attacked the assault teams of those military academies?" Captain Hu chewed on his food as he asked Captain Luo, who was in front of him. Captain Luo replied, "I've looked at the area where Qiuling Military Academy was ambushed. That area is an uninhabited area. There aren't any military academy headquarters there." He faltered for a moment and his expression became slightly serious as he continued, "My guess is that the ones ambushing people are also an assault team." "Man!" Captain Hu inhaled a breath of cold air, finding it unbelievable. "That's impossible. Who would have the audacity to do that?" It would make everyone angry. Captain Luo's expression darkened a bit and he said, I hope that's the case. However, I don't think that, aside from assault teams, other battle teams would be so far away from their headquarters. Captain Hu moved his lips and began to calm down from his previous surprise. He felt that Captain Luo's logic made sense about the ambushing team being able to quickly and successfully perform an attack while not giving any chances for the other battle teams to react. Perhaps they took advantage of the fixed mindset that assault teams would not attack other assault teams, successfully ambushing them when they had their guard down. If that's the case, then we have to find the culprits quickly. Otherwise, with them hiding around nearby, the next victims could very well be us. After saying that, however, Captain Hu suddenly became frightened. He looked at Captain Luo, who was in front of him, and thought, are they that team? Captain Hu secretly put his guard up. He couldn't have expected that after saying what he said, Captain Luo also became alert and put his guard up at the same time. It was just as Captain Hu said, no one knew who the culprits were. As such, there was a possibility that the temporary allied battle team could be the culprits. His guard up, Captain Hu carefully asked, Brother Luo, which Academy's assault battle team do you think is capable of doing this? Captain Hu words made Captain Luo stare blankly into space for just a moment and lifted his worry. The members of Wufeng Military Academy who were standing before him had a ranking that was over 200, similar to their own Zhili Military Academy. They would definitely not be bold enough to do something like attacking assault teams. He also felt the distrust from the other side, thus he had a thought and said, even if it was a sneak attack, an assault team able to bring down Zhili Military Academy, whose ranking is within 100, is definitely not weak. It would be impossible unless they were from the top 50 academies. Upon hearing Captain Luo's words, Captain Hu came to a sudden realization and immediately dropped his guard significantly. He quickly expressed his agreement, that's what I was thinking. Seeing that his point of view was approved and agreed upon, Captain Luo wanted to say more. He continued and said, actually, I'm leaning more towards the top 10 military academies. No, it should be the top 4. During each year's battle royale, weren't the top 4 military academies the ones who fought the most competitively? Yeah, but I didn't hear about anything like this happening before. Captain Hu wasn't convinced. If they were pushed to the extreme, they might take that risk, Captain Luo said coldly. Captain Hu's eyes suddenly lit up. You have an idea on who the suspect is? Which one of the top 4 academies is the closest to here? Captain Luo asked instead of answering. Area P-47 has been confirmed to be the first co-ed military academy's headquarters. Area S-9 is suspected to be the first men's military academy's headquarters. Area S-33 has already been confirmed to be the third men's military academy's headquarters. The second men's military academy's headquarters has yet to be known. It's likely that they are not within Area P and S. Captain Hu spoke to him with familiarity. Who would have known that 3 out of the top 4 were squished together? Our luck really sucks. We actually picked out the most intense and competitive battlefield. Captain Luo heaved a long sigh. Right now, he just wanted for these 3 military academies to not form alliances and first take out military academies like his own. After thinking about it, Captain Luo gave his answer, the sneak attack was definitely from one of these 3 military academies. I believe that the first men's military academy and the third men's military academy are most likely to be the culprits. How so? The first men's military academy was pushed into second place by the second men's military academy 7 times in a row. They definitely want to retake their previous glory. With this much pressure, doing something like this isn't impossible, Captain Luo explained his thoughts. The third men's military academy is the same. Having held 4th place since the beginning of time, they definitely want to change it up. And if they were to do something like this, then the first suspects would be the first men's military academy. The first men's military academy's location makes it easier for them compared to the third men's military academies. So what you're saying is that the first men's military academy is more likely to have carried out the sneak attack. Captain Hu asked with surprise. Not necessarily. It's possible that the third men's military academy will frame the first men's military academy. Captain Luo smiled ambiguously. It's also possible that the first co-ed military academy secretly sent out one team. I have to return soon and relay this to the commander. Captain Hu made a decision right then. No matter which military academy had done it, it wasn't good news for the military academies which were lower in rank like themselves. They needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Yes, I have to inform my commander of this as well. If we want to defend ourselves against these top 3 military academies like our own must stick together and cooperate, Captain Luo reminded. Captain Hu's expression showed a hint of deep thought. It was possible that this idea was the best solution for going against the top military academies. Captain Hu's train of thought began aligning with Captain Luo's without him realizing it. Captain Luo's smile grew bigger upon seeing that Captain Hu didn't say anything. The two captains who wanted to report to their respective commanders as soon as possible could no longer calmly eat their food. They quickly led their team members to leave this area and moved towards their headquarters. Once they left the boundary of the area, they saw a huge sand mound behind a particular towering tree. It suddenly moved as the thick layer of snow instantly cracked open and revealed the dark metallic surface inside. The dark metal suddenly stood up and the snow all fell to the ground. It revealed its actual appearance. It was a special class mecha. Once there was movement here, the other quiet and secluded areas began to show activity as well. The 6 mecha that had been separated quickly rallied towards the mecha which had stood up first. Boss, are we moving out? Qi Long asked excitedly. He had already been laying there for almost 2 hours. He was going mad from having just lain there. Yes. Ling Lan's right thumb and index finger quickly rubbed together. This was a small movement she made when she was deep in thought. Li Lanfeng, Xiao Ting is probably going to be exposed. Can you think of some solution to this? Being exposed too early on would affect Ling Lan's upcoming plans. She was not going to allow that. Li Lanfeng became surprised at her words and he asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Lan informed Li Lanfeng of the conversation between the two team leaders which Little Four had recorded. Li Lanfeng's eyes suddenly flashed and he decisively said, "Move our misfortune onto others." The Third Men's Military Academy. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng simultaneously spoke the answer out loud. Ling Lan's lips perked up slightly. Li Lanfeng had had the same thought as she did. You make the plan. Since Li Lanfeng wanted the strategist position, she was giving him that chance. Yes, Captain. Li Lanfeng happily replied. This was the first time during an operation that Ling Lan had asked him to form a plan. Normally, Ling Lan would always decide on her own plan of action and then let him and Han Jijian add in the details. Li Lanfeng knew that this was Ling Lan giving him a chance. Feeling grateful, he silently clenched his fists. He had to perform well and absolutely not tarnish the trust and support Rabbit had for him. Let's go, Li Lanfeng. Inside the forest of Area S, a 12-man mecha team was carefully moving through the forest in order to make sure they were not caught out, while simultaneously investigating the surrounding area. Stop, hide. The front-line member suddenly gave a signal. Everyone rapidly operated their mecha and darted into the rock formations within the forest that could hide the mechas. A few seconds later they sighted 2 smoke-emitting, wrecked advanced mechas. They were flying through the air unsteadily. It was likely that they had reached their limit. These 2 mecha were falling towards them. Although the operators of those 2 mecha were trying their best to make an emergency landing, the damage to their mecha was likely too severe and thus they unable to control the direction. They were unable to avoid breaking a few branches from the towering trees of the forest as they landed. They took a hard fall into the thick snow mounds and slid out many meters away. One of the mechas abruptly smashed into one of the towering trees and stopped sliding, while the other had lost control even more and was spinning around in the snow before it was stopped by the large and thick snow mounds. The 2 mecha that fell lay in the snow silently. Smoke rose out from the mecha and shot towards the sky. The captain of the battle team hesitated a bit and then decided to help them. In a battlefield, even if it was the enemy, it would be morally justified for them to help them. Especially now, the opposition wasn't really an enemy. He carefully operated his mecha to walk towards them, slowly moving closer to the mecha nearest to him that was stopped by the tree. When he had approached to around 10 meters away from the mecha, its external communication channel was switched on. A morbid coughing sound came out from the mecha. The captain was worried and quickly asked, "Do you need any help?" The operator inside was finally able to stop coughing and gave a word of warning instead of requesting aid, "Run. They're coming." At the end of those words, there was another bout of loud coughing. The captain heard this and was surprised. Was it that group of assassins? He quickly asked, "Who are they?" The First Men's Military Academy, the voice of the mecha operator inside the advanced mecha angrily screamed out. "It's them." This answer did not surprise the captain. He had communicated with the other military academies and deduced that the assassins were either from the First Co-ed Military Academy, First Men's Military Academy or Third Men's Military Academy. The First Men's Military Academy was the most suspicious, but they didn't have any hard evidence. Everyone couldn't make a decision to attack the First Men's Military Academy together. "How are you right now? Can you still provide support? If you can, then I'll take you back to our headquarters. As long as you can prove the attackers are from the First Men's Military Academy, we will help you take revenge," asked the captain with care while telling the person his thoughts at the same time. "No problem, I can still support," the advanced mecha operator quickly replied. "I won't let them go that easily. Only Little Wu and I are left from our battle team." "Ah, is Little Wu alright?" The captain quickly said, "Wait here, I'll send someone to check." "Hurry." When we were running away, the people from the First Men's Military Academy were right behind us. "It'll be bad for us if they catch up," the advanced mecha operator said hurriedly. He wanted to leave right this instant. The captain became nervous after hearing this and asked, "How many people do they have?" 24 people, replied the advanced mecha operator. They actually had 2 battle teams. The 12 people that they had would definitely not be able to go against 2 teams. The captain made a decision right then that they would leave right after they checked up on that mecha operator called Little Wu. While they were waiting, the captain didn't forget to ask about the situation of that advanced mecha operator. "Can you still operate your mecha?" The advanced mecha operator slammed down hard on his control panel and said, "My mecha's beyond repair. It's really annoying." Upon hearing that, the captain hesitated a bit, however, the situation did not allow him to think for too long. He needed to take this operator back to prove the identity of the assailants, and thus he ordered one of his team members to give a co-pilot seat to that operator. "Captain, the advanced mecha operator hit his head and is unconscious and bleeding, but it's not fatal," reported the member who had gone to check on the other mecha. "Okay. When you move him into the cockpit, we'll head back," ordered the captain quickly. "Yes, Captain." The other members took the unconscious mecha operator and put him into a co-pilot seat. The captain turned around and asked the mecha operator who was in better shape, "Which academy are you guys from?" This was because both of them were wounded everywhere, their protective suits were already drenched in blood, which made the logo that represented their military academy become unclear and hard to make out. It made it difficult for them to know who they were at the time. "We're from the Third Men's Military Academy," the advanced mecha operator said embarrassedly. The captain was horrified. The Third Men's Military Academy was also one of their suspects. "Ah!" One of their small team's members was heard suddenly screaming on the team's communication channel. The captain knew something was wrong. He heard another member scream into the channel, "They are." A bang sounded on the channel and the member's screams came to an abrupt stop. Right then, the captain did not know anything. He furiously screamed out, "Despicable." "Captain, be careful," screamed the members who were terrified all of a sudden. Their surrounding area was suddenly engulfed by multiple beams of light. 7 beams of light came shooting towards them. This sudden attack caught them with their pants down. All 7 of their mecha were hit. The AI of their mecha decided that the mecha operators had been immediately killed in action and turned off all of the mecha's functions, engaging lockdown mode. After losing all of their functions, the mecha fell down towards the ground. Although the operators were not harmed, they were unable to contact each other. They were also unable to open their cockpit and go outside. They could only wait for the staff members of the tournament to unlock their mecha in order to reacquire their freedom. The opponent's attacks did not stop. The second round of beam attacks poured towards them. Although they were hit by the first round of fire, the 3 mecha that remained had some time to dodge the incoming attack. Other than the captain, the other 2 were not so lucky after dodging. They were simultaneously hit by multiple shots. They met the same fate as their teammates from before. The AI declared that they were killed in action and thus they fell into the snow like the rest. The captain knew that he would definitely die if he stayed there. After dodging the second round of beam shots, he operated his mecha to dart towards one direction. As long as he got into the deep forest area, it would be very difficult for beam fire to hit him because the trees would provide natural cover. This was his only chance to escape. He had to bet on this move. Perhaps his thoughts of escaping were too intense, as the speed of the captain's fingers had surpassed his usual limit, increasing by 1 level. He was full of focus and somehow made his piloting meld with his mecha, allowing him to dodge the next round of fire. He was close to escaping the ambush area. The captain thought to himself, faster. Faster. He made an irregular move and instantly flashed behind a towering tree. Right when he had escaped the ambush area, before he could celebrate, his mecha was struck by a huge force, pushing his mecha back into the ambush area. Following a bang, his mecha smashed onto a towering tree and bounced onto the ground. The captain felt blood gushing out from his chest, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in front of him. A special class mecha was standing there with a large cold weapon in its hands, pointing slightly downwards. It was this weapon that had pushed him back and cut off the only chance he had to escape. The mecha turned towards him. Its 2 dark eye sockets seemed to be mocking him, pitying him and not caring about him all at the same time. The captain looked at the chest area of the mecha with his bloodshot eyes and saw the emblem of the 3rd Men's Military Academy shining clearly on the mecha. The captain quickly pushed down the public communication button and screamed using all of his strength, "The culprits are the 3rd Men's Military Academy." That sound soared through the sky. The opposing forces were surprised and quickly yelled out, "Advance." 6 beams of light hit the mecha without a hint of mercy. The AI instantly declared the mecha operator had died. The captain looked on as the light inside his mecha instantly disappeared and his cockpit was plunged into pitch darkness. His eyes were red with anger and his thoughts full of hate. "I will never forget how the 3rd Men's Military Academy humiliated us today." Because of his carelessness, his team members had died here frustratingly. He could not help but blame himself. After defeating this 12-man battle team, the advanced mecha operators who took over the opposing mecha opened the cockpit. They hit the "concede" button on their way out and saw that the opposing mecha were locked up. They then confidently returned to their own advanced mecha. The mecha that had been smoking suddenly had no more smoke coming out. The 2 mecha that had looked like they were wrecked beyond repair somehow easily stood up from the snow. "They're almost here. Let's go," quickly ordered the special class mecha operator who had destroyed the captain's mecha, looking towards the sky on his left. A few seconds later, a battle team of mecha arrived at this location. They saw the mecha slumped around, making their expressions change immediately. "Little Xiao, go take a look." "Which military academy are these guys from?" ordered the team captain, raising a brow. "Yes, Captain." Little Xiao quickly operated his mecha to land on the ground. He put his head down and carefully looked at the logo on the chest of the mecha and answered, "Captain, it's a 12-man battle team of Chongqing Military Academy. There are signs of a battle here." Looks like it was a sneak attack. Is it the same rumor that was spread earlier about those attacks? Analyzed the captain after careful observation. Just now, I think I heard someone scream out, "Third Men's Military Academy," which is why we came looking. The captain thought back to the possible voice he heard earlier. He felt that there was something wrong. "Captain, someone's coming towards us," the member in charge of surveillance warned. The captain looked at the radar and saw that there were many mecha quickly advancing towards them. Looks like they know that something has happened here. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something and his expression immediately changed. "Shit, we've fallen into a trap." He quickly ordered his team members, "We're retreating. You're not getting away that easily." A cold roar rang from the air, and an ace mecha instantly appeared before them. "Xiao Ting," exclaimed the captain with a gloomy expression. "I didn't think that the battle team attacking other assault teams was from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. You guys really had a good idea and even believed that you could put the blame on us, the 1st Men's Military Academy." Xiao Ting laughed coldly and said. "If I said that we stumbled on this situation, would you believe us?" interrupted the 3rd Men's Military Academy's captain as he bit his lip. When he had taken his battle team to where the battle had taken place, they were already made the primary suspects. However, he still wanted to try his best to clarify because this really had nothing to do with them. The blame was too unjust and frustrating. Of course, Xiao Ting believed him. He clearly knew who the real culprits were, but right then he needed to throw the blame onto the opponent. Thus, he smiled coldly and said, "Then do you think I should believe you or not?" The captain was silent for a few seconds. In the end, he helplessly sighed and said, "No." He laughed bitterly and continued, "But even if you don't believe me, I will still say that the 3rd Men's Military Academy has no connection to this. Do you think that just saying you guys have no connection to all this can erase the fact that you guys may have done this?" A voice sounded from behind him. The captain looked back and saw that during the conversation between him and Xiao Ting, many battle teams of other military academies had already surrounded them. The captain saw this situation and was extremely frustrated. He shouldn't have used his time to talk to Xiao Ting and try to explain the truth. He should have covered for his teammates as they left this area when Xiao Ting had come to them. Now, his fatal mistake had landed him and his team in a dangerous situation. It would not be easy for them to leave now. "Then what do you guys want?" the captain asked, biting his lips. "You guys trapped and harmed our team members. You want us to just let you go?" "No way," said a member of one of the military academies that were attacked. Hearing that, the expression of the 3rd Men's Military Academy's captain changed instantly. "This wasn't done by us. I hope you guys can give us some time to prove our innocence." These words instead made everyone who was present laugh coldly. Their attitude clearly showed their firm belief in them being the culprits. The captain of the 3rd Men's Military Academy felt his heart drop into his stomach. He knew that this time it was impossible to escape. Right then, these military academies' battle teams were no longer interested in hearing the 3rd Men's Military Academy's empty and weak explanation. One of the military academy's battle team leader apologetically said to Xiao Ting, "Captain Xiao, we made a mistake before and thought it was you guys. Please forgive us." Xiao Ting coldly replied, "Our headquarters still need me to defend. Since I've been cleared of my innocence, please allow me to bid farewell." Before other party could say anything, he turned towards his team members and ordered, "Let's go." Xiao Ting led his 24-man battle team and instantly left the area, appearing like he was deeply angry with the fact that these military academies thought he was the main culprit. One military academy's captain saw this and could not suppress a sigh, saying, "We were too impulsive. We interrogated Captain Xiao before finding out the truth about the situation. It's no wonder Captain Xiao is angry. I hope Captain Xiao won't have any opinions about us because of this issue," one battle team member said worriedly. In the end, if Captain Xiao intended on teaching them a lesson and let the 1st Men's Military Academy's battle team attack their headquarters. Everyone shuddered in fear at this thought. They all decided to resolve the issue of the Third Men's Military Academy and afterward find Xiao Ting to explain their thoughts. Even if they couldn't form an alliance, they didn't want Xiao Ting to think of taking revenge against them and in the end, become the target of their attack. Xiao Ting's departure caused these military academies' alliances to have reservations. This, however, made the Third Men's Military Academy's captain surprised and happy. If Xiao Ting was present, they would have had no chance of escaping, but now there was a slim chance. At the moment Xiao Ting left, along with how the battle teams that surrounded them relaxed, the captain quickly yelled, "Run!" He was the first to operate his mecha towards the escape route that he had already found. All the members of the Third Men's Military Academy were very experienced mecha operators. After the captain gave the order, they all operated their mecha and followed in the direction the captain had charged towards. With 200 or so mechas around them, if they were to scatter, they would be taken down in one hit. Instead, it would be better if they followed their captain in becoming a sharp, pointed knife and cutting open an opening, allowing them to escape successfully. The Third Men's Military Academy was without a doubt the best. The captain of the Third Men's Military Academy was a top-tier special class operator. He lifted up the large sword in his hand. One backward spin caused the two mecha in front of him to dodge to the side. In the instant that they dodged, he operated his mecha and broke through the encirclement. Following him were the three mecha that had reacted the fastest and broke through the encirclement with their captain. However, their good luck was only for the four of them. The others were cut off by the Military Academy Alliance battle teams who had reacted. The area instantly had beams of light flying around, mechas dancing about and cold weapons clashing hard against one another. Some were trying their best to find a chance to escape, while others were trying to mercilessly destroy that hope and keep those who were trying to escape in this area. They fought admirably for their beliefs. They couldn't back down and also couldn't give up anything. In this situation, the battle became more and more brutal. Very quickly, mecha dropped down onto the ground one after another. These were the mecha operators who lost their battles and were eliminated from the battle royale. In the end, not one of the 20 mecha escaped. And on the side of the Military Academy Alliance, 5 mechas were shot down and were eliminated. 13 other mecha also paid a price in suffering damage. 3 kilometers away from the battle, Xiao Ting operated his mecha to hover in mid-air, carefully watching the intense battle that was going on over on the other side. The corner of his mouth perked up a bit with a smile. The battle between the Third Men's Military Academy and the Military Academy Alliance made them all suffer losses. This announced that Area S and P officially entered into the Battle Royale period. It was a good time for them to profit from all the chaos. "Boss Xiao, do we want to keep the few that escaped alive?" reminded Xiao Ting's vice-captain. The direction in which they had escaped was towards them. If they wanted to block them off, they would definitely be able to take down the fish that slipped through the net. "Let's take a look for now." Xiao Ting stopped his team members from acting rashly. The captain of the Third Men's Military Academy led the 3 team members who were lucky enough to escape and ran as fast they could. They were about to breathe a sigh of relief after seeing that there weren't anyone chasing them down when they saw countless mecha appear in front of them. The one leading them was Xiao Ting, who had just left the scene moments before. The captain's expression changed instantly. "You're going to add insult to injury?" Xiao Ting looked at him indifferently. "Do you and I have any conflict or interests?" The captain's eyes lit up. "Of course we don't. If Captain Xiao is willing to show mercy, I will report this to our commander and maybe we could have a chance to cooperate." "Cooperate?" Xiao Ting laughed coldly. "Can those who are proficient in evil schemes and plans be trusted?" The captain's expression turned serious and he said without hesitation, "I will give Captain Xiao an answer for this. If he found out who ed them in the back, he would tear them to shreds." Xiao Ting immediately waved his hand. The members who were originally blocking their way moved aside and created an opening. The captain gratefully cupped his hands towards Xiao Ting and rapidly led his team to go through that opening. "We're letting them go just like that?" After getting a taste of sweetness from sneak attacks, the vice captain felt reluctance as he watched the 4 mecha that were almost out of sight. It was a shame they couldn't take them down. Keeping them alive and letting them return could perhaps have an effect that we didn't foresee. Maybe we can still use the 3rd Men's Military Academy once more. Xiao Ting had a plan in his mind. The curve at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced. He originally thought that Ling Lan had given him this mission to make it difficult for him. When he took on the mission, he almost had a fallout with Ling Lan. However, this mission was definitely unable to be completed by the small 24-man team. Even as an ace operator, he would not be able to do it. However, Xiao Ting had his own pride. He didn't want to give Ling Lan a chance to look down on him. That was why he put up with it and took the mission, and prepared to put all of his efforts through. Even if he didn't finish the mission, he would try his best to draw out the time and support the others until the end of the battle royale. However, after today's scene, the whole situation had completely turned around. Originally being in a precarious situation, they instantly had the chance to grab hold of the entire situation. No matter if it was the Military Academy Alliance or the 3rd Men's Military Academy, they would try their best to get close to them both. This gave Xiao Ting leeway to strategize. He created an even better condition for their own battle team to finish their mission. He really had underestimated Ling Lan. Ling Lan wasn't someone who would be jealous of those who had skills and give them a mission that was seemingly impossible. In reality, he had it planned all along. Who knew that he was able to make the 3rd Men's Military Academy become their scapegoat? This move of his was *****ing amazing. After being amazed, Xiao Ting's fear of Ling Lan became even deeper. The more he came to know about Ling Lan, the more he felt that Ling Lan's ability was unfathomable. It was a good thing that his mecha operating abilities were already set in stone without a chance to progress further, or else he would definitely not eat and sleep well knowing that there was such a strong rival close to him. It would give him a feeling of why God made him so excellent, but then made someone who was perfect. After thinking about this point, Xiao Ting could not help but be a bit happy. Let's go. Since everything was now resolved, he only needed to patiently wait. He was going to wait to see which one out of the Military Academy Alliance or the 3rd Men's Military Academy would give him the most benefits. Then it would be the time he moved out. Just like that, Xiao Ting led his team members and returned to Area S9. Area S9 had now been confirmed because of Xiao Ting. The 2 military academies and the adjacent areas now believed Area S9 was the 1st Men's Military Academy's headquarters. The referees and military officers in the monitoring were stupefied after seeing the 1st Men's Military Academy's move. Were these guys really military academy students? They were just like experienced army soldiers who had gone into battle hundreds of times. Finding a scapegoat, ***T. This move made by the 1st Men's Military Academy is pretty nasty. This way the 3rd Men's Military Academy has become an insignificant rat on the streets. One of the officers who seemed to have connections with the 3rd Men's Military Academy shook his head and laughed bitterly. The 3rd Men's Military Academy was exiled by all the other military academies. In the times to follow, they would not have a good time. All their moves are interconnected. He Shuyang was silently praising this move. As onlookers, they saw everything more clearly than the students who were participating in the battle royale. While the Military Academy Alliance had gone to Area S9 to look for an answer from Xiao Ting, a battle team from Chongqing Military Academy had been attacked 4 to 5 kilometers away from them. This instantly got rid of any suspicion everyone had towards Xiao Ting. It was instead the 3rd Men's Military Academy, who had just arrived at Area S9, that was pulled to the scene upon hearing a scream of frustration. They were then caught red-handed by Xiao Ting. Every step was calculated very cleverly and didn't allow for the 3rd Men's Military Academy a chance to explain themselves, making them take on the blame. Afterwards, the 3rd Men's Military Academy made another mistake. It had to be said that Xiao Ting's timing for leaving the scene was very clever. If Xiao Ting had remained there, the Third Men's Military Academy would not have tried to fight when they had no chance to escape. If they were willing to take the blame, the situation would have probably been unsolvable. However, Xiao Ting's decisive timing to take his leave let the Third Men's Military Academy see a silver lining of escape. Since they had the chance, the Third Men's Military Academy would not let themselves be taken that easily. They also had their own pride. This was what caused the battle that happened afterward. Just like that, one side wanted to escape and one side wanted to keep them there. Both sides began a cruel and terrible battle. Even now, the truth was no longer the most important thing. Now that both sides had taken losses, they would never have the chance to shake hands and talk about peace. The Third Men's Military Academy would now be unable to clear their wrongful guilt. They would fight until one of them was eliminated. What was more amazing was that the quartet from the Third Men's Military Academy who was able to somehow escape had bumped into the First Men's Military Academy, and just when they were feeling despair, the First Men's Military Academy let them go. This would definitely make the Third Men's Military Academy feel deep gratitude towards the First Men's Military Academy. He Shuyang couldn't control himself and laughed softly, saying, Xiao Ting intentionally played nice in order to make the First Men's Military Academy become a superpower between the other two sides. No matter which side wants to draw in the First Men's Military Academy, they will have to put out enough benefits for the First Men's Military Academy. Who knew that the real benefactors of this situation would be the ones who were the culprits? It's simply amazing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled softly and said, Xiao Ting's timing of advancement and retreat were well controlled. He is an exceptional team leader. He Shuyang lifted his brow and interjected, I wonder who formed this plan. We can't look down on military academy students now. Ling Xiao calmly replied, yeah, who knows. However, it is definitely someone from the First Men's Military Academy. Ling Xiao said this very indifferently, but his expression of happiness on the corner of his lips was becoming more pronounced. However, General, there's something I can't get my head around. Why did the members from Chongqing Military Academy, at the last second, say without hesitation that the killers were from the Third Men's Military Academy? He Shuyang tossed out a question that he couldn't figure out. Upon hearing He Shuyang's question, the officers who had been focused on Ling Xiao and He Shuyang this whole time seemed to have been woken up. They all began to discuss this question. It had to be said that Ling Lan's group had thought about the details very well. The logo that could show their true identity had been hidden through their methods. It was like painting some dark colors on the chest plate area of the mecha where the logo was to hide 70% to 80% of it, making it difficult to see what it really was. This way, it would be impossible for others to acquire their real identity. Ling Xiao didn't answer and only glanced at He Shuyang with a half-smile. He Shuyang instantly stopped trying to get an answer from Ling Xiao. Knowing Ling Xiao, it meant that the question he had asked was prohibited and he didn't have the authority to know. He Shuyang thought to himself, looks like this definitely has something to do with young Master Lan. It was only when it came to issues concerning young Master Lan that the general would be this careful. During the discussion, one officer brought up this line of thought, was it because that when they first talked to each other, the First Men's Military Academy had introduced themselves as the Third Men's Military Academy? Thus when they were attacked, because of their angry emotions, the victims subconsciously decided that they were the Third Men's Military Academy? Most people did not really agree with this opinion. They rebutted, those who can participate in the battle royale are people who have strong wills. They wouldn't be misled by words. They were so sure of themselves was probably because they had something that proved the opponent's identity. But what was it exactly? Only the person who saw it would know. Everyone wanted to find the reason, but they all failed. This made them want to know the truth even more. While everyone was thinking their tops off, looking for the answer, Ling Xiao who was sitting on the side took a light sip of the hot tea he held in his hand. He seemed to not really care about what everyone else was caring about. In reality, the only person in the monitoring room who knew the answer was Ling Xiao. Little Lan probably used her spiritual power when they took out Changkong's team leader. She probably gave the opponent a subconscious thought, misleading them from the real truth. He didn't expect that Ling Lan had coordinated her spiritual power and mecha operating skills seamlessly. This made Ling Xiao surprisingly happy. There was another mistake that was clearly on purpose. This mistake was giving the opponent time to speak out the so-called real culprits. Strategy and skills are both really good. They were used all in the right place. Compared to before, Little Lan has learned to be both hard and soft at the same time and is no longer stubborn. She has become even more powerful. Ling Xiao was very proud. He wanted to tell the whole world that Ling Lan was his daughter. Ling Xiao's smugness was instantly cleared away as he calmed down, feeling a touch of bitterness in his heart. In order to receive his daughter's consolement and to not be discovered by others, he couldn't publicize his relationship with Ling Lan right now. He needed to wait patiently. 3 more years. After 3 more years, his precious daughter would be able to stand beside him in front of the whole world. At that moment, Ling Lan's 7-man team had already gone deep into Area S. Luo Lang had a mind full of questions that were unanswered. Finally, during their resting time, he asked Ling Lan, "Boss, we're just going to leave like that? Didn't they say that they were going to resolve the issue of Xiao Ting being exposed? They were done after only taking down one team from Chongkong Military Academy." Hearing this, Ling Lan coldly glared towards him. "What else do you think we should do?" Luo Lang scratched his head. He couldn't think of any reasons to do more, but just doing this still seemed like it wasn't enough. Seeing how Luo Lang's expression was still full of confusion, Li Lanfeng laughingly said, "In reality, we didn't really have to do much. Xiao Ting just needed a chance, and we took out Chongkong Military Academy and gave him that chance. Xiao Ting wouldn't miss out on using it." Although he was fearful and on guard against Xiao Ting, Li Lanfeng had to acknowledge that Xiao Ting was greatly capable in regards to both power and strategy. Luo Lang was still unclear about some points. Ling Lan stopped Li Lanfeng from explaining in further detail and tossed out a few words. "Xiao Ting knows how to utilize this situation to his advantage. For someone who can become the captain of Lei Tang, he's not a simpleton. We didn't tell Xiao Ting, so how would he know how to utilize it?" Luo Lang was still worried. Was this kind of guessing game really going to be successful? "You think Xiao Ting is the same as you?" Ling Lan glared coldly at him. Luo Lang instantly became sad, saying, "Woo woo woo, boss thinks I am stupid." After Ling Lan saw that everyone had filled up their stomachs, she said, "Let's continue." "Yes, boss." Everyone quickly responded. They were afraid that if their movements were too slow, they would be the next ones to be looked down upon by boss after Luo Lang. The 7 of them continued to move very fast. Xie accelerated his mecha, surreptitiously drew near Luo Lang and whispered, "Luo Lang, regarding the things you were worried about earlier, boss and Xiao Ting definitely have a mutual understanding on this kind of stuff." Luo Lang felt petulant and thought to himself, "Everyone is doing their own thing and doesn't communicate. I was only afraid that the other side would miss something and miss the good chance that we had created." After a while, Xie thought to himself, "You should just focus on being the battle team's vice general." As expected, this Luo Lang was only suitable for hard manual labor and not good in using his brain. "You also think I'm stupid?" Luo Lang became angry and began to sharpen a sword in his mind to use on this punk. This shameless punk who had come into their team uninvited actually dared to look down on him. "No." Xie answered crisply. In his mind, however, he felt a bit vain and so added, "I want to say that no matter who you compete with, you shouldn't compete with boss. You will feel that there is no hope in life, which is why, you should be the vice general." Xie words made Luo Lang become silent. Only a few seconds later, Luo Lang proudly snorted, then accelerated and flashed to the front, creating distance between him and Xie. This action that made it seem as if he was strangers with Xie confused him. Why had Luo Lang become angry again? He didn't offend him, right? The small sparks flying over on this side were not noticed by the others who were moving forward at top speed. Everyone flew for another 10 or so minutes. When they had come close to Area M, Ling Lan stopped abruptly and waved her hand. Everyone immediately stopped flying and went to their respective positions. With Ling Lan as the center, they assumed a formation that was safe for both offensive and defensive battle. Not long after, there was another commotion on the other side of the forest. Many mecha were darting through the forest skillfully, coming closer and closer towards Ling Lan's position. Everyone's expression became serious. It seemed like they were coming for them. The radar on a mecha could discover flying objects up to a 3-kilometer radius. Normally, if it wasn't included in their mission goal, assault battle teams would find a way to avoid other battle teams when they saw them on the radar. If the opposition didn't see them as an enemy, they would change their direction mutually after stopping briefly. Right now, however, the other party was coming straight towards them, which clearly meant they were going to be trouble. Little 4, zoom and enhance. At Ling Lan's orders, the screen on the mecha instantly pulled up the image of the map within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius. A 24-man mecha battle team was approaching their position at alarming speeds. Little 4 was very thoughtful. He put up screenshots of the logos on the chest plate of those mecha on the two sides of the screen. The Federal Defense Military Academy and the 2nd Men's Military Academy. Ling Lan frowned slightly. Looks like they formed an alliance before the battle. It wasn't just us and the 1st Co-ed Military Academy who formed one. The 2nd Men's Military Academy has also found their ally military academy. We just don't know who else they have allied with. Ling Lan was surprised. As expected, those who could be the commanders of the top-tier military academies were real pieces of work. Also, for them to have been able to enter Area S9 so quickly, it looks like the 2nd Men's Military Academy split their army up right before entering the map area. As for the Federal Defense Military Academy, if I remember correctly, their headquarters is in Area M67, not too far from Area S. The people from the 2nd Men's Military Academy probably rested at the headquarters of the Federal Defense Military Academy and moved out together. Ling Lan thought in detail and predicted the opposition's arrangements to a certain extent. And now, them brazenly coming towards us means that they've found out that we're just a small battle team of 7. They could definitely take us out easily. Looks like those who come don't have good intentions and those who don't come have good intentions. Ling Lan's lip perked and showed a hint of a cold smile. She hadn't expected that she would be viewed as a soft bone for others to chew on. Get ready for long-range attacks. Ling Lan immediately ordered. The formation that had Zhao Jun as the vanguard instantly changed. Zhao Jun sidestepped, changing from the vanguard to the left wing. Xie and Li Lanfeng, who was in the back, immediately went forward and stood at the front of the team to become the two vanguards. Li Xiu, who was in the middle rear, darted to the right and became the right wing. And Qilong and Luo Lang, who held the line, split to the two sides, becoming Zhao Jun and Li Xiu's secondary wing. Ling Lan's position didn't change. She was the center point in the last formation and was still the center point now. It was just that this point was considered to be closer to the back, becoming the formation's only person to hold the line. The whole formation was in the shape of a fan. Qilong and the other 5 formed a semicircle, all of them looking in the direction they were responsible for. Ling Lan was the center point of this semicircle. They used this formation because the radar showed that the opposing formation was also the fan formation. They needed to use the same formation to defend against attacks from all possible directions. Did we scare those 7 small fry? One of the mecha operators from the 2nd Men's Military Academy said with uncontrollable excitement upon seeing their target halting at their position. Maybe they think we're friendlies. The mecha operators from the Federal Defense Military Academy didn't think too badly of their opponent. From the rumors that we heard, some of the military academy in Area S and P have formed an alliance. We need to get into the action quick, or else we won't have a chance to meddle with those 2 areas when the commander arrives, said another mecha operator from the 2nd Men's Military Academy, frowning. The situation was beyond what they had thought in the first place. In this battle royal, Compared to ones from before, alliances were being formed more quickly between all the military academies. If Area S and Area P succeeded in combining into one group, they would end up creating a terrifyingly strong army. If people like them that were from other areas wanted a piece of the pie, they wouldn't have the chance. However, everyone knew that Area P was the most valuable area. It housed almost half of the military academy's headquarters. This was an endless treasury for obtaining a large amount of points. Even if the Second Men's Military Academy had a large amount of time to fully take over Area Q and Area M, the points that they gained in the end would only equal the amount of points for a small corner of Area P. This was also why they were hurriedly moving into Area S. The Second Men's Military Academy needed to set foot into Area S and P while all other military academies were allying with each other, in order to create a good condition for them to march into Area P fair and square. We're really going to go against those 7. Maybe we should find them, ask them for some information about the situation. One of the mecha operators from the Federal Defense Military Academy was not inclined to blindly start a battle without any information. You see, what alliance would want a battle team that couldn't even manage to muster up 12 people? They will definitely become our spoils of victory. The Second Men's Military Academy's battle team leader laughed coldly after hearing all that. These words made the others agree. They were able to agree so quickly on attacking this 7-man team was because of this reason. This allied battle team composed of the Second Men's Military Academy and Federal Defense Military Academy had perhaps let their guard down because they had the advantage in numbers. Although the opposing formation was both offensive and defensive shown on the radar, no one would think that the 7-man battle team would not fear death and actively attack in such a precarious situation. The 24-man team had entered the range of long-range attacks. Ling Lan didn't order her group to shoot. She knew very clearly that before the two sides become actual enemies, the first attack was the most important. Ling Lan's goal was to bring down 7 mechas from the opposing side in the first attack. This would further cut down the opponent's number of mecha and bring them closer in range with their own. Thus, she had to wait for the most suitable time to attack. As the two sides got closer and closer to each other, Ling Lan's heartbeat became faster and faster. This time, if she miscalculated by even a little bit, their small team of 7 would be met with disaster. Not only would they be eliminated from the battle royale, but this outcome would also affect the entire First Men's Military Academy. Ling Lan rummaged through her pockets and again squeezed the thing that could decide their entire team's fate. She bit her lip. Since there was going to be battle no matter what, then she didn't have the luxury to be irresolute and hesitant. Ling Lan's expression suddenly turned ice cold, and her whole body emitted cold air. If it wasn't for the cockpit's temperature control setting, it was possible that the entire cockpit would have been frozen up. However, activating the ice affinity also made Ling Lan as calm as ever, no longer having any fluctuations in her heart. Waiting was tough. Only a few seconds had passed yet Ling Lan's forehead had already formed rivulets of sweat. The sweat trickled down Ling Lan's forehead, going between her brows, around her nostrils and into the collar of her shirt. Ling Lan's protective vest quickly became drenched. Fortunately, the protective vest had a drying function and quickly dried up the sweat. Ling Lan, who was fully focused, went into the fantasy-like world once again. 3 of the mecha that were originally flying extremely fast suddenly slowed down their pace. All their movements were clear as day. The operating speed of the opponents automatically appeared in Ling Lan's mind. She could even see the rhythm and points of how they were operating. Weakness. 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 Ling Lan's eyes clearly looked at the 3 mecha that gave her 3 chances to take shots. Her talent profound insight had worked its magic once again, and this time, its usefulness was shown through these 3 mechas. A3, A4, A5 are mine. After Ling Lan gave the order, the 3 mecha, piloted by Li Lanfeng, Xie Yi, and Li Xiu, that were originally responsible for these 3 mechas, moved their guns slightly. A6. A7. A8. The 3 of them all indicated out loud the mechas that they were going to attack. This was to remind others to not overlap their attacks. "I'll take B8. Zhao Jun saw that he didn't get a piece from the first row of the enemies, thus decisively choose a target from the back. Attack. Finally, Ling Lan gave the order to attack. The 7 of them fired the beam guns in their hands at the same time. Ling Lan's muzzle shifted in an instant and a beam of light poured out. After leaving the muzzle, it somehow split in mid-air and became 3 beams of light and flew towards the opponent 3 mecha. Actually, this was just an illusion. In reality, Ling Lan had instantly shot out 3 shots. It was only because the speed of firing was so fast that it gave off the sense of 1 beam splitting into 3. This odd scene made the 3 mechas that were being attacked unable to respond. No, actually, it was more like that the attack by Ling Lan's 7-man team was not in their expectations. A sudden attack like this didn't give them a single chance to dodge. Boom, 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 the beams all made their mark on the respective mecha they had targeted. Due to Ling Lan's decision in attacking from a distance where the power of the beam gun was at its strongest, in addition to the analysis of power of the mecha in accordance to the cockpit's endurance, this round of simultaneous shots made the AI of the opposing 9 mecha instantly consider the mecha as destroyed. The AI of the mecha forcibly shut off and the 9 mecha all dropped towards the ground. Assholes. The 2 captains who were in the rear were so angry their eyes were red upon seeing this scene. They didn't think that the 7-man team that they were facing didn't give a shit about dying. Facing their 24-man battle team, they didn't even think about retreating and even proactively attacked first. The vision of their members were blocked by the members in front, and in addition to the sudden development, they didn't see that they had already lost 9 members in this round of attack. Upon finding out they had been attacked, they could only give out an order in anger and frustration: return fire. Like that, the remaining 15 mecha all took out their beam guns and shot at the opposition. Perhaps because the return fire was rushed, many shots ended up missing. They weren't like Ling Lan's small team who had already locked on to the target that they were going to shoot at. However, many beams of light had hit the opposing mecha. Right when they were hit, the left arm of their mecha erupted out a light screen that guarded their front side. When the beams hit these force fields, the force fields only fluctuated a bit, then the beams disappeared without a trace. The beams that they had shot out didn't do any damage to the opposition. "It's modified mecha," one member said with surprise upon seeing this situation. This discovery made the 2nd Men's Military Academy and the Federal Defense Military Academy's allied battle team become flustered. Modified mechas were considered luxurious items in the Federation. It would strengthen and toughen a part of common mechas. Some mecha modification masters could even increase the performance levels exponentially. The force field that the opposing side had was without a doubt made for beam gun attacks. None among military academy students would use modified mechas. This wasn't because they didn't have the money, but because the military academies didn't allow modified mecha from outside the academy. However, creations by those taking the modification major within the academy were allowed to be used. However, the modification ideas that students brought up as research topics usually existed only in the virtual world. Perhaps it was also that some theories and data were not applicable onto real mecha. After all, the students were still young, their theories and research would have inadequacies here and there, and would be unable to be transferred to the real thing. Although they couldn't use modified mechas, the students still clearly knew the strength and power of modified mecha. In mecha history, there once was a special-level modified mecha that had shot down 5 ace mecha in battle. Although there were many reasons the ace mecha were shot down, and there might have even been the factor of luck, the ability of the special-level modified mecha was pretty much similar to ace mecha, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to continuously take down and destroy 5 ace mecha. This was also the reason which made the alliance members of the 2nd Men's Military Academy and the Federal Defense Military Academy become flustered. The 7 mecha in front of them were 3 special class mecha and 4 advanced mecha. After taking into account modifications, they were equivalent to a battle team consisting of 4 ace mecha and 3 special class mecha. What were ace mecha like? One ace mecha could exhaust a full 12-man team of special class mecha, not to mention 3. Could they really take them down? This was also the reason why Ling Lan had been confident in starting a battle with the opposition. With this card that they had up their sleeve which could guard against long-range attacks, Ling Lan was confident in bringing down the enemy numbers to the same as their own before getting into close-range combat. Calm down. Attack. Attack. The two team leaders from the alliance were both yelling into their comlink channels. Right at that moment, if there were to be even the slightest of flustered movements among their side, then that would spell catastrophe for them. They were regretting their decision right then. Why were they so careless? Why didn't they think about why a 7-man team that couldn't even form a full team dared to come towards them? They had definitely had something up their sleeve, and they even neglected this point. However, it was like they were riding a tiger and unable to climb down. Both sides would only be able to rest once one side was eliminated. The only choice was to tough it out and take out the opposition, or else the result they faced in the end would be defeat and elimination. This wasn't what they wanted and was not something they were willing to accept. After the orders were screamed out by the Alliance team leaders, their team members instantly woke up. They shot beams out wildly in an attempt to get the enemy side's force fields to reach their maximum absorption capacity. They knew very clearly that if they didn't break the force field, they would have no way of dealing with them. After turning on their force fields, Ling Lan's small team also pulled on the triggers of their beam guns to retaliate. Compared to the opponent's random shooting, Ling Lan's small team paid more attention to accuracy. They were so confident only because of the beam absorption shield that Chang Xinyuan had made specifically for them. It could definitely protect their mecha. Both sides were fighting viciously. Ling Lan's side still remained unscathed, while on the other hand, the Second Men's Military Academy and the Federal Defense Military Academy Alliance lost 4 more mecha. One of the 2 mecha were taken down by Ling Lan alone. Talent and profound insight once again showed its strong power when random shots were bouncing around. Whichever mecha Ling Lan's eyes laid upon, then that mecha's weakness would appear before her eyes. Thus, Ling Lan only shot out 2 shots and was able to acquire success. F***K. Give up on long range and get ready for close combat. The 2 team leaders of the allied battle team were both smart people. Failing to get any results even after having shot so many beam attacks towards the other side, they quickly realized that the beam guns had probably been rendered useless. If they wanted to turn the situation around, then they could only bet on their close combat abilities to stand their ground. Seeing that the opposition had switched to close combat weapons, Ling Lan calmly ordered, "Get ready for close combat." With that said, Ling Lan's little team instantly equipped the cold weapons from their backs. Because Ling Lan liked using large cold weapons as close combat weapons, the other members of the little team all had a cold weapon in their hands. Even long-range mecha were the same. "I'll be responsible for C3, C4, and C5, Zhao Jun is responsible for B5, and C6, Lan Feng is responsible for B7 and C7, the rest are free-for-all." The opponent had 11 mecha left. In the 2 rounds of beam gun attacks, Ling Lan saw through each mecha's overall strength from their launch timing and movements. Thus, she arranged a formation that was suitable for the rest of the mecha. C4 and C5. One was from the Second Men's Military Academy and one from the Federal Defense Military Academy. They were also the strongest in their battle team. It didn't even need to be said that both of them were definitely the team leaders of these 2 teams. In order to make sure none of her own team members would be eliminated, she had to first take down these 2 strongest individuals. However, this wasn't enough. So that most of her own team members could engage in one-on-one battles, she had to intercept one more person. Thus, at the same time, Ling Lan took on the member that was beside these 2. Zhao Jun was now an ace operator, but his mecha was disadvantaging him. Ling Lan didn't dare to assign 3 people to him. Instead, she assigned the 2 special class operators, B5 and C6, to him. However, even if she and Zhao Jun took on 5 people, the opponents would still number 1 more than them. Ling Lan had no choice but to let the last special class operator, Li Lanfeng, take him on. However, Li Lanfeng's physical constitution was on the weak side and had problems with endurance. The opponents that were allocated to him was one special class operator and one advanced mecha operator. However, even if it was like this, Ling Lan still couldn't help but worry whether Li Lanfeng could actually take on the arduous task. The 4 mecha leftover was comprised of 2 special class operators and 2 advanced mecha operators. If Qi Long and the others couldn't think of something to take them down, or even ended up eliminated, Ling Lan would definitely find them afterwards to sit down and have a talk. Ling Lan's allocation was very clear. Qi Long and the other 3 all found the opponents they were responsible for. I'll be responsible for B2. Qi Long was eyeing a special class operator with strong abilities. Having reached special class operator level himself, he really wanted to do battle with another special class operator once in order to confirm his real potential. Because Qi Long only had successfully advanced to special class before the beginning of the tournament when the military academies had set out, there wasn't enough time for him to become familiar with the new special class mecha. Thus, he couldn't help but operate his own advanced mecha and participate in the tournament. This was something that Qi Long regretted, hating himself for not advancing earlier. I'll be responsible for C1. Li Xiao said quickly. He had his eyes fixed on the last special class operator. He had already reached the peak of advanced mecha operators. Having touched upon special class operator level, in comparison to Luo Lang and Xie Yi, he was more suitable in taking on a special class operator. Luo Lang also had his eyes on C1, but after seeing that Li Xiao had already taken that one, he chose an advanced mecha operator at random. Xie Yi had some wisdom. He knew that among the 7 of them, his capabilities were the weakest. Even the opponent that his teammate had chosen was of similar strength to himself. It was even possible that age and experience made them more of a seasoned veteran. They needed to use their maximum effort to fight them off. Hearing Li Xiao proactively go head-to-head with that special class operator, Ling Lan raised her brows a bit. Her ideal matchup was that Luo Lang was more suitable to face that special class operator. It wasn't because Luo Lang's operating skills were better than Li Xiao, but because of Luo Lang's innate talent. Once he activated his innate talent, it would increase the ability of Luo Lang's mecha operating skills. However, Ling Lan's thought only flashed through her mind. Since the members had already made their own choices, as the team leader, the only thing she should do was to put 100% trust in her team members. She should trust that they would definitely be able to do the job right. Finally they arrived in the range for close combat. Ling Lan roared, "Move in." Already with targets in mind, Ling Lan's group morphed into fierce beasts after hearing the orders and viciously jumped towards their opponents. Ling Lan was originally in very back of the battle team, but her speed was the fastest out of the 7 of them. After one stomp, Ling Lan's entire mecha suddenly flew up into the sky and went past Xie Yi and Li Lanfeng who was in front. It was like a tiger coming down a mountain, flying towards C3, C4 and C5, the 3 people who were in the rear line of the opponent's side. C4 was the team leader of the 2nd Men's Military Academy. When he saw that it was a special class operator that came towards them, his desire to do battle instantly was set aflame. He roared, "He's mine." C3 and C5 heard this and moved their mecha, preparing to pass by Ling Lan's sides. The large sword in Ling Lan's hand suddenly shook and a horizontal slash followed, sending a strong shockwave that quickly spread towards both the left and right sides. Bang! Bang! C3 and C5 hurriedly put up the weapon in their hands and blocked that sudden wave of light, making 2 loud noises. They were originally going to fly past Ling Lan's mecha, but instead they were sent flying back a few steps from Ling Lan's strong sword strike. They looked at the special class mecha in front of them with surprise. They hadn't expected that this insignificant special class mecha was going to intercept all 3 of them. 2 of the 3 were team leaders. Was this guy crazy? Or was he planning on sacrificing himself to give the other members a chance to escape? On the other side, Zhao Jun had intercepted B5 and C6. Li Lanfeng intercepted B7 and C7. Qi Long and the other three each faced the opponents they had chosen. The team captain of the Second Men's Military Academy instantly became angry after seeing that his opponent had intercepted both C3 and C5. Was he looking down on him? He angrily said, "You guys go. I'll take care of him." After saying that, he operated his mecha and darted towards Ling Lan. He was ready to teach a lesson this person who seemed to look down on everyone. C4 was full of pride and didn't want to cooperate with someone else to take down one opponent. As the second strongest mecha operator in the Second Men's Military Academy, he thought that no one was on his level except for the three ace operators, including some others who were at the peak of advancement from special class operator, such as the strongest special class operator from the Third Men's Military Academy, or Zhao Jun who had already reached ace operator level but had no choice but to use a special class mecha. The special class operator in front of him who was not even known was the same as the others. C3 and C5 knew of C4's character and knew that he didn't want them to have a hand in this, thus, when they saw C4 move in and was about to get in range with the opponent, they decisively operated their mecha and flew towards Ling Lan's sides. They were about to go around her once again. They weren't ready the first time and were knocked back because they looked down on the opponent. This time, they were fully focused and used all their strength. They believed that they would definitely be able to move past the opponent and join the battlefield. Bang! Ling Lan lifted her large sword and intercepted C4's attack. However, it was as though she judged her opponent's strength incorrectly, causing her mecha to tilt backwards uncontrollably. Seeing this, C4 was greatly happy. Right when he wanted to continue attacking and finish his opponent off, he felt a force coming from the mecha's abdomen area. The mecha could not be controlled and was flying backwards. The severe shaking made C4 feel that blood was coming up from his chest. If it wasn't for the cockpit's defensive function, even though his physical constitution was also monstrous, a strike like that would have been enough to harm him. But even so, this strike made the AI determine that the mecha was damaged severely. The power level dropped by 30%. Self-created mecha skill, Rabbit Sky Leap. This was Ling Lan taking the area of effect physical skill Rabbit Sky Leap and making it into the mecha skill Rabbit Sky Leap. This was 3 times stronger than a normal stomp. However, it was this kind of power that could do damage to mecha. This move was probably a mecha skill that was named after her. Ling Lan hadn't really fallen down. While she was flying backwards, she forcefully stabbed the large sword in her right hand into the ground. The 10 to 15 meter long sword blade was instantly stabbed half its length into the ground. Finding balance by using the sword, the body of the mecha stood up once again. Right after, she sidestepped and held the hilt of the large sword with both hands. Using the sword as a pivot point, her 2 legs flew upwards and forcefully swept towards her right. Bam! Another loud sound followed. C5, the Federal Defense Military Academy's battle team leader who was going around from the right, was sent flying back forcefully by this sudden kick from Ling Lan. Ling Lan's stance didn't change, moving swiftly using the sword as the center and went 180 degrees. The entire mecha looked as though it was out of control, tossing itself rapidly towards her left. In an instant, her mecha reached C3 who had been trying to find a path around her. Bam! There was another sound. The outcome met by C3 and C4 was not so different from C5. They were all sent flying back from the side kick. The 3 of them pretty much fell to the ground simultaneous and on the same spot. At the same time, Ling Lan used the force she kicked C3 with and performed a backflip. Her mecha once again landed on the ground. She slowly walked towards where she had left her large sword. She grabbed the hilt, pulling it out with great force. The large sword was instantly taken out from the ground. The 3 allied battle team members, who quickly stood up, were now maintaining a defensive stance. They cautiously watched this plain-looking special class mecha that was in front of them. The outer appearance of this mecha was the same as theirs. They were all real-life models specifically used for military academies. In this mecha tournament that had more than of it including special class mechas, it was common enough for people to simply disregard. But it was this ordinary special class mecha that had defeated them in one move. Although the three of them hadn't combined their attacks and were defeated one by one, the feeling of being defeated in a single move them didn't sit well with them. Especially C4 and C5. As the battle team's team leader for their military academies, they felt disgrace for being defeated by someone who wasn't even well known. They subconsciously looked at the logo on the chest of their opponent. It seemed as though there was something painted on it. The image was there 1 second and gone the other, unable to be seen clearly by others. This was possibly an accident, or it could also be on purpose. Nevertheless, they could not determine at this moment which military academy this 7-man battle team was from. However, this didn't hinder them from determining the strength of the opponent. The opponent's close combat ability was very strong. They were pushed back in 2 consecutive hits and one was the same result when they were fully focused. This proved that in terms of close combat, the strength of the opponent had already surpassed them. If they wanted to defeat the opponent, they wouldn't be able to do it with just one person. C4 surreptitiously signaled to C3 and C5. It meant that they would attack together. C3 and C5 nodded, showing that they understood. The opponent's attitude was very clear. If they wanted to go past him, then they had to defeat him. C4 became the temporary captain. He looked towards the opponent and, holding in the shame in his heart, yelled, "Attack!" The three of them suddenly split up, they went up, left and right. They pounced towards Ling Lan from 3 different directions. Ling Lan's lip showed a hint of a cold smirk. The thing she feared the least was being attacked from all sides. It would have been a headache for her if they had one person keep on her heels, while the other 2 circled around her from 2 different directions and ran. Their decision was just what she wanted. Boom! 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 The three's weapons made contact. Ling Lan retreated as she blocked, blocking their attacks one by one. The three saw that and became happy, which led to them attacking Ling Lan more ferociously. In that second, Ling Lan was being pushed back by the 3 of them. She could only block passively, unable to proactively attack. However, at the same time, the 3 of them were kept busy by her, and not given a chance to leave Ling Lan's side. At this moment, there were 6 pairs of mecha fighting to the death in the battlefield behind Ling Lan. Luo Lang's situation was the best out of the 6 of them. Having operating capabilities that was slightly better than his opponent, he was at a slight advantage and pushed his opponent to their limit. However, it wasn't easy to change the advantage to a victory in such a short time. The opponent's endurance was strong. Knowing that his capabilities were not as good as his opponent, he used all of his strength to defend. The opponent knew well that they outnumbered them. They just needed to drag it on until the opposition was defeated, then they would be able to join forces and attack together and victory would still be theirs. Facing an opponent that had a clear objective, and one who wasn't fighting blindly and impulsively, Luo Lang would either have to drag it out until the opponent could no longer endure the pressure from his attacks and become defeated, or he could choose to find a chance for a one-hit kill, striking down the opponent. Luo Lang chose the latter because there was someone in the team whose situation was dire. Luo Lang could wait, but his teammate could not. Luo Lang instantly wore a cold expression. The extremely calm personality was the most suitable for operating mechas. This personality appeared in an instant. Xiaoyi's situation was pretty good as well. The opponent was an advanced mecha operator. Their operating skills were on par. The only thing Xiaoyi lacked compared to his opponent was experience. This also showed in the beginning of the battle. When the battle began, Xiaoyi was at a disadvantage. However, Xiaoyi got used to it and brought the fight to a stalemate. Ling Lan's hellish training finally brought about its power. How could someone break from high-pressure attacks from their opponent when they got back up after being beat down by Ling Lan's shower of attacks that felt like a thunderstorm? Xie endured the time he couldn't adapt at the beginning and began to show his capabilities. As time passed, his battle was becoming easier and easier, and the situation was becoming more advantageous for him. At this moment, Xie was at a slight advantage. He was the second team member in Ling Lan battle team who got an advantage. Other than Luo Lang and Xie, the situations of the other 4 people in the team weren't so perfect. Because of his mecha holding him back, Qilong was being pressured by his opponent. However, Qilong's operating capabilities and vision range was already at special class level. Additionally, he was used to being pinned down by Ling Lan's attacks. Even if at the moment he looked like a small boat traveling in a stormy sea that would be destroyed, Qilong was in reality the one in the least danger out of all of them. It wouldn't be easy for the opponent if the opponent wanted to take him down. In Ling Lan's mind, Qilong was the one person that she was the least concerned about in the battle team. To use Ling Lan's words to describe the situation, even if they were to toss Qilong into mountains, tundras, and deserts, this guy would still endure it and live on. Zhao Jun seemed to be having a hard time because he had to go against 2 operators who were at the peak of the special class level. Having his focus split between 2 made him get hit many times, and his mecha had taken some damage. However, Zhao Jun was still at the level of ace operator. While he was hit a few times accidentally, he dodged the ones that went for vital points. Most of the attacks had just scratched him. This kind of exterior damage wasn't going to damage the mecha too much. The power of the mecha didn't decrease. After a bit of fighting, Zhao Jun had gotten used to the combined attacks of the 2 people. Although the situation wasn't the best, as he was pressured by the joint attacks of the opponents making him unable to counterattack in such a short amount of time, it was still impossible for the opponent to defeat him. Even though the situation seemed dire, Zhao Jun had completed the task Ling Lan gave him. The 2 special class operators were being stalled by him. The person that was in the most trouble was the Li family's brothers. Whether it be Li Xiu or Li Lanfeng, they were both in a crisis at this moment. Of the 2 mecha that Li Lanfeng faced, one was a special class operator and the other an advanced mecha operator. Looking at it, it seemed that it wasn't too bad. However, because the 2 opponents attacked him together, it was the same as Zhao Jun's situation. Li Lanfeng was being pressured by the 2 opponents. However, Li Lanfeng's mecha operating skills were opposite of his teammates. The others leaned on offensive power while Li Lanfeng was really strong in terms of defensive power. This was because of Li Lanfeng's spiritual power. He could always find best point to intercept an opponent's attack. Thus, every time the opponents attacked, Li Lanfeng could parry them. His mecha wasn't damaged like Zhao Jun, but knowing Li Lanfeng's weakness, his teammates knew that Li Lanfeng could not endure a battle that was dragged on for too long. In reality, in the comlink channel of the team, the sound of heavy breathing could be repeatedly heard. This proved that Li Lanfeng's stamina was running out. It was possible that Li Lanfeng would not be able to endure for much longer. Compared to Li Lanfeng's silent crisis, Li Xiu's crisis was more obvious. Although Li Xiu had already touched upon the area of special class operators, he still wasn't a special class operator in the end. At the same time, he was operating an advanced mecha that was weaker by 1 level. Not long after pairing off with a special class operator, Li Xiu was in a crisis. Advanced mecha operators and special class operators, although the difference between them wasn't as large as ace operators and special class operators, there was still some difference. This difference was magnified in battle. Li Xiu couldn't dodge once again and the opponent's beam saber hit his mecha's right arm with great force. A force field instantly appeared and deflected the beam saber. Li Xiu wiped away the cold sweat he had shed just now. He was rejoiced that he had asked Chang Xinyuan for some contraband before coming into the battlefield, especially the force field that was from the original team. It was also because the 2 of them had a very good relationship that Chang Xinyuan installed another one for him. On Li Xiu's mecha, both the left and right arms had one installed. It was the extra force field that saved him this time. However, with Li Xiu tricks on used up, his situations was becoming more and more dangerous. Li Xiu once again exhaustedly blocked 3 attacks from the opponent. The nervousness and using up all of his strength made his fingers shake uncontrollably. He felt the numbness and soreness coming from his fingers. Li Xiu knew well that this was the result of overusing his fingers. He didn't know how long he would be able to endure. It was possible that he would lose the ability to operate the mecha in the next second. I see. This is the capability of a special class operator. Even though I'm close to advancing, the difference between me and my opponent is still huge. I probably can't even block 50 hits. I'm not sure how many hits I've blocked up until now. Was it 30? Li Xiu's mind was now in chaos. The shadow of defeat made Li Xiu anxious. In reality, Li Xiu hadn't hoped to win against the opponent, but he had thought that he would be able to endure for a certain amount of time. He didn't think that he had miscalculated the strength of special class operators. This miscalculation would not only have been faced with the crisis of failure, but at the same time it would bring catastrophe to the others in the team. Reality was very harsh. The captain went against 3 special class operators, 2 of whom were captain-level mecha experts. Zhao Jun intercepting 2 top-level special class operators was already his limit. Li Lanfeng was also dragging his weak body and fighting the death against his 2 opponents. The others in the team were all using all their strength to fight with their opponents. If another enemy appeared, they would definitely break the team and destroy their last hope. I will take my teammates into the future and create countless moments of success and glory. I will not allow failure to appear. Senior Li, do you know what it means to fail in the battlefield? It means death. That is a result that we cannot accept. Li Xiu suddenly remembered a time when Ling Lan was beating on the team members and almost took half their lifespans. He had gone to find Ling Lan to find out why after he was given first aid, and this was what Ling Lan had told him. If I'm harsh to them now, they'll live longer in the future. Ling Lan's expression at the time was deeply serious. Even if she was blamed by them, she would not back down. Li Xiu still remembers how they had parted on bad terms afterwards. Li Xiu always thought Ling Lan was too ruthless, training the team members as if they were enemies, his method so brutal to the point of being unbearable to write them all down. Li Xiu was against this, defied it even. This was also why he was the one who drank Ling Lan's poisonous tea the least. Now, however, Li Xiu realized that his mistake was beyond wrong. Qilong's operating skills had been weaker than his own back then, but not only did he successfully advance to special class operator as of present, he could also operate an advanced mecha and be on par with the opponent using a special class mecha. Furthermore, Li Lanfeng, who could only endure 10 minutes of intense fighting before, had managed to hang in there to this moment while being sandwiched by 2 people. Even though he was breathing heavily, he didn't lose any ground against the opponents. While everyone was successfully holding their opponents at bay, he was the only one losing. Other than being attacked without the chance to fight back, he was backed up into a corner. He could lose and be eliminated from the battle in the next second. It was even possible that because of his failure, the entire team would face extermination. Li Xiu was regretting it all in this moment. He didn't regret that he went to battle as a special class operator, he only regretted not joining Qilong and the others in the beginning to accept Ling Lan's brutal training regiment. Maybe then, the situation now would have turned out differently. Dodge! Suddenly a scream went through the comlink channel of the team. Li Xiu immediately woke up from his thoughts and saw the large sword of his opponent's special class operator almost about to strike his chest area. If he was hit by this, just with the opponent's positioning, it would be either the mecha becoming half broken or being determined to be eliminated. No matter which outcome it was, it would be a nightmare for Ling Lan's team either way. A loud boom. This was the sound of cold weapons striking each other and not the sound of them hitting mechas. Everyone's attack seemed to slow down in an unplanned unison where all their focus was on Li Xiu. They saw a special class mecha appear beside Li Xiu, and the large sword in its hand blocked the sword strike that was about to hit Li Xiu. Lanfeng. Li Xiu looked at the person who saved him from trouble with surprise. His face was full of disbelief. The Li Lanfeng who couldn't even protect himself actually came to his aid. Xiu, don't forget the promise you made to that certain someone. Li Lanfeng said angrily. In order to save Li Xiu, the angry Li Lanfeng had operated to his limit in an instant, causing damage to his body greatly. Blood dripped out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Those words of his were like thunder that struck Li Xiu's heart. Brother, what's your dream? A young Li Xiu was looking at Li Mulan in front of him, teeming with respect. That unparalleled face that made him want to see but did not dare to look at made Li Xiu's little heart always beat intensely for a few beats. Li Mulan smiled faintly, making Li Xiu smile as well. His face uncontrollably blushed and his heart beat faster uncontrollably once again. It was as though it would jump out of his chest the next second. Dreams, huh? Li Mulan's expression was a bit blank. He looked at the endless ocean outside of the window. I really want to go out and see the world. What else could be out there other than this endless sea? I want to become an exceptional mecha operator even more. To be able to operate the mecha and fly freely in the stars, freedom, free. Li Mulan's expression was sad because this was a dream that he could never make into reality. Li Xiu felt a pain in his heart. He suddenly screamed out, brother, you can definitely do it. I will travel the world and help you find medicine that can cure your condition. Then you will be able to operate a mecha and become a mecha warrior. The young Li Xiu still didn't know back then that a medicine that could cure his cousin did not exist in this world. He was merely thinking innocently that since the world was so big, he would eventually find medicine that would be effective. Li Xiu's words made Li Mulan turn around, his eyes filled with tenderness. He took out his pale white hand, softly flicked Li Xiu's forehead and laughed, saying, all right, but if you want to travel the world, you have to become a strong mecha operator. Li Xiu instantly thumped his own chest and said confidently, don't worry, brother, I will definitely become the strongest mecha operator. The strongest? That goal is pretty amazing. You'll be going through a lot of hardships then. Are you not afraid? Li Mulan smiled as he asked. I'm not afraid. I will definitely become the strongest mecha operator. Definitely. Li Xiu was worked up. Why did his eldest cousin brother not believe him? Was he someone that people couldn't trust? Okay, I will wait until you become the strongest mecha operator. My future is in your hands, Li Mulan responded while smiling. The strongest? Not everyone was Ling Xiao. Li Xiu felt his eldest cousin brother's perfunctory attitude. He suddenly took out his tiny hand and said seriously, brother, let's make a promise. When I become the strongest mecha operator, I will travel the world and find the medicine that can cure you. Li Mulan saw Li Xiu's serious expression and the casual smile he was wearing gradually vanished. A few seconds later he asked, you really want to make a promise? Li Xiu nodded forcefully. We definitely have to make a promise. I, Li Xiu, will do what I promise. Li Mulan stared at Li Xiu earnestly. Li Xiu met his eldest cousin brother's eyes without hesitation, showing his seriousness. Li Mulan finally smiled once again. He took out his right hand and said, okay, then let's promise. Li Xiu carefully formed an oath with Li Mulan and set their promise in motion. After many years, when he understood that there was no medicine in this world that could cure his eldest cousin brother, his thoughts changed. He entered the military medicine major in order to do self-research and create that medicine. Yes, the promise from then was 5 years ago. It had been tossed aside into a corner and completely forgotten by him. The strongest mecha operator. Li Xiu clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He had actually forgotten the promise he had made with his eldest cousin brother. He actually forgot. How can I lose here? How would I become the strongest mecha operator if I can't even defeat the special class mecha operator in front of me? How would I complete the promise I made with my eldest cousin brother? Li Xiu's eyes instantly became clear. Forget the mistakes of the past. If I lose, then it would be adding oil to fire. I will not allow it. Li Xiu's fingers suddenly danced around. With the emotion of regret, frustration and agitation, Li Xiu's fingers moved faster and faster. In the end, he broke through the limit of advanced mecha operators and his fingers seemed to be leaving behind afterimages. It was indeed the speed of special class operators where the fingers reached shadow level. Bang! Li Xiu blocked the sneak attack from the advanced mecha operator who was trying to hit Li Lanfeng. While Li Lanfeng was busy helping, intercepting and splitting his focus to face special class operators' attacks, from an undetected position, a sword was silently stabbed towards Li Lanfeng. Li Xiu, who woke up in a timely manner, blocked the almost effective hit in a timely manner. Bang! Another block. This time it was Li Lanfeng. He once again helped block Li Xiu's opponent's attack. While Li Xiu intercepted the advanced mecha and unable to take into account of other things around him, a sword attack came towards him from the opponent. Li Xiu and Li Lanfeng helped each other intercept attacks. The original one-on-one fights had now become a two-man cooperation. The two of them had never collaborated before, but at this time, as if they had a surprising mutual understanding of each other. This made their three opponents helpless to do anything to them in that moment. Li Xiu went through dangers and more dangers, making it out of his biggest crisis. The situation was once again stable. However, everyone knew that the stalemate would only last for a moment. It would definitely be broken eventually, but it was merely unknown as to whether Ling Lan's team or the allied battle team was going to break the stalemate. As expected, after being in a stalemate for a while, the situation was broken. The one who broke the stalemate was none other than Ling Lan. Ling Lan, who was originally being pressured, swung her sword with full force and sent that regular member back a few steps. Right after that, she kicked twice in mid-air and kicked back the attacks of the two team captains. This created a chance for Ling Lan to counterattack. She stretched her left and right hands backward and the large sword in her hand began to move at a great speed. The attack was like a tidal wave, coming at the three of them continuously. After the captain from the Second Men's Military Academy blocked Ling Lan's three attacks, he discovered that he actually didn't have any more chances to counterattack. The situation where they were originally pressuring Ling Lan through their three-man cooperation was now actually turned on himself instead. He quickly stared at the two beside him and discovered that their situation was the same, they could only passively defend for themselves. He was very surprised as this was a truly odd situation. Logically, while Ling Lan was attacking another person, the other two that were left alone should be able to use this chance to perform a sneak attack. Also, he felt that his opponent was obviously attacking someone else, but when he attacked, it was as though the one being attacked was himself. He could only passively change his attack to a defensive move. It was as though he was the opponent's puppet, under control and only able to move with the opponent. It's rhythm. The Second Men's Military Academy's captain was, after all, full of experience and immediately understood what was going on. The three of them were moving to the opponent's rhythm, thus they could only follow the rhythm of the opponent. This was also the reason why they were being pressured. We have to break the opponent's rhythm, thought the Second Men's Military Academy's captain decisively. He prepared to get out. Only getting out would get him out of the rhythm of the opponent. Then he would be able to clearly see the rhythmic movements of the opponent, find a chance to interfere and break it. Right when he wanted to move his mecha and get out of Ling Lan's attack range, however, he discovered that he couldn't move. Swords came from all sides and it was as though his mecha was locked in place. No matter where he darted towards, he could only block and be unable to counterattack. He didn't even have a chance to retreat. What's happening? I can't even retreat. The Second Men's Military Academy's captain could not think too deeply in this tense moment. He could only use the comlink channel of the team to remind the two he was cooperating with. Retreat, then find a chance to attack again. The Federal Defense Military Academy's captain was also an experienced captain, he understood right after he heard those words. But right when he wanted to get out and retreat, he discovered that swords were surrounding him from all sides. No matter which direction he turned to, they were all locked down. It was the same as the Second Men's Military Academy's captain. The only option he had was to block. The ordinary member also felt the same. This member yelled, "Captain, I can't retreat. I've been locked down." Compared to the calmness of the two team captains, this member was obviously not as calm. All three of them were locked down. How was that possible? There was only one possibility, that a mecha would be locked down and unable to counterattack in close-range combat. That possibility would be that the opponent had used a chain combo attack and enveloped their opponent in their attack range. This was the specialty of chain combos and was also why the chain combo was considered the sure kill technique for ace mecha operators in close combat. The Second Men's Military Academy's captain thought of this point and his expression changed greatly. He screamed, "Chain combo technique? No, this wasn't possible. Chain combos would only appear in a one-on-one as a sure kill technique in close combat." He had never heard that someone could successfully perform a chain combo while they were facing more than one person. The Second Men's Military Academy's captain was currently in a fit of chaos. He couldn't believe his own guess, but he had to admit that this guess was possibly the truth. If that wasn't the case, then he wouldn't be able to explain the reason why the three of them were locked down at the same time. The three of them became flustered because of the possibility of a chain combo technique. How could Ling Lan pass up on a chance like this? Ah! The member who was least capable was the first to be unable to endure. After being hit 3 times by Ling Lan in an instant, his entire mecha was sent flying by the force of the attacks and struck a towering tree with great force. He bounced off the tree and fell to the ground. Perhaps the force was too strong as he bounced on the ground a few times and then showed no signs of movement after that. Ling Lan ignored that member. Now with one less opponent, Ling Lan's attacks were now more bloodthirsty and ruthless. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, there were continuous sounds of the large sword striking a mecha. The two mechas suddenly flew backwards. Ling Lan wasn't going to stop. She operated her mecha and followed them with a whirlwind strike. The firmament brought about a whirlwind and struck the two of them with great force. This attack made the two mecha go in 2 different directions and plummet into the ground. The intense force made the mecha slide many meters out and leave a deep sliding mark on the ground. Captain-level special class operators were not as easy to go against as standard special class operators. After being hit consecutively, the mecha were still struggling to get back up. Crash! A dark flash came down from the sky and stabbed through the neck area of one of the mechas that was still trying to get up. This nailed the mecha on the ground and instantly stopped its movement. Bang! Ling Lan's mecha came down from the sky with the right hand of her mecha open and forcefully smacked down the other mecha that tried to get up and fight. Crack! A crack sounded out. The 5 fingers of Ling Lan's mecha had exerted force. The incredible force broke the operating system on the neck of the mecha and destroyed the last hope of survival for the opponent. All of this had actually happened across the span of seconds. By the time her opponents reacted, Ling Lan had already finished off the 3 of them. She walked towards the mecha that she struck with her sword from the sky, gripped it by the hilt, and coolly and slowly pulled out the sword from the mecha's neck. This scene made all of the allied battle team members terrified. This scene made the members of Ling Lan's team become excited. It was as though they had taken steroids as they proceeded to attack their opponents crazily. Bang, bang, bang. The first to decide their battle was Luo Lang. Luo Lang had already held the upper hand, to begin with. Now, adding on the activation of the calm personality, he was at an even greater advantage. The opponent, on the other hand, was immediately broken mentally due to how Ling Lan had easily defeated her 3 opponents in what seemed like a godlike mode. That change in mentality allowed Luo Lang to easily defeat his opponent. Just when Luo Lang had decided his battle, Xie also achieved a result of his own. The mental endurance of advanced mecha operators were obviously weaker than that of special class operators. After discovering the truth that the cooperation of the three strongest, including the captains, had been easily defeated by their opponent, Xiaoyi's opponent also became anxious and lost control. Xiaoyi would definitely not pass on such good chance. He attacked consecutively a few times, defeated his opponent and was victorious. Luo Lang took care of his opponent. Right when he was getting ready to help Li Lanfeng and Li Xiu, he heard his boss voice telling him to stop as he moved his feet. Luo Lang, wait. The gaze of the very calm Luo Lang turned towards Ling Lan and he asked softly, are we not going to help them intercept one opponent? The situation seemed dire as the two of them were facing three opponents. Even the Luo Lang that had activated the very calm personality could not help but worry about the possible scene of the two of them losing and becoming eliminated. Logically, they should go help them intercept one opponent to decrease their burden. Ling Lan's expression was extremely calm, as though she wasn't even a little bit worried. Don't be hasty. Keep watching. Luo Lang put back his weapon and returned to Ling Lan's side. He looked on coldly just like Ling Lan. Why didn't you give a helping hand when Li Xiu was in the most danger? Luo Lang asked without holding anything back. Although the normal Luo Lang respected Ling Lan very much, Luo Lang's other personalities did not have this similar feeling. They even dreaded it. Perhaps they were not convinced when they had lost to Ling Lan. The extremely calm personality's attitude wasn't very friendly when he talked to Ling Lan. Ling Lan didn't answer Luo Lang. In reality, when Li Xiu was in danger, Ling Lan did want to help him get out of the situation. However, in the instant she was about to move, she had discovered that Li Lanfeng, who wasn't far from Li Xiu, had made a move. Trusting him fully, Ling Lan resisted the impulse to move in. Ling Lan knew clearly that in order for her members to make progress, she had to let fend for themselves. Ling Lan was someone who could endure much. Even though she clearly knew that Li Xiu would be eliminated if Li Lanfeng's assistance failed, and the whole team would face the possibility of elimination, Ling Lan would still choose to trust in Li Lanfeng's trust in Li Xiu. There was a ruler in Ling Lan's mind. Even if Li Lanfeng failed to save him, she still had a chance to compensate for it. No, even if there wasn't a chance to compensate, she could still take the loss. Truth be told, Ling Lan indeed hoped to attain the highest glory in the mecha tournament. However, when compared to the chance for growth for the members of her team, Ling Lan would not hesitate to choose the latter. Ling Lan bet a lot this time and also bet decisively. Even if she knew clearly, her choice would decide the result for the first men's military academy. She still did so, made this choice that was clearly selfish, but Ling Lan did it calmly and without regret. Heaven destroys those who don't look out for themselves. For the future of her own team members, she would have to let the first men's military academy down. Ling Lan silently apologized to the others who were fighting bravely. She was indeed a mortal, unable to be noble and selfless. With your capabilities, there were chances for you to move in. Compared to the normal Luo Lang's slow-wittedness, the extremely calm personality of Luo Lang clearly knew the strength of the person beside him. I can't live for you guys, Ling Lan finally opened her mouth and said. Upon hearing this, Luo Lang's entire body shook. The extremely calm personality of Luo Lang instantly disappeared and the normal Luo Lang appeared. Boss, I will try my best. I will definitely try my best. His eyes were sparkling like nothing in this world. Those eyes and that expression was like a cute dog hoping to be complimented. This made Ling Lan's lip instantly twitch. Okay, she still felt that conversing with the extremely calm personality had meaning. Now, she felt that she was luring an underage child. She felt full of guilt. Xie finished off his opponent and instantly let out a sigh of relief. He saw that Ling Lan and Luo Lang were watching from the side. He quickly ran over and said, Boss, I have finished my mission. I would like to return to the team. Ling Lan lightly nodded towards Xie. Xie saw this and was greatly happy. Did this mean that boss was very pleased? Luo Lang saw this and couldn't hold back a laugh. You only defeated an advanced mecha operator. Why are you so happy? No matter what my opponent was, I was the winner and that's that. Xie didn't care at all. He glared at Luo Lang, smiling and said, Luo Lang, remind me, wasn't your opponent also an advanced mecha operator? Luo Lang snorted. He said with a proud expression, that's why I'm excited. I'll let you know when I defeat a special class operator next time. Luo Lang's proud appearance made Xie Yi's heart flutter. This kind of Luo Lang really made him want to tease him more times. Right when Xie Yi wanted to continue talking, a draft of cold air came from beside him. He shuddered and heard Ling Lan's cold voice ring in the Team Comlink channel, shut up and watch. Yes, boss. The two of them quickly stood upright and did not dare to be impudent again. The three of them quietly watched the ongoing battle. Ling Lan was ready to act whenever. No matter who was in danger, she would move in. After a few more hits, another person finally finished their battle. The third person who finished their battle came as a surprise to Xie Yi and Luo Lang. However, after thinking more in detail, it was logical. The person was Qi Long. In reality, the moment Ling Lan defeated her three opponents, including the two captains from the allied battle team, the whole situation of the battlefield had instantly changed. Zhao Jun, who was originally being pressured, was the first to turn the situation around. This was because Zhao Jun's opponent, the two special class operators, had instantly lost their will to fight after seeing their two captains die. While facing three people, Ling Lan could instantly kill three people. This kind of terrifying capability shook them. This made them think that if they continue to fight, they would end up the same as their team leaders. From the direction that the seven-man team had come from, they had discovered that the objective of the opponent was Area M. Their own headquarters was in Area M, thus making them unable to let their guard down. They believed that they had to return to their headquarters and tell their commander that there was a terrifying battle team heading there. This battle team seemed to be really weak, without enough members. Their members' strength levels were uneven with 3 special class operators and 4 advanced class operators. A team that seemed to be easily swallowed up, yet their team captain could instead easily swallow up 3 special class operators. Thinking to this point, they were more in a hurry to leave this place. They didn't want to end up the same way as their 2 team captains. The battle royale had only just started and they didn't want to simply lose and be eliminated like this. It was this kind of thought process that made Zhao Jun's 2 opponents stop with full-on attacks. They began to restrain themselves and look for a chance to run away. This was also the crucial reason why Zhao Jun managed to recover and turn the situation around. In fact, the 2 special class operators' decision wasn't a mistake. Their mistake was that they looked down on Zhao Jun and looked down upon Ling Lan. They thought they would have a chance to escape. Their restraint gave Zhao Jun a chance to breathe. Being an ace operator now, he was disadvantaged by his own mecha, or he wouldn't be in such a difficult position from only 2 special class operators. If he wasn't being pressured, it meant that he had the chance to counterattack. How could an ace operator whose finger speed had reached the level of void be considered to be on the same level as special class operators whose finger speed levels were on the level of shadow? Once Zhao Jun's finger speed increased, he would be able to push the power of the special class mecha to the closest limit it can get to an ace mecha. Thus, Zhao Jun's chain of strong attacks had led to the 2 of them being caught with their pants down. When they blocked this round of attacks coming from Zhao Jun, they gloomily realized that even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't do so anymore. It was now their turn to be pressured and pushed back by Zhao Jun. They were pressuring Zhao Jun in the beginning, but now the tables had turned and they were now the ones being pressured. Zhao Jun had turned from a bullied character into the master. He now began to bully his 2 opponents. Zhao Jun was now at an advantage in the situation. That was why Luo Lang and Xie Yi thought that the third person to finish off their opponent would be Zhao Jun. Who knew that Qi Long would emerge with a new force? Having been pressured the whole time, he decisively activated his animal instinct. Animal instinct was considered a low-level talent out of most talents that awakened. However, it was valuable because it was most suitable for operating mecha. It enabled the ability to instinctively sense opportunities and flaws. It was considered to be the beginner level of profound insight, the simpler version. This was also why the talent of animal instinct was considered to be a low-level talent, but was still valued highly by countless mecha masters and army higher-ups. Unfortunately, no matter how low-level animal instinct was, there were still a very few number of people who awakened the talent within the Federation. In order to increase the strength of mecha operators, the army specially researched animal instinct. They invented a type of pseudo-animal instinct, awakened manually, which was considered the awakening of the legendary sixth sense. In order to become stronger, many mecha operators accepted the hellish mode of training. Some were successful, while some failed. Those who failed could end up disabled, but those who were successful would no doubt become a strong mecha operator. There was no halfway result. When Qilong, who had the level of special class operator, operated the advanced mecha to its limit, along with his animal instinct, he was able to sense danger and opportunities beforehand. Even when he made some mistakes which caused him to lose control, he quickly got used to it. He somewhat sensed his opponent's weaknesses. The talent of animal instinct was still too low level. It was unlike profound insight, which let Ling Lan clearly see where the weaknesses were and where the chances were. Animal instinct only gave the person a reminder. Whether they could grab onto that chance would have to be based on the person themselves. In reality, Qilong always trusted his gut feeling and was also good at grabbing hold of this feeling. There were many times that he had used this talent of his to avoid a crisis and be victorious. This time, Qilong did the same. When felt there was a chance, he would decisively attack. Perhaps Qilong's attack was too unexpected, or perhaps his opponent didn't think that he would be able to see through the weakness of his attack. The opponent who didn't react timely took a full hit from Qilong's attack and his mecha was instantly heavily damaged. Qilong saw that one hit had landed and decided that he had to keep going while he had the upper hand. He caught on to the opponent's weakness once again, attacking consecutively and heavily for a few times. Finally, he broke the opponent's mecha and took the victory in the battle. Qilong had won. Right when he wanted to go to boss side to report, he felt his fingers were in indescribable pain before he could even operate his mecha. He instantly held his hands and screamed in agony. Receiving no kind of operation, the mecha immediately fell down, making Luo Lang and Xie extremely surprised and terrified. They both darted towards Qilong and asked loudly what had happened. While Qilong furiously shook his hands that were trembling uncontrollably due to overexertion, he comforted Luo Lang and Xie, telling them he was alright. After a while, he finally felt his fingers were his again, and then he operated his mecha towards Ling Lan. He happily said, "Boss, I did it." He had managed to use an advanced mecha to defeat a special class mecha. He didn't let boss down. Not bad. Ling Lan responded plainly. Qilong smiled even more happily. He knew that boss, not bad, actually meant very good. It was just that boss didn't like to praise people. Those of them who followed boss all knew that. For example, this "not bad" was the best comment they had gotten in all these years. Qilong thought to himself in happiness. Perhaps Qilong's victory had irritated Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun's attacks became more ruthless. His two opponents seemed to communicate with each other, and then they bit their lip and attacked Zhao Jun crazily. Seeing this, Zhao Jun was surprised. The way his opponents were acting was going to cause damage to both sides. This made Zhao Jun, who had victory in his grasp, hesitate a bit. His originally fierce attacks instantly slowed down. Right then, the two opponents had originally seemed to be going all out, when one suddenly went right while one went left to dart behind Zhao Jun. Seeing this, Zhao Jun was instantly short on breath. He only realized now that the crazy all-out attack was all faked. The two of them had been trying to confuse him. Their real objective was to leave this place. Zhao Jun operated his mecha and instantly went to block them off. However, because he was slow by one step, he could only choose to intercept one direction. If he was to hesitate again now, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to intercept even one. Seeing that Zhao Jun had chosen his direction to intercept, the special class mecha operator running away to this direction knew that he didn't have a chance anymore. He screamed, "You need to get out." He pounced onto Zhao Jun, thinking that he had to keep his opponent busy to create a chance for his teammate to escape. Right then, he had already forgotten that there were many enemies beside them, watching them with eagle eyes. Seeing that there was someone who wanted to escape, Xie screamed. Right when he wanted to move in and intercept, a dark flash flashed before his eyes. He saw Boss Lan's firmament stabbing towards the neck area of the opponent's mecha like a flying sword. Normal dull swords possibly couldn't break through the outer protective shell of mecha. However, firmament was different from other large swords. The biggest advantage it had was its sharpness. In addition to the maximum power Ling Lan had used from the special class mecha, it was a sure kill with one sword strike. The mecha from before proved this point, and now another mecha proved this point once again. In the cockpit, that allied battle team special class operator saw that he was just about to leave the lion's pit and get into the deep forest. He felt extremely happy. However, right then, he suddenly felt that the mecha was struck by a strong force at the top. The next second, the entire mecha had lost control. Without the ability to operate the mecha, the pilot could only watch his mecha flop forwards and hit the ground with great force. In the end, he heard the AI announce that he had been defeated and eliminated, then his entire cockpit became pitch black. Even now, he still didn't know how he was defeated and who defeated him. Clearly no one had caught up to him, so how could he have been eliminated? No one could answer his questions at this time. He could only wait until the end of the battle royale and find out the truth from watching the recording of the tournament. However, he knew one thing, and that was their allied battle team had been completely decimated. Although there were still 3 members who were battling, he believed that the 7-man team who hadn't lost a single member would easily take down his remaining 3 teammates. Ling Lan instantly took care of that opponent that thought of escaping. With only one opponent left, Zhao Jun didn't give the opponent any more chances. He attacked consecutively and defeated the opponent mecha. Zhao Jun retrieved Ling Lan's firmament with a face full of irritation. He walked towards Ling Lan and held up firmament to return it to her. He then said, "Sorry boss. I made a mistake back there." Ling Lan picked up firmament, waved it around coolly and hung the sword on the secured dock on her back. Then she coldly said, "When we go back to the academy, you're training in the secret room for a week." Man, he had fumbled at a crucial moment. If she didn't give him something to be scared about, he wouldn't know how pain feels like. Let's see if they dare to fumble again next time. "Yes, boss." Hearing this, Zhao Jun shuddered and responded with a face full of agony. 1 week. Was he going to live after that? After that, Ling Lan walked past Zhao Jun in satisfaction and stared with great focus at Li Xiu and Li Lanfeng, who were still fighting a hard battle. Seeing that boss' focus was no longer on himself, Zhao Jun groaned. He held his head and squatted down. He repeatedly said to himself, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Qi Long, who had already recovered a bit of energy, stood up, walked towards Zhao Jun, patted him on the back and laughingly said, "Bro, my condolences." Here, we should excuse Qi Long's schadenfreude. It should be known that the person who was beaten up by boss most badly was Qi Long. If Qi Long was considered to be second in terms of being beaten up the most badly, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Now, there was finally someone else going to hell with him. This made Qi Long feel that this world had tossed out other people as well. This allowed him to find balance in his mentality. "Qi Long, you," Zhao Jun pointed a finger at Qi Long, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The bastard was pouring salt on his wound. He didn't have anything like Qi Long's monstrous physique, being able to hover on the edge of death only to revive in the next second. "My condolences." Luo Lang said this very sincerely. In reality, Luo Lang was indeed very sincere. This kind of sincere behavior did even more damage than Qi Long's, almost making Zhao Jun's heart stop and die. "Heh heh, my condolences," said Xie Yi as he also patted Zhao Jun's shoulder, adding another kick to Zhao Jun's depressing heart. Zhao Jun was angry and was getting ready to discipline these juniors who didn't respect their seniors. Right then, Ling Lan let out a humph. Everyone instantly became quiet. Zhao Jun angrily squatted there and mumbled, "I won't get angry, I won't get angry." With Boss Lan beside him, he really didn't dare to get angry. He was afraid that if by any chance he made Boss angry, the original punishment of 1 week would turn into 2 weeks. If he wasn't lucky, it might turn into a month. He would definitely die in there and be unable to come out. Moving away from Zhao Jun's anger, Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu's situation wasn't looking good right then. Li Lanfeng felt that he had already reached his limit. There were many times that he made operating mistakes due to his lacking physical condition. It was all Li Shiyu using all of his might to compensate for him. The feedback force from mecha operating was pushing Li Lanfeng's body to its limit. Right now, countless small cuts were forming in all the muscles in Li Lanfeng's body. Fresh blood had painted his protective suit red. Were they going to lose? Li Lanfeng felt increasingly numb. It was as if his entire mind was evaporating. It was as though in the next second, he could close his eyes and faint. Li Lanfeng bit his tongue furiously. The extreme pain instantly resuscitated his consciousness that was close to breaking. "No, I can't lose. If I lose, then what qualifications would I have to fight side by side with Rabbit?" Li Lanfeng seemed to see Rabbit's disappointed expression and the silhouette of him walking further and further away from him. "I won't let Rabbit down. I won't." Li Lanfeng screamed in his mind. Fighting alongside Ling Lan was Li Lanfeng's biggest obsession. At this moment, this obsession made Li Lanfeng revive once again and reignite his will to fight. "Li Lanfeng, hold on. We can't give up." Li Shiyu, who was beside Li Lanfeng, hurried to encourage Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's previous operating made him understand clearly that the former had reached his limit. As he was so focused, Li Shiyu didn't know that his teammates had already finished their battles and were watching from the side. He didn't want them to lose and bring about a catastrophe for the team. Thus, when he was encouraging Li Lanfeng, he was also encouraging himself. Of course. Li Lanfeng pretty much used up all of his body's strength to squeeze out these 2 words. "Even if we go down, we still have to go down slower than the enemy." "Rabbit, I understand the meaning of that statement now." Li Lanfeng's expression went cold instantly. Now, he no longer had any warm feeling to him, only a boundless killing intent. His 2 hands that were previously practically empty of energy and numb with pain suddenly began to rapidly dance about. His fingers appeared to create afterimages, like flowers in fantasies that slowly bloom. However, this scene quickly disappeared and Li Lanfeng's fingers suddenly disappeared along with it. All that could be visible were the lines of red blood marks appearing one after another on the white and silver-colored control panel before him. In the end, the entire control panel became painted in a deep blood red color. It was a terrifying scene. Li Lanfeng's operating went from the shadow level of special class operators into the void level of ace operators. Operating above his own level had repercussions. The price he had to pay was that his fingers had become torn apart. However, operating above his level had a huge effect. Li Lanfeng's mecha suddenly turned in mid-air and instantly escaped the encirclement of the 3 people, fully disappearing from the opponent's screens. In the next second, he appeared behind the advanced mecha operator and silently stabbed using the large sword in his hand. These movements could only fool advanced mecha operators. The 2 special class operators saw them very clearly. They uncontrollably screamed, "Quick, dodge!" However, the target of Li Lanfeng's attack was the advanced mecha operator who was the weak link. How would he let the opponent just escape like that? Although the advanced mecha operator used all his might to operate his mecha to dodge to the side after his teammates had reminded him, Li Lanfeng had already guessed that the opponent could move in reaction. He accurately stabbed through the abdomen of the opponent using his large sword. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle royale restricted attacking cockpits, this sword strike would most definitely have stabbed through the advanced mecha operator's cockpit and killed him instantly. However, even so, the AI determined the advanced mecha operator was killed instantly by Li Lanfeng. The mecha instantly became locked up and smashed into the ground. After taking care of one advanced mecha operator, Li Lanfeng didn't feel relaxed. The two special class operators that were left were their real opponents. That advanced mecha operator was actually the one out of the three opponents who was the least threatening. Li Lanfeng only took care of this advanced mecha operator because he was easier to take down. He took him down with one hit and created a feeling of terror in order to make the two special class operators have feelings of doubt. Once they had doubt, they would be more careful and hesitate. Li Lanfeng's final objective was to make them hesitate. It should be said that Li Lanfeng's sudden explosive power did indeed surprise the two special class operators. Just think, a person that was pressured by them to the point where they couldn't even counterattack suddenly exploded and instantly killed one of their teammates. No matter how one looked at it, it was very odd. Additionally, they discovered that the enemies around them had actually defeated their teammates. They were like prey that was being eyed by tigers at this moment. This made the two of them think a lot. If it was as Li Lanfeng had predicted, the two special class operators had begun to be very careful. No, beyond that, they did not have the will to continue to fight and find a chance to escape. This instantly took the pressure off a bit for Li Lanfeng and Li Xiao. The two of them then began to slowly move in to counterattack. The two special class operators didn't hesitate for too long. When they blocked Li Xiao and Li Lanfeng's first attack, it was as though they had discussed it beforehand. They both found a direction to run towards. Of course, the directions they chose to escape from was directly opposite from where Ling Lan and company were waiting. They didn't want to run into the trap themselves. In their minds, they thought that they would be able to successfully retreat if they escaped their opponent's range of attack. They had underestimated Li Xiao and Li Lanfeng, and had also underestimated Ling Lan and company. They had only just flashed away when Li Xiao and Li Lanfeng chased towards the direction they were heading towards, as if they had already known beforehand where they would try to escape to. One of the special class operators saw a shadow flash in front of him. He saw Li Lanfeng appear on the path of the direction he was escaping towards. How is this possible? As a fellow special class operator, he dodged, but how could the opponent be one step ahead of him? He was confused and didn't understand, but he didn't have time to think deeply. He could only bring up the large sword in his hand and ruthlessly attack the opponent. Since his plan was seen through and he was now blocked by someone, he could only force his way through. On the other side, although Li Xiao's reaction was very fast, his mecha was only an advanced mecha. He was one level below the opponent. The opponent quickly stretched out the distance meters ahead of him. Right then, Zhao Jun, who was still angrily squatting this entire time, suddenly heard Ling Lan yell, "Go make up for your mistake for me." In the next second, someone had kicked his mecha in the butt. His entire mecha flew up and went towards Li Xiao. "Boss, murder!" Zhao Jun scrambled and operated his mecha. Its engine instantly activated. Due to the force behind boss kick, Zhao Jun quickly turned the engine to the maximum and passed Li Xiao and flew towards the opponent that was just about to escape into the deep woods. Shit! Seeing Zhao Jun chasing, Li Xiao was very angry. He hurled the large sword in his hand towards his opponent. A bang occurred. The large sword actually hit the opponent, making him stumble. His entire mecha shook and fell down. However, the operating skills of that special class mecha operator were very strong. He instantly balanced the mecha and continued to run towards the deep forest. Bang! A powerful sound rang out. Li Lanfeng and his opponent had clashed swords. The two of them both retreated a few meters back. Ling Lan frowned a bit. Her fingers moved a bit, but she gave up in the end. It was because when Li Lanfeng stood firm, he ruthlessly pounced towards the opponent. He used this attitude to tell Ling Lan that he would take care of this opponent himself. Even if Ling Lan felt that it was inappropriate, she still chose to respect Li Lanfeng's decision. Bang! This sound was the sound of Zhao Jun intercepting the special class operator. This sound meant that special class operator who wanted to escape no longer had any chance to do so. Bang! 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 Li Lanfeng and the opponent rammed against each other many times. Finally, he rammed his opponent's sword out of his hand. Having been operating at a level higher, Li Lanfeng had used his special class mecha to its limit. This wasn't something that operating levels of special class operators could deter. Losing the large sword meant that the opponent had no chance. Indeed, Li Lanfeng used this chance to perform a chain combo and knocked out the opponent on the fourth hit. When Li Lanfeng defeated his opponent, Zhao Jun also defeated the last opponent. This 24-man versus 7-man battle seemed to have a huge difference in strength. In the end, however, the result was Ling Lan's 7-man team being victorious. This result caused all the officers and referees in the monitoring room to go into an uproar.